Welcome into the kickoff hour. 8 minutes now past the hour, and we appreciate you being in with us. We'll find out. As we settle in, we thank you for being a part of the Rick and Bubba Show. If you're tuning in for the first time this week, well, we'll take you however we can get you, but shame on you. Life gets in the way sometimes. I get it. But Greg is off. He'll be back Monday. He's had COVID, and so he'll get back when he can. Don't forget, today we've got a lot to discuss. We got RBU. It's going to be a great conversation with our good friend Greg Seitz. He is the AD at Jax State, and we're just going to dive into a lot of different topics, and not only life of an AD at a mid-major, but there's just so many other things that he's a part of. We've got a long history with Greg. He's a good friend. And so we're going to take advantage of that friendship and get him in here and quiz him a little bit and talk to him about just a number of different things within the NCAA, the NIL transfer portal. Also, he's involved with a lot of the NCAA men's Final Four. We'll talk to him about that and a number of other things. So it's going to be a great conversation. If you love sports and you love college athletics, then this is going to be a great conversation with AD Greg Seitz with Jax State. So be tuning in for that. Over to my left, we got Mr. Greg Burgess. Michael Helms. I don't know why I said Greg, because I just said he wasn't here.
You really want Greg Burgess back in here, don't you?
No, it's just normally it's just muscle memory.
You
to
and
my
most
left,
of America.
When I say to my left, it's normally Greg, and you're over here to my right.
Speaking of America, hello. And I do want to say this. This is something you have not even thought about when it comes to Greg Seitz.
What?
For me, bosses colliding.
Oh, yeah.
Both of my bosses in one room.
But, yeah, you'll be gone, though. But
probably.
He did say he was coming a little early.
I thought about sticking around a little bit just for this, to be honest. Do
you have to go over?
No, I do not.
Then yeah.
I kind of
once you get his water and make sure he's okay, and
get his water.
Yeah, get his water and make sure he's okay, and pamper him a little bit and make him feel like a featured guest should feel.
Well, I know that's
so I'll hand those duties over to you post show.
Okay,
and just tell you to take care of both your bosses.
Did think about that a minute ago as you were mentioning it. I thought, wow, so both of
that is who hired Greg. Who hired him.
What is wrong with you?
It's Greg Seitz.
I know you miss.
You
miss your little buddy.
Well,
but
no, it's not Greg Burgess. I was thinking of the other because they're both named Greg. But that'll be a great conversation today.
It will.
He's got a lot going on, and
Greg has a phenomenal story, and he's it's one of those things where he was the sports information director when I was there playing baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And so to see him rise in the ranks and just his influence in the NCAA sports world is truly tremendous. And he now he's going to play the humble card on that, and that's fantastic. But listen, you look up in these national events, whether Jacksonville's involved or not, Greg's involved, and it's like, what is he? Why is I looking up in the College World Series and Greg Seitz is there? Why is Rick Pitino standing over there with being interviewed and Greg standing right next to him?
I know.
I mean, it's just
why is he part of the trophy presentation? What is going on?
Wait a minute. Why is he standing Coach Saban? Why is he right there next to him?
Wait, there's a super regional, and the umpires are coming off the baseball field to review a play. Why did Greg Seitz just hand them the headphones? What's going on?
It's not the same role. It's always a different role.
Yeah,
it's very intriguing to me.
Yeah, he is part of the NCAA men's Final Four media coordination team when it comes to basketball. That's what they call it. This year with Phoenix, it'll be his 13th for him. But he's a part of that media coordination team when it comes to postseason and bracket play and all this kind of stuff. So he's always a part of it, to your point, Helmsy. It's funny.
He loves Jacksonville State, and he loves sports. You want me to a finer guy, and what he's done for the athletic department at Jacksonville is tremendous.
Yeah,
it really is.
It really is. And
it's even going to be better when he gets that indoor tennis facility built.
Yeah. He was named director of athletics at Jax State in 2016 after more than 2 decades of service at the university. So you talking about somebody that waited his time and worked up the ranks. That is him. And so a lot of hard work and dedication on his part, and so we'll talk to him about that. Good friend, and he'll be in studio today, and Helmsy will take care of him like no other. Well, like you should when your boss comes to town.
Hey, boss is colliding. That really hit home this morning.
Well, I tell you what else this morning that I saw when I pulled in. I saw those shiny new tires on your truck, and I was just so proud of you. And you can tell when somebody's got new tires. Yeah, there's just a look about them. Yeah. And how smooth that thing ride coming in.
It was nice, and it was very nice not having to look at the gauge for the tires every few seconds to make sure air was in them.
Did you just stop out of habit and go, I'll stop? Oh, wait, no, I don't have to.
I did look at it a lot on the way in just to make sure, is it going to play with my mind a little bit? But you know what? They stayed steady where they needed to be.
Yeah.
They do look good, though.
They do.
I went a little cheaper route than
And I made fun of the cheap one. Everybody makes fun of me.
I had a quote from like 6 months ago when all this started.
Yeah.
And it was from a different place. But this is kind of my guys I use, and so it's convenient and close. They do good work and to my house. And so I called them and I said, listen, I don't even know what tire is on. I don't do tires, okay? I don't know what tire is on here, but I can tell you
I don't do tires.
What the other place, what they quoted me. And then if we can get something comparable to that, then I think we'll be fine. And I said, I'm not crazy about spending a ton of money on this deal. And so he said, I got the perfect tire for you. And I thought, okay, here we go.
It's his world. He knows.
And he said, I'll get you these right here for this price. And I thought he misquoted me because it felt so cheap. Like it felt, I was expecting a number.
You say inexpensive.
Inexpensive, because it wasn't cheap. But
tires aren't cheap.
No, but I was expecting it to go over $1,000. I'll say that. I really was. I was expecting to be north.
Oh,
I thought
of course. Truck tires, yeah.
I thought my thought was, if I get out of here at $1,500,
oh, that's a deal.
I'm gonna be in good shape.
Mm-hmm.
And I left half of that.
Ooh!
And
Hold on.
I mean, nearly did the dance out the door.
Hold on.
So of course it was raining. I'd have slipped if I'd have did the dance. But they look good.
They did.
And wow, a different ride this morning. It feels so smooth.
Not today. No more.
Such a smooth ride.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Got a lot to discuss, a lot to break down. A few updates, too, in the news that we'll have to talk about if we can get to it. Rick and Bubba and Adler all join us for the main show today. So we thank you for being with us. If you want to chime in on the conversation, it's 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. You need Tax Network USA. They have brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA just learned of a special limited-time offer, an IRS offer. See if you qualify for this limited-time offer by going to tnusa.com/Bubba or call 1-800-245-6000 or go to rickandbubba.com. Check the sponsors button for the website and number. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Hey there, folks. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of you listening today, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. Now, if you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, we've got some good news for you. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. They understand one size does not fit all. Call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-511-1200. That's 800-511-1200. Programmer services not available in all states. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2024, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and 32-hour battery life, and Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 20% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters, the people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. You know, something that broke last night around dinner time in the college football world and the NFL was that Jim Harbaugh decided to leave the national champion Michigan Wolverines and join the NFL again as head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers. And the reports are it's a 5-year deal. Some of the financial figures have not come out yet, but he's made some statements and stuff about how excited he is. And I won't say this surprised me, because I knew when he went back for his second interview with him, and he had hopped around and interviewed with the Falcons and all that okay, he's ready to go. But I guess I know somebody in that position, they're always ready for what's next. They hate losing more than they enjoy winning. I get all that. But do you feel like he was ready to move on, Helms, and get back to the NFL? Or do you feel like it was a combination of things and there's more to come with Michigan and he was just ready to get out of there?
No, I think this is I don't think it's Michigan. I think it's the state of college football.
Mm-hmm.
He can go, I think he was an NFL coach and a really good one. Got a chance to go back home, did what he needed to do. He has built them back to what they used to be, and it's a powerhouse, and it's a national champion. And now he gets to go back and coach in the NFL. And to your point, I knew the minute he took that second interview, this was a done deal because you just don't go back. Guys like him don't interview unless they want something really bad.
Yeah, and it's interesting because
– and the fact that he went on a second one, it told me it was a done deal. And I just think the state of college football has nothing to do with him because no matter where he goes – he's always anywhere Urban Meyer goes, anywhere he goes. If you have success, people are going to look under the hood a little closer, and you're going to create stuff. And he's done with it. You don't get that in the NFL. You just go play ball. You just go coach.
It's a different kind of coaching. It used to be that in college you could pretty much be a certain style of coach, but now with the transfer portal and NIL. Man, guys can leave and they're not stuck with you. You know what I mean? They can hop. It's the NFL. To be honest with you, it's got more rules than the NCAA right now.
It actually has binding contracts.
Yeah. But it is a different style of coaching because you're coaching grown men with families and it's a business. So it's a different style. But yet I know he's been good at both. And so we'll see. I know the Los Angeles Chargers sent out on X. They posted, "Who's got it better than us?" That was their post. So they're excited, and we'll see how it plays out. But they say, according to ESPN, that what we know right now, Adam Schefter, he said it's a 5-year deal, is what the sources are saying.
I think he is a motivator of men, and it doesn't matter whether you put him at Michigan or the Chargers or, I don't know, the Economic Forum. I think he can motivate you and get you to do things that you didn't think you could do. And he's a good relationship guy. He's a good partnership guy. All these things you need to run a successful business, and that's what he'll do there. The Chargers will win the Super Bowl in the next 5 years.
Oh, wow.
They got a great quarterback. All the pieces to the puzzle are there, with the exception of a few missing key parts. They'll get it in a couple years. He'll win a Super Bowl. And he knows that. That's why he took that job. That's why he went there instead of Atlanta, because the pieces are there. He's a smart guy.
Yeah. And it's nicer weather.
It is.
But it is L.A.
It is.
Please, y'all don't forget, it's not San Diego anymore. But
I think the bigger question in all of this is who gets the Michigan job.
Right.
And I think it'll probably be the assistant.
And is this what Crimson Tide fans have been hoping for? Because now Michigan's got a coach that's leaving, so now you know as well as I do that Michigan players are going to jump on the transfer portal, and now will Alabama be the recipient of some of those players since they've lost some? We'll see. But he was, as a collegiate coach, 144-42, winning 3 Big Ten championships. And Michigan's first national title since 1997. This past season, he was 86-24 at Michigan. So pretty impressive record, to say the least. Had 2 straight losses in the semifinals, and then 1-1 this past season. Look, he pulled a George from Seinfeld. He left on a high note.
Yeah.
Win a national championship, I'm out.
Yep. More people should.
And now, so you to your point, now you look and go, okay, who are they going to hire? Are they going to hire within?
Probably Coach Moore, who's their offensive coordinator, the guy that took over when everything went.
Started crying.
I knew. I'm glad Greg's not here because he'd be making fun of him squalling that day.
Yeah. I'll take a job, Coach.
Yeah. So I think he's probably. I think it stops there, unless he just doesn't want it. And I don't know why that would be the case.
You, man. Did it for you.
Hey, just because Greg's
that's what he was doing. He was doing. He got emotional. He was all fired up about it.
He was.
Because you kind of wonder, is there a transition? Do you bring a big name in like Alabama did right out of the gate, or do you hire within for a year or two, to your point, and keep things the way they are? Because with the recruits coming in, you go, well, we're going to run the same offense. Kind of like really Arnett at Mississippi State when Leach left. Those were totally different circumstances, but they kind of hired within for a year. Of course, that didn't work out. But during that transition, it did keep the recruits there because there was consistency within the program instead of just going and getting somebody else, and then he lets half the staff go and new people are in, it could scare everybody. But who knows?
Well, you got a body of evidence too, a body of work.
Yeah.
That this guy can man the fort when when the big guy's gone home.
And I know
6 games worth.
Right. Well, I think that he wasn't the interim the entire time. I think some of the staff shared responsibilities, but I think he was for a couple.
Yeah.
And that's the obvious choice would be him if you're going to promote within.
And to your point, there's who's available right
Right.
now. That's
Yeah.
the thing. You'd have to go pull somebody away. It's a weird time.
Yeah.
I think you go with him. It makes sense, and then see how it goes. He may pick up right where they left off.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. It's going to be interesting. And what I love about him going to the Chargers is now we may have another, at some point, Harbaugh Super Bowl.
Yeah, true. But, hey, he must have really wanted to leave because the athletic director from Michigan said that the Wolverines program had discussed a new contract with Harbaugh that would have made him the highest paid coach in college football, and he still left.
At this point, though, in your career, I mean, money's good, but these guys have made so much money over the years. I mean, he's going just in endorsement deals and things that he'll be able to do out there in the West Coast will give him all he needs to make up the difference on that front.
We'll take a break. We'll come on back 29 minutes past the hour, and we thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Greg off, should be back on Monday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why target you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't, and you're going to have to pay up, plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Like a preferred direct line to the IRS, they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time offer from the IRS. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Go to rickandbubba.com, check the sponsors button for the website and number. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. They say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and HelloFresh couldn't agree more. That's why they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you're a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy tasty recipes delivered to your door, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free, because HelloFresh knows that you're not just hungry at dinner time. In fact, they're here to meet your every mealtime need with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, and desserts that can easily add to every order. HelloFresh also helps you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, making sticking to a routine easier than ever. This year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get free breakfast for the life of your subscription with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. One free breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. At HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you for being with us. The number is 866 We Be Big. As we are rolling along, we appreciate you being with us. We were just talking about Jim Harbaugh leaving the Michigan Wolverines to be back in the NFL. He's now with the Los Angeles Chargers. I want to say San Diego so badly. As head coach, yep. He goes back to the NFL and leaving the national champion Michigan Wolverines. Now they have to replace a coach. Now that means that all of their players are open to explore and leave. We'll see if there's an exodus there.
That's a good point.
I did see that Will Rogers, former Mississippi State quarterback that's broke all kind of SEC records, he entered the transfer portal and during the offseason. He had some injuries last year, and he joined Washington, the Huskies. Well, then DeBoer leaves and goes to Alabama. So he re-enters the transfer portal and says, well, now the head coach is gone. I guess I don't want to stay here. Well, then it was announced day before yesterday, well, no, I'm going to stay at Washington. I guess he got there and figured out that's the best place for him, so he's staying at Washington. But it's just NCAA and college football is in a weird place, and really no better time for RBU than to have an athletic director on. And good friend of the show and Jack State AD Greg Seitz will be with us here this week on RBU. And we were
I'm looking real quick. I've pulled up my portal account, and I'm looking to see if anybody jumped in there.
Okay, good. And we understand, too, it was just us doing a quick dream that now the Chargers and the Ravens, they're both in the AFC, so we can't have another Super Bowl if they stay where they are. But we were dreaming for a little bit.
I get all that, but you don't have to just kill my dreams right out the gate.
Right.
Y'all are so quick to that. There were 2 emails that came in so quick explaining AFC and NFC. I can't tell you who's in who. Don't care, okay? But I wanted the Harbaugh family to have to choose. And they can still do that in a divisional playoff game.
Yeah.
Could not. Nobody's entered the portal for Michigan.
Yeah.
Just in case y'all are wondering. Looking right now. Interesting. That's an interesting one.
And there is a story out, a few of them actually. ESPN is reporting that Michigan will probably focusing on promoting within with Coach Moore.
Yeah, makes sense. It really does.
Yeah. Especially this late. And I say this late, it just seems late to me to leave a team this late into January, almost February. So anyway, there's that for you. It also says here the ACC has now released their full 17 team. Does that not sound weird? 17 team 2024 football schedule. And it is, woo! They tweeted that out, or they sent a message out on X, however you say that. But they had to recreate the schedule because with the 3 new members, and including 2, by the way, based on the West Coast. This is just going to be so crazy. But they have released their schedule, so that's out for you if you are interested in that at all. Plus, there's some other things. You know, there's an update here. This story, that we talked about, this Kansas City Chiefs, hey, I'm having a house party, and then all of a sudden I go to sleep, and 3 of my buddies have froze to death in the backyard. Remember how weird that seemed?
It didn't seem weird. It was weird.
Right. Well, a 5th friend who was at the party on the night that 3 of the Chiefs fans were last seen alive has hired a defense attorney now. And so I just wonder where this will lead us and if there's more to it. You know what this sounds like? It sounds like a documentary
on
Netflix.
Coming to you soon.
Have you watched American Nightmare yet?
We were going to do the 2nd episode last night, and man, I was just exhausted. Amanda was too. I don't know, just something about our last 2 days. Nothing crazy, nothing dramatic, nothing tragic. We were just, we were both spent.
Yeah,
and we just decided. Yeah. And the last few days, I don't know what's been going on. Our internet has been going in and out, in and out, in and out.
Oh, really?
Which is a nightmare if you work from home, which Amanda does.
Right.
And so an AT&T rep called last night. I had to have a little conversation with him in regards to, hey, we're coming out. And it was going in and out then, so we were like, we're going to struggle with this going in and out. Let's just wait.
Right.
So, I know you didn't want that live story, but I thought I'd tell you anyway.
No, that's good. And also another update here, too. You remember when Travis Kelce, and everybody wanted to make a big deal out of it, scored against the Bills, and he threw up his little heart, and he kind of turned, it looked like, towards...
Well, everybody's going to think he's turning towards Taylor.
Well, according to him, it was not meant for Taylor.
Who was it meant for?
It was meant for the Buffalo Bills fans. According to him, Travis Kelce says he did not throw up heart hands for Taylor Swift after scoring a touchdown. He said him and his brother, they do the New Heights podcast. They were on that podcast explaining who it was directed at. Take a listen.
The celebration went wild by you with the little heart. Had to spread the love, baby. There was a lot of hate pulling up to that stadium, man. It's a football game. It's supposed to be a football game. The Bills coming into their house, they want to make it rowdy. Did it get a little disrespectful? 1,000%. I get it. You know what I mean? Coming into a hostile environment. I respect it. I just wanted to make sure it knew it wasn't mutual. I don't hate you guys like you hate us. It's all love, baby.
So he said it was towards the fans, not Taylor Swift. I know I hate to have to spend time and correct that, but everybody thought and just assumed, hey, Taylor's here, I'm going to throw my heart hands up to her. But it was actually for the Bills fans. And rolling into the stadium in the Bills Mafia, I'm sure there was a lot of hate.
So I saw something else when it comes to that family, Kelce family.
Yeah.
Something about their name. And evidently everybody has been pronouncing their name incorrectly, that it's not actually pronounced Kelce. It's like Kells or something different.
Okay.
It doesn't even look like it.
Never heard that.
Well, and so this is something that I think the brothers addressed with the father last week, 2 weeks ago, and it was even on, I think, something in regards to the Miami Dolphins thing on HBO, Hard Knocks. But evidently the dad basically got tired of correcting everybody on the correct pronunciation and just decided to go with Kelce because it looks like Kelce.
You think Taylor will write a song about it?
Probably.
throwing up your heart.
But it was funny to hear him.
hands.
I was actually walking in the hotel lobby to grab a cup of coffee, and I see the Kelce brothers and their dad discussing this. And they're like, and again, I'm hearing bits and pieces because it's lobbies full of people and it's loud. And they're like, so Dad, you just changed their name. You know, they were saying things like that. And he's like, I got tired of correcting people and blah, blah, blah. But I think I have that story right, that their name is not actually Kelce. Just thought I'd throw that in.
Thought it was for me, but it was for Buffalo fans.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm writing Taylor Swift's song.
And you had a little beat there.
Yeah.
Are you tired of me watching the Australian Open?
Did you change that?
No, it's actually on that channel this morning. It's been on it's the semifinals, so it's on the big.
The Australian tennis, the Australian Open for tennis is been on, and it's a long tournament. I'll give you that.
Yeah, the majors are about 3 weeks.
Yeah, and I know every time I go by your office, I can hear it on, and I just giggle a little bit.
By the way,
that's your life, man.
And I apologize. Evidently, I had my TV loud in there. I went and turned it down a minute ago.
Because it was so loud that Bubba didn't know where the noise was coming from yesterday. He thought I was out in the hall talking.
Well, I just walked by Rick and Bubba's office, and I thought, man, that TV's loud. Who's in there watching TV? And then I got to my office, and I'm like, that's your TV, you DA.
Right.
So I turned it down.
Right.
But it's on.
I thought you loved me.
Semifinals. I'd like to see you give it a little more. It's a major.
Well, I'll try. I want to know who's playing.
You know how we talked about Nick Dunlap winning the PGA event and how special that was for an amateur? That's the equivalent to that in my world would be like one of my girls playing in that match right now in the semis of the Australian Open. That's the equivalent of what he did. That's how crazy what he did.
That is.
This
was
past
impressive.
weekend.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break.
What if one of my girls were there right now and I was having to be there, sitting in the box?
And you're over there in the box and you're like looking like
now I'm dreaming.
Coach Bullethead.
You know what's preventing me to take that next step? Indoor facility.
Well, you'll have both bosses here today to talk about it. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
One of them can have their name on it. The other one can make it happen.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey there, folks. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of you listening today, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. Now, if you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, we've got some good news for you. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. They understand one size does not fit all. Call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-511-1200. That's 800-511-1200. Program or services not available in all states.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BREAK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BREAK to 42424. That's BREAK to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, it is 10 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on the kickoff hour. If you are joining us and you normally join us on WLWI out of Montgomery, I talked with Greg Thomas, the program director there. They do a great job carrying the show out of the Montgomery market. They've had a little bit of technical trouble. They're trying to figure out what's happening, and so we'll take you however we can get you. If you've tried another source to get us going, you can check back with them, and they're going to keep us updated throughout the morning. But we thank y'all for listening or watching and tuning into the show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Rick and Bubba are already here. Adler will join us shortly, and then Greg is out. He tested positive for COVID. You know, when you're taking care of your wife who has COVID, you try your hardest not to catch it. And he thought he had done so good. And then Sunday night late, he had a little chill about him, he said. And so he just took an at-home test that had expired, and it came back positive. Yeah. And so he then retested at a straight-up doc, and it came back positive. So he's out for right now. We're back on now, WLWI. Thank you, Greg Thomas. He has just informed us that they are back and going. Engineering got us up, and so thank y'all for all that you do for the show. We were talking last segment about Travis Kelce and his little, after he scored at Buffalo, he threw his heart hands up, and everybody thought, oh, that's so sweet, that was for Taylor. But it was actually for the Buffalo Bills fans, and we played the audio of him telling that. And then you brought up, speaking of Kelce, that they were on with their dad, and their dad confirmed to them that it's really not Kelce. Yeah. And you played that for me in the break, and you were correct.
Pretty funny, isn't it?
Yeah. It's Kelce.
Yeah.
It's not Kelce.
Yep. And so his dad, evidently it started with the father's father. When he was I don't know, some kind of cop or something, but he he would ask if he had any work, and they would always call him Kelce.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bill Kelce. And so he just kind of went with it. And then the son, who is their father, did the same thing. And matter of fact, their mom, he was already going by this
right
when he met their mom,
Mm-hmm.
and so she didn't know this, so he just kept going by Kelce. So they went through. It's supposed to be Kels.
And I thought it was funny because Bill, the dad, on this I guess podcast they're on or whatever, they said, what do you want me to do? What do you want us to do? And he said, heck, y'all do what you want. I did. And they thought that was funny.
They did.
It seems like Jason Kelce kind of liked Kels.
He's like
and,
that.
and Travis like, no, I like Kelce.
Yeah.
But they, of course, both have stayed with Kelce. But you did hear correctly. I know you said you thought you weren't really sure, but you did hear correctly. And that's the first time I had heard it. If some of you already knew that, I didn't.
Question for you.
Yeah.
This is for a QFTA. We haven't done these in a while. I keep stacking them up. But do you check your phone when you're getting a haircut?
I haven't had a haircut.
That's why
in 20-something years.
That's one reason I wanted to bring this up.
Buddy.
I know.
So, no, I don't. No, I don't.
Do you think I don't, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But I do see these people that do have their phone out.
Yeah.
And so there's a couple things going on. One, I don't want hair all over my phone. Okay? So I don't. I put my phone on the counter, usually with my sunglasses, and I don't touch it.
Okay.
But I do see these people that do this. There's a couple of things. One, whatever you're typing up to whoever, the person is watching every word you're typing up.
Right.
Okay. And not that you're trying to hide anything, but that's weird.
True. That's
just
true.
weird.
That's true.
And two, I don't want hair all over my
I get that.
Another question, this one, can you touch your elbows together?
Yeah.
See, I don't know if that's what they mean, or are they wanting it like I can do that?
Yeah.
But
Is
that
that's
what they're
that's
asking
what we do.
when they
Now,
say
of course,
that?
you do the inner elbow, but I mean, we're kind of got them pointing together a little bit.
I don't know that I can.
You know,
I don't know that my elbows are actually touching.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's the inside part of the elbow, kind of where it points. Right? I mean, look, I'm doing it. Are y'all doing it at home?
but are they? Are your elbow? That's the elbow right there. So
Yeah.
I don't.
It's
know.
the inner part of them. Yeah.
I don't know if I can. I mean, I can mash it to where they.
That was a
eventually
question.
touch.
Somebody asked that.
Somebody
question.
asked this question.
Interesting.
Here's another question they asked: how many people were in your high school graduating class?
Oh wow.
I want to say mine was like 96. I didn't have many.
Really?
Yeah, and I think I finished like 87.
Mine was in the hundreds.
You missed that.
You finished 87.
I think I finished 87 of like 96. It wasn't good.
Mine was
true.
in the
It was
hundreds.
better than that, but it wasn't in the top. I can promise you that.
Yeah.
So yours was over 100.
Oh yes.
Mine may have been, but if it was,
Oh,
it was
yeah.
very. I mean, I want to say it was 96, 98, something like that.
Yeah.
That we had. It wasn't many. I know that. It wasn't many. I knew everybody. Where are you at on? Well, let me just ask you this: if you had today, you had to go. You had to probably grab your phone for this.
Okay.
You got 5 phone apps. That's it.
Okay.
Phone is not one of them. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But what are the 5 apps you go with?
Okay.
You can.
I'm going to go music.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm gonna
That's
go.
probably I would too. By the way.
I'm gonna go weather.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah. No, that's great.
I got to have a calendar.
I feel like I could do without the calendar and just pull it up on the web, but I think that's my first. I'm gonna have an app to get to a website. I'm gonna have a browser app.
Right.
That'll be one, so that I can look for everything else that I didn't do with the other 4 apps.
All right, so I'm gonna go. Let's see here: music, weather, calendar, contacts, and Life 360.
I think I could do without my contacts.
Really?
Yeah, I could probably do without Life 360.
Well, I mean, I do have the Simply Safe app too at the house. Boy, I really like that. Probably my bank app. Probably maybe my bank app, and then boy, it's tough.
Have you gone over 5 now?
Huh?
How often do you use your calculator?
A lot, because I can't add.
That's me. I use my calculator a lot.
I do. I use my compass a lot. Did you know that?
use your compass a lot? What are you out in the middle of the woods?
Yes, hunting, and I want to know wind direction.
Okay,
and,
that makes
I'll,
sense.
I'll
That makes
make because we'll
I'll give
study
you that.
wind direction, and then when I'm in the stand, I actually I make marks on what stand, what face the stand that how the wind
Yeah.
works with that stand, and make notes. So I'm on the compass a lot.
I think I would have to have these two universal remote apps, Roku and
Really?
Smartify, because I don't have any remotes in our house.
You don't?
Nope, not
That's
one.
weird.
We have to use this because
Huh.
for some reason teenagers, I don't know why they think this, but
Yeah.
they don't like to use remotes without removing the back off of it.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like they want to remove the battery lid off of it. Well, then what happens then is the dog gets it, chews it up. You can't put it back on. Then you have to tape it up, and then at some point that wears out, and then we lose it.
Yeah.
So
I will tell you this: I have to have this one though, just because of job. And are you talking about
What
just
is that?
relaxing? This is an hours and minutes time calculator. That's different than adding and subtracting calculator, because like when I'm putting together the weekend show for all of our affiliates,
Yeah.
Westwood One says it has to time down to the
Yeah,
second.
I got you.
Both not just the audio, but like let's say, for instance, between top of the hour and bottom of the hour, we have to have 18 minutes and 50 seconds worth of audio. Then from bottom of the hour to top, the next 30 minutes, we have to have 19 minutes and 50 seconds worth of audio. So whenever I'm putting it together in the segments, sometimes it's a little off, and I have to add and subtract and whatever and get to that point. And so I use that multiple times every week.
That's an interesting little calculator. I like that.
Yeah, it's different. It's the hours and minutes time calculator.
I use my stopwatch a lot.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet you do.
I do.
Yeah.
I use my Apple Watch a ton.
Yeah, and that's the
when it
clock
comes to-
app, that all inside
Yeah,
that. So
absolutely.
I mean, I would have to have that because of that's what I use
Yeah.
for my alarm.
I
every
don't know
morning.
that I could get away with only using 5 apps.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
I need 10.
Yeah. There's difference. There's ones you have to have, and there's one you just
Yeah.
enjoy having. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Adler's here. Rick and Bubba join us as well.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The hills and everywhere, go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born, that Jesus Christ is born,
Take it home.
that Jesus Christ is born.
There it is, the amazing Three on the String. Merry Christmas. Go to rickandbubba.com. Everything about the Amazing Three is there. You can see also, don't forget, Dashing Through the Show. Tomorrow night, the historic Lyric Theater, Birmingham, Alabama. That's the Christmas show. Enjoy that there at rickandbubba.com. And show notes. Also, check their website to see when Three on the String might be coming near you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
.com. All right, so Bubba, we have Speedy, the real Greg Burgess is back. Helmsy here. You're back, Bubba. Welcome in, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for doing the same now for over 25 years.
We have Speedy, the real Greg Burgess is back. Helmsy here. You're back, Bubba. Welcome in, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for doing the same now for over 25 years.
Well, this is so much going on.
25.
So much going on in December, including 2 birthdays. We celebrated Speedy's on Friday last week, and then over the weekend, our very own Eddie Van Adler has turned 34, and Edgar's Bakery has sent another birthday cake, and we thought we were going to trick Eddie Van Adler by sneaking his dad in today as a surprise singer on the birthday song, and to get a few comments from Dad as we celebrate one of his sons today. But he busted you.
I was walking up the stairs, and there he is standing there in the back hallway.
Yeah,
with the
that's
camera.
right.
Yeah,
Nothing
yeah.
gets
Nicely
past
done.
me.
Nicely done.
Nothing gets past me. Ain't nothing getting past me.
Good one.
But you just come off, getting ready for the Christmas production.
I feel great today, Chris, and I feel great, Rick.
Yeah,
I feel amazing.
Are you okay, buddy?
I don't know with your personality if steroids is a good idea.
There's a whole new thing here with steroids.
Hey, Speedy lit these candles. Speedy lit these candles. Do we want to go ahead and blow these
Let's
out?
do it. Can you sing one more song, Adler? You hadn't sang any.
I'll follow you guys.
All right, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Adler. Happy birthday to you.
You're growing old. You got gray hair.
You got a man bun. Have you seen the cake yet, Dad?
I have not.
Look
That's
at this. Look at the cake that Edgar's Bakery they made.
Look there on the monitor.
Look right here.
Edgar's does a great. Oh my
Look
gosh!
at that.
Yay! Nice.
It has
wow.
It has the upcoming baby.
That is
and it's got and how about his Junior Rangers reporting for duty?
There it is.
Wow.
There it is, right there.
Exactly.
You did it.
That is great.
That's great. So,
it looks like him.
It does. Look at there. Junior
Happy
Ranger
birthday,
Adler
Chris.
reporting for duty April 2020.
Way to go.
So congratulations, by the way, on that, Michael Adler.
Yes.
So let me tell y'all how I wrecked the surprise just now. I'm going
Nothing
outside.
gets by you.
Ain't nothing getting past this boy. So I'm doing like the morning time lapse thing for the daily documentaries. That's usually the Christmas tree with the sunrise coming up, just to like set the scene for the day.
Right,
you guys know how it goes.
Establish the
Then
shot.
what happens?
Another
exactly
daily
right.
doc available
Yes.
later today.
That's exactly right. So I don't know why I'm doing that voice today. I think I'm delirious and tired.
Maybe you've been in your dad's steroids.
And I'm walking over to grab the camera, and I hear a throat clear, and I'm like, I recognize that throat clear. Isn't that weird when you're around somebody so much in your life?
Yeah.
Like if your wife sneezed,
Oh, yeah.
you could say,
Oh, I know it, yeah.
that
Loud and
is
clear.
Sherry sneezing.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is weird because it was coming up the stairwell right over my right shoulder, and I'm like, it was like somebody's going like, I'm like, who's?
It's like
I know that.
I can hear your mom's laugh in a room of 500 people.
Oh,
yeah.
for sure.
Just crystal all the way across.
And I was like, I know that throat clear. And I look over the railing, and it's my dad walking
There
up the
you
thing.
go.
Here's what you should have done:
What,
is say, "Oh, I'm just going to First Watch here to meet somebody."
Oh,
you
just
know?
like that. Talking
That's
just like
my
that.
impersonation of you.
That's how dads talk.
That's
Just
my
like that
dad's
right there.
You might want to learn it. You're about to be one. Yeah. It does. You do change. You do
You got to
develop.
talk out the side of your mouth a little bit.
Right over here. I'm heading over to First Watch.
That's what I do.
So,
Ain't nothing good.
first of all, can you answer a few questions before we get into
I
Edmund?
Yeah.
You guys performed here, to kick off the Christmas season as it should be.
Yeah.
And I get the deal of where can I get that version of We Three Kings?
Yeah.
Where can I get that version of this song they did?
Yeah.
And hey, I couldn't make it to the Christmas thing. I bet it was fantastic.
Yeah.
Is there going to be an archive? Can you answer any of those questions? It is 6 minutes past the hour. Hey! Brand new hour beginning now. This one starts with the national anthem. Here we go, a brand new hour on a brand new day. And we thank you for being with us. The kickoff hour is behind us. Speedy and Helmsy knocked that out for you. Greg's still on sick watch. He'll be back on Monday, we hope. Should be. And we'll get through another one and discuss all the things that are created at Greg's absence. There's a certain lack of anxiety around us. When is the next time Greg will shred you? But we'll talk about that. We've got stories galore, your phone calls, 866 We Be Big. We look forward to that, too. Eddie Van Adler now has the YouTube experience. If you're a subscriber, you've had your alert that the show is live. If you missed it live, enjoy the archive. He's got both those available for you, including a best of hour that you can watch if you're a Blaze TV subscriber. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
But I'm not going to live my life being a color.
No, I don't want to be a color, a number, and it all starts with the man in the mirror.
Come on. That man.
Did you see there? You know, there's a movie coming out about Michael.
Really?
And maybe did we talk? I don't know if we talked about this off air.
No.
Jermaine's son is going to play him.
I knew nothing.
I think the one called Jamar. Isn't there one called Jamar, Your Majesty?
I know.
Or
Now
something?
Greg's always talking about Your Majesty, but I don't know if it's Jamar. I don't know.
I don't even remember who. You know, we talked with so many people during the day about different things, and I don't even remember the conversation. I thought it was here we had the conversation. Maybe not, but I saw a clip of him imitating Michael for the movie.
Oh,
and it is, y'all. It's Michael.
Okay.
I mean, it is unbelievable.
Haven't seen it.
Yeah,
And I'm also going to bring something up that I know this one will love.
Okay, pointing at Bubba.
I have been waiting to bring up waiting on y'all to bring up Michael Jackson, so I just didn't have to bring this up.
Well, how about that?
And you're going to be a little frustrated with me for bringing it up. Adler, hope you can find this.
Oh, no.
Bubba, have you seen LSU's dance team the past few days do the Michael Jackson
Smooth
Criminal?
Yes, I did.
Crazy
people
good.
sent that to me.
Crazy good.
I hadn't seen it. Okay.
And I'm not a big watch dance teams, but it started floating around on social media.
Whoever it was jumped up front was a pretty good Michael dancer
I
too,
couldn't,
you know?
but all of them.
Okay.
I mean,
we'll have to look at
you
that.
got 20. You got 20. I guess it's all girls that are dressed up like Michael Jackson, and it is phenomenal.
All right, so can I just take this on for just a second because we have this discussion a lot at the house because I'm married to the show and in my life to people who are Michael Jackson fans.
Yeah.
Okay, and I've come to the conclusion that Michael Jackson was so talented, and had he gave so much to the industry that we have decided that the entire world gives Michael a pass.
Apparently so.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
or do we believe that everything Michael said about himself, we believe Michael over the accusations?
I'm just enjoying this dance.
Right, but no, see, that's my point.
That's the point.
And you know why?
We give him
because
pass.
it's so much. Yeah. There's so much. We don't. I don't think. I think his talent just says we're saying I've got it, but his talent. I don't think we can play it though without being.
Can we give audio that or no?
Well,
it's playing the song.
Yeah, if the song plays, that'll be the end of the archive today. But But what I'm saying is,
I wanted to be in the middle of them.
Just like that, like right now, let's say the LSU dance team, and they're doing any dance team.
Yeah.
Said we're doing a dance routine to Bill Cosby. everybody would go. Everybody would go. Well, you can't do that.
What?
But if you say it's Michael Jackson, everybody says, well, of course you can do that.
Well,
and everybody, I'm just saying that he has such a level of talent that we almost go. I'm just going to compartmentalize. I can't think.
That's what you have to do. You compartmentalize the person and what he did or didn't do, and the talent that he shared with everybody. Because I mean, it's just too good. I don't know.
I just did it. So I'm guilty. What I'm saying is, I can play Michael Jackson music as bed music, or I can bring in Bubba in, get no flack. I play a classic Bill Cosby bit. Coming out of a break over some music, I got problems.
Your email
sure do.
Just flooded.
So it's just he just exceeds.
I know,
because I mean, God, real honestly, we do not worship human beings, and his gifts came from God. He's in a class by himself.
He is.
Now he's odd.
Yes.
And there's some accusations that are not good.
No,
but
I frankly kind of side with the accusations. There's
Right.
just so many. There's so much.
Right.
He set up a kid's paradise at his house.
Is it enough for you not to listen to his music and not watch the?
Can you enjoy that right now?
It bothered me so much when I was DJing weddings. People would request Michael Jackson a lot because people want to hear Michael Jackson at weddings. Very popular music, very danceable.
Very danceable.
And
uncontrollably danceable.
I would try to find a Jackson 5 song that would work.
So he's okay as a kid.
As a kid,
you let him get away with that.
Yes,
Okay.
that's how I would.
Wow, funny.
I so much to get over in my mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't do it.
And so Bubba, in this movie, I would think Bruno Mars would have played Michael Jackson.
Oh, he could do a
Boy,
good job.
that would be good. That would be real good.
But I haven't really kept up with Jermaine's kids, so I don't know who looks like him. I don't know who has the talent level.
I think it's Jafar. Did you say Jafar? I think it's Jafar.
Was just something.
Just something.
Isn't that somebody from an Aladdin movie?
It is.
I think so.
Jafar was the bad guy in Aladdin.
Yeah. Okay. How did I know that? But so yeah. But that's that is. But every time you see something like that, I mean, it's amazing. You watch it and you just go. And, it's and we all give passes to entertainers. We've talked about that openly on the show.
He does.
But his talent. I'll say this: for the accusations and the issues with his life, his talent had to be at the level it is to even have a chance.
That's right.
You know it. I mean,
true.
because of the weight was so. You take somebody that maybe has a quarter of his talent. We've run him out on the rail.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we'll never speak of him again. And he can still keep saying I didn't do it. And we go, too much evidence.
Yeah. I'd rather just not talk about it.
We'll come back. My day started a little odd. I know, Bubba, you've got some stuff that happened. I'll fill you guys in. And the irony of how my day started, considering what's all been going on. We'll come back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As
I feel good.
All right, Rick, imagine you have a live shot from your local TV station. They're out covering a marathon run where everybody's getting started. In this case, it's the Savannah Bridge Run in the Savannah, Georgia market. And we have a young lady who's live on the air doing a report, and you see all these runners taking off behind her coming down the line. Well, one of them, and I'm not laughing at what he did as much as I can't believe he did it. That's what I'm laughing at. Like, what were you thinking, man? And some people are waving, pointing. You're going to see it here in a minute. And he decides to swat the reporter on the butt. Well, obviously it catches her off guard, and you see her reaction to it. And no one should have to put up with that. I understand that. That's why I'm laughing. I can't believe this guy did that.
Especially when the plot thickens.
So she goes to social media looking for the identity of this guy, complaining about it, and they find out who it is. and it's a local youth pastor.
Oh my goodness!
Good night.
Oh my gosh!
You can't even run.
Good night.
And I'm like,
I mean, how you can't.
You really can't write comedy like this. So let's take a look at it, and you'll see, and then we'll look at what she actually posted.
All right. Here it is.
Whoa! Not expecting that. People also dress up in costumes.
Here it comes.
Bridge run. So very exciting. It's very exciting.
She can't believe it.
Whoa! Not expecting that. People also dress
Here he
up
comes.
in costumes. Bridge run. So very exciting. It's very exciting.
He gave her a little swat.
They gave her a little swat, and then she gets a look in her face like, I cannot believe that just happened. Then she comes back and tries to finish.
Now,
Then she
she
went back to
goes,
it's very exciting.
Then she goes back to social media.
She did.
And she says, to the man who smacked my butt on live TV this morning, you violated, objectified, and embarrassed me. No woman should ever have to put up with this at work or anywhere else. Do better.
All right, the only hope for this guy.
Not a great move, buddy.
No, how you can't even have a youth pastor don't slap booties. But the only hope for this guy, if he wants to play today's society, okay, and I'm not justifying what he did and all that, but I'm talking about if you're him and you're in a bind, he needs to come back and say, in all this gender confusion, I thought it was a man, and I heard she identified as a man. And I was just telling her good job like we do all the guys.
Yeah.
That's his only hope. It's not going to fly, but, I mean, it's well, right here. What about when everybody says, hey, wait a minute, that's our youth pastor.
So everybody used the footage.
I know who that is.
Used the footage, and I think at some point
Right
his
there he
number that he's running with,
Oh,
and they
no.
were able to track down who he was. And his name is Tommy Calloway.
Don't you know he saw it and thought, boy, I hope they don't figure it's me. There he
Oh,
is.
boy,
Look
right
at
there.
his face.
Look,
right
look,
there.
he's even biting his bottom lip.
Yeah, he
he's
is.
even biting his bottom
Good
lip.
night. Why didn't he just wave like everybody else?
I'll tell you why.
Well.
Rick Calloway has been identified as a youth church minister from Statesboro, Georgia, according to social media posts and the Marathon Investigation website.
And a huge Georgia Southern fan.
Oh, me.
I mean,
what?
I want you to imagine.
What are you thinking, man? Come
well,
on.
You're the pastor of the church. I'm trying to think how long till he starts getting text. How long?
Oh, yeah.
How long until he starts getting text that says, "Hey, you catching what's the channel there? 3?
Channel 3.
Yeah, Channel 3.
Are you catching Channel 3 today? What's it called? The something Bridge Marathon?
Yeah, the Savannah Bridge Run.
You catching the Savannah Bridge Run? Pastor's like, no, I'm not watching Savannah Bridge Run. You might want to Google Savannah Bridge Run and report it right now. What are you talking about? Didn't know so and so running in that? Yeah, you talking about a youth pastor? He sure is. As a matter of fact, he's in the story. Because you just start getting damage control and you start getting all this stuff and you're just like,
Now, Rick.
all right, we're back. Thanks for being with us. So, and I know we've all been there. Here's what was so ironic about the start of the day for me today. So we in the Deep South and really a large portion of the country have we're coming out of a deep freeze. I mean, an Arctic blast, second year in a row we've had an Arctic blast. And, one of the things that we worry about in Arctic blast world is, we're not set up in the Deep South for Arctic blast. So the bursting of pipes and those kind of things, you just live in constant, oh, no, you do everything you can do, don't want pipes to burst and all that. And, of course, sometimes just because when we build things, we don't build them like you would in a harsh winter climate that's going to come every single year.
Well, it just costs so much,
and
for the days you have to deal with.
So we don't do that much. And of course, again, I told you with my middle son in Atlanta, it happened to him again. He's now moved for the second year in a row from one apartment to another because of the Arctic blast. So the thing that I thought, no problem, and I don't know that this is related at all. It's just ironic. So I remember just like every day, anytime you heard something, you thought, "Is that water running?"
Yeah,
and I remember a couple times thinking water was running, but it wasn't. And you go over and you tell, "Hey, we're good." And so today, and all of you out there that work middle of the night kind of stuff, you don't know what's going on when you're coming out of the bed and all that. So routine, you got your routine.
Yeah.
So come out of the bed, go in there to the shower, and let the water warm up. Turn the shower on, go over to probably TMI here to relieve myself.
Okay.
While the water gets warmer.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden I'm standing there and I'm like, I don't hear water. And I thought, I guess I forgot did I forget to turn the shower on? I'm pretty sure I did. And I'm like, well, it's very possible I didn't. So I walk over there and I go, oh, wow, it's on. And there's no water coming out, none whatsoever.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh, boy. So then you go over to the sink, and then the sink, you can tell by the lack of pressure that it's just giving you what was in the pot.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's going somewhere.
And I'm like, got no water.
Wow.
And of course, my hair is just all over my head. And,
yeah, it is.
And, I look like that somebody found me behind a dumpster. And and I'm like, okay, so what's the move now? So you immediately go, so shower's out, okay? And then you start thinking, hat. And so my wife had gotten up, and I said, hey, no water. And, of course, do you ever notice when you say something like that to your wife, they'll always go check it for themselves?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost as if
they need confirmation.
Somehow
they won't see it.
Somehow, and then there's almost like that you've done something wrong that has taken the water away from the house. And I'm like, hey, baby,
wasn't me.
I'm in the bathroom. Everything in here is on, and none of it has water. So sure enough, there's no water anywhere. And so, and almost like, and God love her, I love her trying to prep me, and she starts taking a brush toward my hair, and I said, babe, I'm not gonna. What do you? Stop, please. And she's like, well, I'm just trying to help you. Why are you being ill? I said, because I'm trying to wake up, and you're like trying to.
Did she spit on the brush before she comes?
So then you start thinking, well, where do I have water? And so I go find a bottled water, and I thought, well, I'll dump this on my head and wash my face and get my hair.
Yeah.
And she goes, don't waste the bottled water. And I'm like, that's wasting it. And she goes, well, we have a water cooler over there, and we have one of those, it's not the name of it now, but I'd call it Culligan.
Uh-huh.
It has a tank on the top.
Yeah, you got the little water machine.
Yeah. And of course, it's been there for 15 years. And she goes, I said, so I can use that? She goes, you don't know about this? And I said, well, yeah, I know we have one of these. And she says, it even has hot water. I said, no. She goes, wait a minute, I have to know this. You didn't know this thing would do hot water? It's been here for 15 years. I said, I had no idea to do hot water.
Rick.
And she goes, you could actually do hot water on this. Get this and put it in your face and fill it up, get water out of this and use it. And I said, well, I didn't even know I had that. She goes, you had no idea. And I said, I did not. I didn't know I just every now and then get water out of it.
Yeah.
And so apparently, and I will say this, no offense to the water department, okay, but and it's certainly not your fault. I don't know what happened. The good news is, I hate to say good news, is the minute I called the water department, and it sounds like one of us. It actually sounded like they got Greg to put the message on there for everybody.
Hey, look.
Yeah, no, it is that guy to go.
Really?
If you're calling, and if you're calling about the crest, and if he does all the streets around me,
what if it was Dickie Nadmeyer?
Hey, we know about it. And the only thing I couldn't get, because he had a little bit of a mush mouth, because you could tell somebody woke him up, he was not happy. Okay, it sounded like Greg was now working for the water department. Right when he was going to tell us how long we should be without water, I can't understand what he said.
Right.
And let me tell you how big a miss it is. He either said it should be out about 2 hours, and he gave me the time that officially got the complaint, which was 4 a.m. Okay, but he might have said 10 hours.
Oh,
I can't understand what he's saying, and I keep going back listening to the message over. So it's out. We know it's out. His crew been called. It could be out about 10 hours. And I'm like, did he say 2 hours or did he say 10 hours? And so I don't know what he said. So when Sherry says, how long? I said, it's either 2 hours or 10 hours. She said, you realize that's a completely different plan of a day.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know whether my water in my neighborhood is out for 2 hours or 10 hours. But here's what's weird. Tell me if I'm right on this, and this is more Bubba's area. That's a blessing compared to it's just my house got problems, right?
Yes.
So if my house has got problems, that means there's pipes. But I thought to myself, I get all the way through the Arctic blast. I go through 2 weeks of an Arctic blast, And then when like yesterday it got to 73.
Yeah.
Today it's going to be 70. Now I don't have water. And I thought, how weird is that?
Well, it's probably left over from that.
You think something about that?
Oh,
yeah.
It busted.
But anyway, our whole neighborhood.
You didn't see a geyser on your way in, did you?
No, the real problem was I was told about this crew that had been contacted, but boy, I couldn't find them. And now they may be somewhere else. Where I was going to work, I really wanted to see lights on. People working.
Activity.
I wanted to see. I didn't see a lot of activity. Matter of fact, it sounded like everybody there was sleeping.
I saw advertisement just yesterday about shower wipes.
Yeah,
that people use, and I had never heard about this before. And so it's like a 60-second shower sponge wipe, and it's like just a cloth, like you'd wipe down a desk with, but it's specifically made for you. It's called, and I don't know about their name choice. It's called Get Skunky. Like I was like, what?
I didn't expect you to say that.
I was like, we probably don't want that.
No.
But they're popular.
That meeting should have lasted a little longer.
It's good for like camping, and Bubba, it'd be perfect when you don't want to take a shower out there at your setup.
Right.
Go through that. But but you could have used that this morning. If you'd have had some Get Skunky laying around, you could have used a shower wash.
You had that and your little hot water you didn't know you had. Boy, you got something.
Yeah, Sherry says now she's called, and she says, you're right, I can't tell if he's saying 2 or 10. I'm sorry, I think it's 10, not 2.
I would like to listen to it. I know we probably can't on air, but I would like to.
Well,
could you?
I guess we
It
could
would
on
make
there.
more sense
If
for it
you
to be
could,
10.
that'd be awesome.
10 makes more sense.
Yeah,
doesn't
it does.
2 sounds a little too quick.
Ooh, you mean too long?
No, 2 hours sounds you can't get it fixed that quick.
Yeah, I mean that's
Yeah, they probably hope it's going to be 8, and they told you 10.
Right.
That's it.
So,
They shoot long.
Yep.
Yeah. So there you go. So, but it sounds. I almost want y'all to hear the message.
I want to hear. I want to hear it right now.
But here's the only thing: is it not? Should we be throwing out everybody's street because it's going to be
Probably
very
not,
specific on streets?
No, we'll do it in a break.
Yeah, we'll do it in the break, and then we can confirm or
well, what we
let
could
you know.
do, is cue past the streets.
Yeah.
And then just get to the part where he starts talking about how long it's going to
Okay.
be. And that's when you're going to think that
That's
Greg,
when he hands the phone to Greg.
Yeah, you're going to think well, Greg's not sick. He just took a job at the water department.
Hey, look, we're having
Hey,
problems.
we know we ain't got no water. Stop calling up here.
We got it.
You're going to be back on in about 10 hours. What'd you say? 10 hours. 2 hours? 10 hours. 10 hours?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Savannah Sports Council tweeted on Sunday that it was taking action against Callaway. He's now been banned from running in the marathon.
Well, I bet he has.
Oh, yeah.
And police say that he could be charged with a crime, depending on what the reporter wanted to do.
They did say they did catch him. It's one we have in our city. They've already caught him online, signing himself up for the rump shaker.
But you see all kind of things with these live reports when they're out. But that that was just so bizarre. I mean, there was a lot of people making motions and waving and jumping in the camera. But
sure,
swatting the reporter is not a good move, sir.
By the way, and swatting a reporter, female reporter, on the rear end in today's society. Have you even watched the news? Do you pay attention at all? And then to do the double whammy, it's bad that you're a pastor at all.
Yeah.
You're the youth pastor. It's I can't imagine that meeting. So let me ask you this. All right, so let's throw out the scenarios, and it could go a lot of ways. All right, first of all, he's a creep. He's got problems, and he has no self-control, and he needs to be dealt with.
Yep.
Okay. Is it possible that he did one of those things where he's like, I can't believe I just did that?
Yeah, like,
what am I doing? I went by and I was just
like
I was
you're
kinda
goofing
like,
off.
hey.
Yeah.
I was kind of goofing off. What am I doing?
Didn't really think about what I was
and
doing.
it's gotten away from you, and you're like, I promise, I don't know why I did that.
Of course, that old mug in the camera.
Yeah,
don't help.
biting that bottom lip.
That's
what because you know what the bottom lip bite means.
Oh yeah. That's when you wish you had a horse head to run in or something.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
You throw it off real quick.
Look, you got to watch these marathon people. I'm running long distances and nothing's after me.
Yeah, that's a long way, by the way.
A lot of training.
It's a long way.
Yeah.
Well, but I tell you what's a long way too is that walk down to the pastor's office.
Yeah, especially now that it's made national news.
Rick,
That's really good.
You mean to the church where he used to work?
Yeah. I mean, as he's gathering up his things.
Greg, and now let's move forward. Let's go 2 states over. Hey, you know what? How'd you hear that we were looking for a youth pastor? Yeah, got your resume here. Now tell me what was going on in Savannah. I see that you left Savannah. Well, they had a lot going on there. Yeah.
Look, right now, he's making a bad decision. Right now.
Bad decision, bad, and there it is.
There it is. Wow, offended face.
Mm-hmm. She can't believe it. Mm-hmm. Oh, my goodness.
And it's just...
Couldn't have leaned in more, too.
Oh, no. Yeah. He posed for the picture as he went by.
And you know what you get here? I mean, you get in trouble, if for nothing else, just for horrifying judgment.
Yeah.
I mean, just horrifying judgment. You
ever want to redo on something?
Right. Look,
man, I wish.
You look at him and go, buddy. You realize now I can't send you off on the youth retreat.
No,
I mean I can't. No. I can't do. You know what? Now we got to get somebody else to drive the bus. You can't go now. You messed this whole thing up.
Out.
Somewhere there's some person that doesn't want to have to deal with the youth trip that's coming up to go to Passion, and now it's on them.
Yeah,
they got to get this bunch to Atlanta.
Yeah,
for the Passion conference. Because they signed up.
Oh
yeah. That's tough right there. That is tough. And we'll continue to work through that. We don't know what might happen, but Bubba, it is the most wonderful time of year, and the guest of honor. There really is no bigger booking that you can have if you want an interview than to interview Kris Kringle himself.
Well, he's the man of the hour.
He's the man of the hour, and he has made his way to the Rick and Bubba studio.
Ho, 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 guys.
Hey, tell you what, he's definitely from down South Pole.
Yes.
Maybe not North Pole, might be South Pole.
Santa, I've been really good this year, and I'm glad you came by.
Yes.
Well, Rick's talking about the South. That's God's country.
That's right, as you know, Santa.
It's good to be with my friends at the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba and Greg, Adler, and Speedy and Hemsley. They're all family now.
Yes, that's right.
But, before Santa shares with you how busy he's been this year and how busy the elves have been, I want to present y'all with some sweets.
Oh.
A beautiful Santa Claus cake that I brought. It was made just strictly for the Rick and Bubba Show.
Thank you,
Santa's actually cupcakes made into a cake.
Ooh. That's right.
And then there's another goodie there, a pack of cupcakes. They're different flavors for you. So this maybe would last y'all maybe today and tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe.
Thank you, Santa. I asked Greg when I come in today cheat day, and he said every day is a cheat day here.
That's right.
These goodies are made by a dear friend of Santa's, Miss Jessica Little in Piedmont, with her little bake shop that she does out of her house.
Oh, how about that? Thank you.
So
hot chocolate flavored,
just for the Rick and Bubba Show.
Eggnog.
Now,
I had an eggnog cupcake.
That's right.
While Santa was en route, he was kind of scanning over his list and found just about all the kiddos in the world have been good this year. And Santa's had to put on extra shifts of elves this year.
Here we go. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Wednesday Bible Study Archive is available for you. If you missed it yesterday, it is available today. All right, so emails. A lot of you email us about the different products that have partnered with our show for years, and we love that because we give you feedback. One I got yesterday about Relief Factor is people saying, how many times a day do you take it, Burge? And it's twice. I take it twice a day. I take it when I get up in the morning. I take a pack, and then I take one as I'm going to bed at night. Now, if you have something that is bothering you, like I noticed last night, caused a little bit of big eye, I had a little something that was bothering me, kind of as the ribs come down, and from doing a little better on Tuesday, I might have a third one in the middle of the day if something's bothering me. But anyway, it's all natural. You can do that. It's made of 4 botanicals, and if you would love to try it for $19.95, they'll give you 3-week supply. Now, the reason why that 3-week is where we landed because all of us inside 3 weeks know whether it's making a difference or not. You're not going to know in the first day or two, but in 3 weeks you'll know. And 70%, maybe even a little, just a click more of the people that have tried it, they said this works so well, I'm going on with it. And there's over 1 million people that have already tried it, and it's all natural. So if this is the answer, so you're not worrying about side effects, addictive properties, any of that stuff. So go to relieffactor.com, or rickandbubba.com, and you can find the link right there under the sponsors button. So Bubba, you got a quick shout out. Then we got an update on an ongoing story.
Rick, let me just say right quick, hello, Lake Martin.
Lake Martin checking in.
Rick, my good friend Marty Stewart.
Marty Stewart.
The lake legend.
The lake legend
Not
and
the
country
singer.
music star.
No, not the singer.
I did.
The lake
Well,
legend.
I knew you're kind of down there in Swankville. I thought Marty Stewart, the country star.
Well,
might be down there.
this is the brilliant engineer.
Oh,
and
that's even better.
Yeah, he is headed to the hospital today to get a little work
Is he
done.
okay?
And, yeah, he's doing good. I think he's getting to that age. He's having to have a few parts replaced.
Understood.
Understood
Completely.
He's got this real young wife, and
no.
he's trying to kind of turn it up and stay up to speed with her. And she's a real sweetheart, and he's got his work cut out, he's just trying to keep the joints moving. So hopefully it'll be a quick in and out today. But Marty, thinking about you, brother, and good luck.
It's one of those things too, the old man, young wife thing you don't think about. You got to be able to keep up.
Oh, that's not him. Oh, sorry.
There's
sorry.
Marty. No, I'm
No,
sorry.
no,
right.
no.
Okay.
That wasn't Marty.
Not that one.
That wasn't Marty.
No, him and Rhonda are great friends of ours, and we wish them luck today. Just one of those things, it's amazing technology what they can do and get people out of pain with these artificial joints. So, good luck today, sir.
It's a Rick and Bubba
Update on the story we've all been following.
It's a Rick and Bubba news.
Update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news.
News update.
It's a Rick and Bubba
News update. So Harbaugh's gone. Jim Harbaugh is leaving Michigan. He has taken the head coaching job for the San Diego Chargers.
Los Angeles Chargers.
I'm sorry.
I know. It's just muscle memory.
Does he have to live in Los Angeles?
I'm sure, but it's just.
Can he live in San Diego?
I'm sure he'll be somewhere around.
Because I thought about the beauty of living in San Diego. I don't want to live in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Well, he might live, closer to San Diego. Right. Commute in.
He's gone.
He acted like that. He was. Look, Rick, let's face it. He did a great job rebuilding Michigan, and it just took time. It hadn't been an easy deal.
He did.
He's dominating his big opponent at Ohio State. He's beat them like 3 years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a time that you felt like Michigan would never win that game again.
Correct.
So he's carried them back, won a national championship. It's at a school that he played at. And I kind of thought he would probably ride this out because, I thought the future looked pretty bright. But, he immediately started interviewing for jobs right after this. And, I was talking about it with my son Hunter last night a little bit. I'd kind of forgot. I knew he coached and he was a quarterback. He was a quarterback for the Chargers. I forgot
for 2
about
years.
that, right?
See, I didn't remember when he was at the Chargers.
And see,
99 and 2000.
I knew he coached, but I'd really forgot that he was the coach of the 49ers and played his brother in the Super Bowl until I started thinking about it again,
That I remember.
Right. Because you couldn't, the storyline was so good on
it wasn't quite like the Kelces, but close.
Right. And it wasn't a few years after that he was run out and went to Michigan. So I guess he wanted to go back and prove that he could do it again. He's one of these few coaches that has been successful at both levels, and very few people have ever pulled that off.
The Chargers sent a message out on X, a post, says, "Who's got it better than us?"
Funny. All right. So which one?
That's a good one.
We mentioned both. I think, Helmsy, you mentioned it. It might have been yesterday. Which one feels weirder to you, Los Angeles Chargers or Las Vegas Raiders?
Both.
I can't get past both of them.
The Raiders is tough for me.
To me, the Cardinals was always
like
St. Louis.
When you said San Diego, I never checked up. I thought you were right.
Yeah.
Well, it's almost like I can't move them. It's like the Raiders. They're almost so controversial. I can move them. I don't like it. But it's like the Chargers in San Diego. I don't want to call that mascot anything other but San Diego Chargers.
Yeah.
I don't want to call it Los Angeles Chargers. I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't either. I like the way it was when we grew up and the teams.
You want everybody to go back to where they were?
Yeah, I really do. I like for y'all to everybody stay in their lane and go back to their seat.
Wait
and
for
sit down.
college this season, man, because we're really going to need a spreadsheet.
So
I'm just a little shocked with the success and how he's built the program up that he wanted to go back and do that. But he started interviewing immediately.
Okay,
you could tell. Now, does that mean that he feels like he's got issues at Michigan? Is there going to be investigations? Is there going to be problems? I don't know. And let's face it, for Michigan, you can hire the guy who coached, the 6-7 games he missed.
Yeah, more. That's what
you've got a guy that practically coached the team half the year now.
Yeah.
I want to know if we honestly believe that he would have left if the controversy had never happened.
I think he would have.
You don't
I
think-
stand by it. College football is in such a mess and disarray right now.
I guess I'd almost add that to it.
Yeah, I mean,
what if I said when I said that I included all the reasons?
Then
I think
yeah, then 100%, 100%.
But don't you think Harbaugh enjoyed that? He kind of seemed like he would enjoy mass confusion and everything turned upside down. It seems like his personality.
It seems like to me
he's kind of responsible for some of it.
And you're right. I don't want to speak on behalf of these men. But I think these men, sometimes I think they didn't like it. When you're in the professional leagues, and it was funny, we were having this conversation watching one of the playoff games, and Sherry was like, is it weird to you that grown men are playing football? I mean, these men are like in their 30s. Some of them go all the way to 40, and they're still playing football. Is that weird to you? And I said, it is kind of strange. And so with that, I think when I'm dealing with, professionals that are men, all that comes with that I should expect, and so it doesn't really bother me. I think what's happened to the Harbaughs and the Sabans is now I'm dealing with that attitude from a bunch of punks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, these are a bunch of kids, talking to me like a professional player talks to me. I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't know that I can do it.
10 years ago, to your point, 10 years ago, we sat here and talked about, and it wasn't even 10 years, talking about how the dynamic from coaching college to coaching professional, to your point, Rick, is you can control the situation in college, and that's why some of these guys are more successful there than they are the professionals. So as they get there and they're like, you're making more money than I am. And now it is more controlled and more stable at the professional league than it is in college.
Because there's all the rules.
Yeah, exactly.
And like I noticed, I was watching that Coach Prime thing on Amazon.
You're having to recruit every single day. He knows who his quarterback's going to be for the next few years.
Right.
At the Chargers.
If he wants to know how long he's got him, he just looks at the contract.
Exactly.
But I was watching that Coach Prime series, that Amazon Prime did. I never went back and watched those seasons, so I did. And so I got to see when it started coming apart. And but they were talking things like Deion's son, and see, I'd never seen how many commercials he was doing because I don't live there. A lot of them are local. And the money he was making and all this, and he and that receiver that came there. And they were talking about they may be making more money right now than they're going to make in their first NFL contract.
That's true.
And I started thinking about that, and I was like, wow.
Well,
I mean, can you imagine dealing with that?
Look at this. Look at it this way.
Look at Texas.
Right.
What?
Yeah.
You can look at a specific example right now in Brock Purdy.
Right.
Who's probably going to take his team to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to make less this year than
a lot of
probably a dozen quarterbacks in college.
Well, I know they said they wouldn't take the money, but look at Arch Manning.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if he did or didn't. I know we saw the story where he said he wasn't going to take it.
He's not.
But he could be getting and was offered millions, and he's the backup quarterback at Texas.
Yeah. Well, so anyway, but I think you're right. I think that that Harbaugh going there, and because it's not like you said, Bubba, he doesn't have anything to prove. He got the 49ers to the Super Bowl. He got Michigan to a championship. So he's successful at both. So he's going back not to prove something. I guess he's going back because it's preferred.
It's the next thing.
Yeah.
Rick, he pulled a George.
Yeah.
He said, all right, I'm leaving.
Right.
I'm on a high note.
We said this all along that this might be something that will keep some of these athletes in college longer because they can make such good money or even better money possible.
Yeah. Yep.
It is out of control. And, it's just like everything else in our society. There's a pendulum that swings wildly, and it needed to be fixed. And, of course, instead of fixing it, we cut the house down and the forest and the trees, and now it's like crazy out there. They're going to have to get some law and order in this. And it may be that there was pushback about the players forming a union. But I'll be honest with you, once they did, they would have to go by the union agreement. So that might be the best thing for it. I don't know.
So Harbaugh to the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yep.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Making more toys than ever before. Last year when I was here, we talked about the naughty and nice list. And Greg last year was kind of borderline, as y'all recall.
Yes, he was.
But Greg's done a very good job this year.
Greg, how about that?
So I checked on my list.
Thank you, baby
year.
Ellis.
Yeah, it helped.
And, But there's one person here that Santa needs to call out, and I
no.
hate to do it on the air, but a few months ago, Santa and Mrs. Claus, we're sitting in our rocking chairs at the North Pole enjoying the Rick and Bubba show.
As it should be.
We have it at the North Pole. We have this humongous antenna that goes up where we can hear the Rick and Bubba show.
Yeah.
And I heard you guys picking on Bubba.
Oh, bud.
And this was about Bubba getting an injury in a pickleball tournament.
Right. That's right. That's right.
Okay, y'all remember that?
Well, no, we can't
Now,
forget
I looked
it.
at Mrs. Claus, and this is what I said. Miss Claus, Bubba's not a senior citizen. So why is he at a senior pickleball tournament?
Right.
2, obviously Bubba don't know seniors take their pickleball very serious.
Oh, yeah, they do.
3, so why Bubba was there, and he sounded like when he had never played pickleball before. So 4, so the injury was a pull muscle in the private area, I take it, the growing area.
Right, yeah. It's the South Pole.
So, Bubba, did you learn any lessons about playing pickleball against highly qualified senior citizens?
Yeah, I'll probably get a little looser next time.
Maybe the stretch.
Just a little bit.
Yep.
Well, Santa was telling you about listening to the Rick and Bubba. It said his home. Santa has also installed a new high-dollar radio system and antenna on the sleigh. So now I can listen to Rick and Bubba as I travel all around the world. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
That is fantastic. Mm-hmm. Hope you don't have the YouTube Live option.
You're disappointed.
Santa enjoys it. Guys, y'all have any questions for Santa? Because you know he's really busy this time of year.
Well, I mean...
Santa, thank you for everything.
Santa always enjoys the Rick and Bubba show, and he listens to it every day.
Do you really? That's great.
Thank you very much.
That's awesome.
South Pole.
Yeah.
Do you have anything for Adler? You know, Adler has a new baby coming in the spring.
He just wanted to congratulate Adler on the new baby. That is a joy. That is a blessing from God himself for a newborn baby.
That's right.
Especially this time of year, a new baby.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Amen.
But Santa's so proud of all the guys here and the work y'all do, and I'm really proud of all the things you promote and the good things in today's world when the world just seems like it's going to pot every single day. But y'all promote this. You promote this country and this world in the right way. You promote God, and that seems like a lot of people has forgot about that.
Wow. Yeah,
but he's the reason that we're here.
That's right,
He's
Santa.
the reason we serve. And most important, this is the time of season that we celebrate the birth of Jesus, not Santa and not toys. We celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ. Santa and toys come second.
Amen.
And Santa appreciates you guys because y'all make sure y'all remind people of that on a regular basis.
Thank you, Santa.
Awesome.
Adler,
We're getting
really
props from
appreciative of that.
Adler, did you have a question for Santa?
I thought it'd be a big naughty.
I dressed up as Jesus because he dressed up as Santa. I dressed up as Jesus.
So we have both.
We got both here at the show.
Well, look at that.
We got the long hair, the beard, and the
Well, look at that.
Right.
That's it right there.
Two sides of Christmas.
Santa, do you prefer whole milk, I assume, for out when we put milk and cookies out?
No, actually, Santa really prefers skim milk, but Santa's going to drink anything that you put out. You know, I did
trying
a program
you
last
trying to
night.
watch your weight a little bit,
Did
Santa?
a church program last night, and I reminded the little ones, what do you put out? What do you put out at night before you go to bed?
Right.
She said, I just go to bed. I said, you going to forget the milk and cookies for Santa? And she said, oh, I forgot about that. I'll put them out.
That's right.
So
Now, do you like
kind of milk is fine, but you know, you guys, Santa has a hearty appetite, as you tell by looking at the belly.
Yeah, right.
Just like I told the kind folks over here a minute ago on the golden ticket seats.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had to go to the doctor here just a few weeks ago, and for my yearly physical, and yes, Santa does go to the doctor. And the doctor looked at Santa, and he said, Santa, put on a little weight since last year. And I said, that's to be expected. You got to look at this time of year. Everybody's feeding Santa.
That's right, yeah.
He said, well, Santa, just one piece of advice, you really need to get in shape. And I hesitated for a minute, and I said, well, Doc, I am. Round is a shape. The doctor didn't think that was very funny.
No, he did not. Yeah.
But I thought it was hilarious.
Round is a shape. Yeah.
Right.
Round is a shape.
Round's a shape.
It's a shape.
Greg,
I like
you
it.
loved that. Greg, you loved that joke.
I did. I'll use it later.
You know where he got that one from, don't you? Your dad.
That's right.
He had it on his list.
He raised the bar high early today, didn't he?
All right, Santa, you like sugar cookies, chocolate
Santa
chip,
likes all
what?
kinds of cookies, especially
Okay.
chocolate chip and oatmeal.
Ooh,
Oatmeal.
Okay.
But you can kind of tell by looking at Santa, he's not real particular.
Right.
No.
Cookies,
Right.
just any cookies.
And see, Santa has a cheat day about every single day, kind of like you guys.
That's
right.
This
Right.
time
You
of
can
year.
actually work here.
That's why the skim milk kind of surprised me. That's almost like an effort to do better. I guess you're just trying
That's
to
like eating
Well,
drinks
shave
diet
calories
milk.
where you
The
can.
skim milk actually offsets all the calories from the cookies and the cakes
There
and
you
the
go.
cupcakes.
Yeah, just
We're
We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Phone calls coming up throughout the show. The topic we just talked about this NIL stuff, the state of college sports, that'll be our topic, along with other things involving college sports this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So be sure you check that out wherever you get podcasts coming up this weekend. I will say this, I do have one concern. We're talking about all the things with Greg being out with COVID. So Greg missed getting his peanuts last Thursday.
Right.
Okay. With Don Day, who's in the Wednesday Bible study.
Mm-hmm.
Don Day doesn't know this. He comes back again yesterday in the Wednesday Bible study and brings more. So we have a peanut supply right now.
We do.
That is, but the good thing is, I mean, peanuts keep. So,
oh yeah.
But I mean, we got a backlog of peanuts, guys.
And good news
a
for
lot of peanuts.
Yeah. Good news
We're
for
a
him.
concession stand right now.
I stopped at Buc-ee's and refilled my honey roasted pecans, and so I won't get into those. So he's good news for Greg.
I was proud of you admitting that you almost stopped at Buc-ee's when you didn't need to.
Yep.
And you fought through it.
Yeah. And yesterday,
because that's when you start having a problem.
Yesterday I stopped, but it was for all three: bathroom, gas, and
that's fine.
Pecans.
Which I think something's tearing you up from there. Because
it's not there. It's this lasagna. It's this gluten-free lasagna Amanda has made. It is so good, but there's something in it that's killing me about that particular time every day.
You're probably missing gluten.
And so no, because
I don't know what
it's not that.
I don't know what
it's not that.
Well, I don't know what gluten is, and I don't know exactly all about it, but I think it tastes pretty good.
Yeah, right.
You know?
Sure.
And,
Right.
So I can tell when I'm missing it.
Well, no, this tastes really good. There's plenty of foods out there without gluten that taste delicious.
We've
but
done
there's
our
an
own
ingredient in there that
up.
doesn't like my stomach. No, they don't actually.
Yeah.
It's
We've
not like that
done our own
at all.
little home survey. Sometimes Terry will make something that's gluten free and not tell the boys, and they won't ever know. It just depends on what it is.
I'll tell you this: those potato chips they came out with it had that Olay in it or whatever it was called, and I felt like Olay when I took it. Yeah,
Bubba,
they've dialed all that in.
Olay is you had to hustle out.
Yeah.
They've dialed that all in.
Well, anytime you see a certain part of your body and the word leakage in the warnings,
it's not good.
Bubba, there's a lot of gluten in all that you love.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But talking about that weird, kidding around about stuff like this. I had one of those moments. You know how you can see a moment like this coming a mile away. So for some reason, our schedule has been really laid back, but now it's turned into like we have going out to eat 3 nights in a row. Like last night we went out to eat again with my mom and my daughter's in town, and we all went to eat. And then the night before we went over, Brody, my son, and his wife had us over. And then we got to go to something tonight too that's tied to our missionary friends that are in Israel. They're in town, anyway. So last night, and I could see it coming a mile away at the restaurant that we went to eat, and I felt so bad for the server. So the server and she was very, very sweet, and she was trying to be cordial with all of us, whatever. And Sherry and I have this certain dish that we love at this restaurant, and we love it. And so she comes over and she's talking, whatever. And you ever been here before? Oh yeah, we've all been here. And so my mom was talking about, do y'all have? My mom loves trout or whatever, and she goes, "Oh yeah." She goes, "I will tell you, there's just everything on this menu is good, and there's probably one thing that I wouldn't order." And I looked at Sherry. She was looking at me. I said, "And here it comes." And she said the exact thing that Sherry and I were about to order. She goes, "No, I wouldn't order that. I don't know about that." And look, and then we were like, "You talking about what we're about to order?" She goes, "Oh my gosh, I am so sorry."
Did it change your mind?
No.
You went with it?
No.
Was it good? Was it good?
It was good. I knew what I was getting.
Yeah.
It was very, very good. Yeah. But to see her about to say that, because she thought she'd have something funny to say.
Yeah.
Right.
And the minute she said it, I said, she's going to say the dish we're about to order, by the way. But anyway, I thought that was funny.
Hey, will y'all start getting on me about something too?
Yeah.
I don't have to say gluten-free before I say anything. Just say lasagna.
No.
So from now on, when I say that, y'all get on me.
Yeah, I
don't have to do.
Yeah.
I was doing that at first to remind me of doing, but I've dialed. I don't have to say that anymore. Nobody needs to know.
Well, you
that
know what that is
at all.
You know what
needs to know that.
You know what
to yourself.
Yeah.
You know what that's an aversion. You know what that's a version of, and I appreciate you catching it.
Yeah.
So we didn't have to point it out.
Yeah.
but it's a food version of the person that tells you the breed of their dog.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
It's the same
and I don't
thing.
want to be that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I'm Australian Shepherd, and I'm like, you just tell us your dog.
I could have said, just, hey, Amanda's making a new lasagna recipe specifically for me, and there's something in it tearing me up.
Right.
Could have said that.
Yeah, that's it. You could have said
GF does not have to be
probably
involved.
said, is it some kind of gluten-free?
Right.
Yeah. But, I mean...
but I would let you bring that up.
Yeah, but see what happens there, especially when you're talking about people like us, when you bring and put gluten on display and then tell us you're having a problem with the dish, it's really the dish will immediately zero into this.
You will.
Yeah.
You will.
Oh, of course.
So that's what
And
happens.
here, yes.
But nobody, like, the bigger point, nobody really cares.
No.
Like, Helms, you can leave that out, buddy.
Yeah, you can leave that out. People do that with a Tesla, too. Like,
They do.
I got to go pick up my son in my Tesla later.
Right. This also is the same bunch we talked about, the CrossFit bunch.
Yes.
They can't just tell you they're working out, they're doing CrossFit.
See, I don't want to be that guy, and I've been that guy, and now I'm not going to be that guy anymore.
The memes for the CrossFit thing is hilarious,
so
by the way.
good. So good.
And of course, the standing joke, how do you know somebody's doing CrossFit?
Love
Don't
it.
worry, they'll tell you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Also pilots.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'm
Okay. I'm a pilot. Later, I'll be doing CrossFit. I'm a pilot.
You know what? If I was a pilot, I probably would announce it too. I would be
I'm
so
a
proud
pilot.
of that.
Fly.
I'm a pilot who does CrossFit. In my CrossFit information, I went gluten-free, and I have an Australian Shepherd.
And I rode there in my Tesla.
Yeah.
What a day.
Yeah, what a day. So I don't know what we're going to do about all these peanuts. I guess we just...
Well, I just think we eat whatever we want. I mean, I know there's some people in here that are
They're
more
not Greg's.
peanut people than
Right.
others. I think tear some up if you want it.
Careful.
And then,
Yeah.
by the time he gets back, he's 48 hours from getting some more.
Well, what happened yesterday...
I'm a social peanut eater.
Yeah.
I am too.
Yeah.
I eat
It's
more.
almost like when Greg's
See,
not
I
here,
haven't
you won't eat 'em.
I haven't eaten any since Greg's not been here.
I know you want to
just
eat
feel
those
like
with him.
We
don't
need to
you?
pull up to the trash can here and eat them together.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
well. You know what happened yesterday, and I'm sorry about this for you because this is what you don't want to hear. Sorry. When he had the peanuts, Don Day, there's always that moment when everybody's putting the chairs back up, and the guys do a great job of putting everything back where it came from. The door was cracked, and Don went around the corner with the new bag and saw the old bag.
What'd he say?
Did they not like those other ones? And Greg's
You
out.
didn't mess with him, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay, 'cause you'd go, yeah.
Looking back,
something
I wish I
Yeah.
had.
He's too good a guy.
But I just went no. Greg's not here. The people are eating them. Oh, okay. So I mean, everybody likes them. Oh, they love them. They absolutely love them. And I thought, God, if I could have, I thought I had that bag out of the way.
Rick.
Well, he was trying to be nice and like put it on Greg's desk
Yeah,
for him.
yeah.
And he saw it. Yeah.
He's too good for Greg.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
And all of us, really, not just Greg.
Yeah, that's true.
He's just a very nice person.
Yeah, way kinder.
He has to think to himself, does it cast me in a bad light that I'm up there? Mm-hmm. You know?
You ever seen a couple and gone, man, she's too good for you?
Right.
Yeah, he's too good for us.
Right.
Sure.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Try to get a win where you
I
can.
guess that's just a mind thing, more than a belly thing.
Try to get a win where you can.
That's right.
Trim where you can.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's well. Thank you, Santa. I assume the reindeer are fine.
Yes, sir. They're all powered up. Charged Rudolph's nose, and it's ready to go. And they're just waiting on Santa to say, "Let's go." Let's go give out some toys all around the world.
So really, reindeer are like it's all part of Christmas magic. They don't age, I assume.
No.
They last forever.
Santa told everybody last night at the church that Santa's done turned over 500 years old.
Oh wow!
And there was a young lady there that Santa was having a little fun with. She was going to try to sit in Santa's lap, and she had a leg brace on from the hip to the foot. And I said, Miss Jean, don't worry about that. Santa had to have a knee replacement back in March this year, and yes, Santa's parts do wear out after 500 years.
Sure. That's right.
So Santa's got him a brand new robotic knee. I'll be good for another 500 years now.
Well, how about that?
Wow,
As long as you oil it.
How about
That's
that?
right.
That's a lot out of a knee. 500 years. And also, as I mentioned, Pradco will throw in with this Apple TV a Moultrie mobile system.
Now, Rick, the beauty of this baby is you can stream 4K content right to your TV. This one has 32 gig of internal memory. Services like iTunes, movies, Netflix, Prime Video from Amazon, ESPN, Hulu, HBO, and literally thousands more that you can download. So it is if you're serious about your TV, this is a critical component.
All right, let's talk a minute here. So
this is $179 value.
So Thursday, we did caller 25.
Yes,
for 25 years.
Yes.
Friday we did 125.
Yes, heard that
for 25 years. You got any feel today on what
wherever you want to go, Rick? You're punching the button.
All right, we're punching them. So why don't we say today that we will actually go to caller 50.
You know what? I was thinking 50. It's funny you mentioned that.
Were you really?
Yeah,
I was thinking 46.
Were you really?
I like thinking up numbers that have something to do with something going on. Now, 50 has nothing to do with anything.
25 twice.
But I sure do like 50.
Well,
I think that's a good
Can
one.
I tell you why weirdly I chose 50? Because I have people all the time that will say, which I appreciate. It's very motivating. Hey, looking forward to 25 more.
Right,
right. And I'm thinking to myself, boy. I mean,
from their mouth to God's ear.
Yeah.
But I've always felt funny when people said that, but I've been using it more lately.
Well, you use it more. I like it. All right, here we go. So it's caller 50. And look, help me. And I know you won't because you'll get distracted.
And I will say this. On the higher ones, it is funny because you get confused and you forget what number you're on.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
See, Speedy usually, he hawks me, but now he's in there to talk to the winner because we don't have an intern today. So, Helmsy, I love Bubba and I love Greg, but I need somebody else to be sure I'm counting these right because they'll get distracted and get to looking at something.
All right, I'll get to playing with something.
What are we talking about?
We're doing 50. So be sure. Basically, I'm gonna go through this 5 times here, and we'll be at 50.
I got
because
you.
we got it. All right. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1,
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. You are 41. You are 42. You are 43. You are 44. You are caller 45. You are caller 46. You are caller 47. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Nancy. I'm calling from Fayette, Alabama.
You were caller 48.
Ooh, just a little.
You
quick.
talk about close.
That's close.
I mean, man.
That's very close.
Yeah. Well, keep trying. That's
you know what you get, though? Nothing.
Greg. Hey, Rick and Bubba's Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Weaver, Alabama.
Weaver, Alabama.
So
much
close.
going on in Calhoun County these days. How about you were caller 49? You missed it by one call.
Wow.
Just a cat's whisker.
I mean, hey, somewhere along where you thought you could have something. So here we go. Hello.
Be sure to watch that speed on Parker.
Yes. Hey, Rick and Bubba's Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Deborah Grant, and I'm calling from Pell City.
Deborah Grant, Pell City, Alabama, listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. You did it. You did it. You're the winner. We're back from the Big Boy Studio to the world. on various platforms, live and archived. Find them all at Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. Speedy Helmsy Adler here. Welcome back for a brand new hour of Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for your support over the past 30 years, 3 decades of this show. Incredible. Thank you very much.
So, Bubba, let's talk. You sent out to the team text last night something involving, where we are, we're getting flood conditions, pouring rain, all that stuff.
Well, yeah, it was nasty yesterday afternoon. Foggy where we live. The wind was howling again, which we're really kind of getting old right now.
Yes,
and we still got March to go.
Sure,
but
you're talking about the one where you used to have a cartoon wind on it?
Yeah. And Hunter had a long day at work, and me and him were batching it last night. So I'd initially thought about us going out to eat, and the weather. I'm like, I don't fool with that.
Right,
so.
Wet.
We ended up deciding to DoorDash. And I knew in my heart that it was going to be a problem because it would be a problem to go out to eat. So it's obviously a problem for the eat to come to us.
Right, yes.
And, I'm bad about doing this. I checked the little box for express delivery to get it there quicker, because we were both hungry. And it seems like every time I check that box, it never gets there early.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever looked at what the range they give you on the Express versus the regular?
I know.
They've almost allowed themselves for you to pay more for Express but still get there at the same time. If you look at their windows, it's not that much different.
It's, it's a little little gray area there. But
I'll tell you what will work, though, and I did it yesterday, but go ahead.
I appreciate the people who do this.
Of course.
Hunter has done that before. It's folks out, moving and shaking, and a lot of them have other jobs, and they're using this as supplement. And, we always try to tip them well, and I appreciate what they're doing. And I thought, boy, this is going to be a handle tonight because it's foggy, and we've got a challenging driveway and all that.
Yeah, sure.
And I thought, oh boy, but
try last night going out to eat and picking up your 82-year-old mama and getting her in and out. And all that.
So we ordered, and of course, she
didn't want to be a burden.
Yeah, it's running late.
Mm-hmm.
And I told Hunter, I said, I just don't have a good feeling about it.
Didn't feel good about it?
I said, I feel like this is probably going to be an issue. And about then you get an update, hey, they picked up your food,
Sure.
Of course, you're starving.
Do you watch that map as hard as I do? I watch it so hard.
I keep it up. I might prop it up. I might put it on the TV and watch it.
Me too. I will not. It's always, I'm staring at it and watching that little line move.
So the Dasher sent me a text.
Oh, no.
That he had a problem.
Oh, no.
And then he called me.
Oh, no.
And very nice guy.
Wonderful
kid. Let me tell you what, up front guy. I've got to be honest with you. When I picked up the package, picked up your dinner, it was raining real hard.
Oh.
And it was in a paper bag.
Oh, no.
And it got wet. And as I was walking it up your driveway, I just parked on the road and walked it up. Because,
that's a climb.
You couldn't see where you're going. It was so foggy.
Right, yeah.
And he said, I guess I was not supporting it well enough. And the bag broke in your driveway. He said, I saved most of it.
Most of it. Saved most of it.
One of your entrees fell out and hit the driveway.
An entree hit the driveway.
Yes. And then
How long? How long was it there?
Then he asked, do you have a broom? I will clean it up.
No, he didn't. And the rain?
No.
And the wind.
And the spirit.
And the wind. And the fog.
Oh, my gosh. Bubba, tell me.
So I said, listen, I was almost laughing. I wasn't mad. I said, look.
So hungry.
I understand. Don't worry about it. He said, I'll clean it. I said, don't worry about it. We'll get it. You've done fine. Just leave what you got on the porch.
No need to get it. The water will wash it away.
So we go to the porch, and most of the food is there. Most of the food. So I think, well, maybe the spill wasn't as bad as we thought. Now, there's some in the driveway. I can see it.
Sure.
And maybe my chopsticks were out there because I didn't have them.
So we're going Asian.
Yeah. So, I'm just, look, it's almost 7 o'clock.
Governor's chicken everywhere.
Listen,
if you went noodles and rice.
I would have eat the wet bag at this point.
Of course.
I've already eat 2 oranges waiting on it, So,
fried rice.
we all that. And
gluten-free?
Well, I don't know.
Right.
Some sushi in there.
Let me just say no, Rick.
Sushi, if you turn it upside down, shake it,
sushi,
and throw it, it's not really sushi anymore. It's kind of like a bowl of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like a sushi bowl.
Well, I tell you,
now.
if it's out in that driveway, the birds of prey say
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
So we get it all in, and I said, well, this is most everything we ordered. I don't understand what was lost in the driveway. And we're kind of looking at all our stuff, and I said, it seems like it's all here. Now, some of it's missing, and you can tell it's been jostled around, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
a little down.
Well, and there's some stuff in the driveway. I can't really tell what it is, and I'm like, well, look, I'm so hungry, I don't care.
Let's
I'm
eat
just
it.
gonna eat this.
Let's eat it.
Let's just
Hey,
eat it.
Mama ain't here. Let's eat it.
A little grime on it.
And I mean, we broke out summer sausage. You know, we were already working the sides of that.
So wait a
and,
minute. Oranges, summer sausage,
Yeah.
and Asian.
Well,
Does your stomach ever go, help me? Somebody help me.
clearly we were batching it, right? So,
And I got to tell you,
that's a
as
guy
long-
thing. We'll
just
eat
because
whatever.
y'all brought this up, as long as you didn't have noodles in there, it sounds like you were gluten free the whole time.
Well, there was some noodles in
That's
it.
all what's in the
And,
rice.
some
The
rice.
rice can be tricky.
So anyway, I start eating my sushi bowl now because
Okay.
it's all been turned
Why not
upside
turn
down.
it into a bowl?
I
That's
like
great.
a
That's
bowl,
great
Bubba.
idea.
Yeah.
And
I love a bowl.
Of course, I got a good bite of some of that green stuff in there. You know, heated me up one time.
Oh,
Yeah. So now it's mixed in almost like
Wasabi.
It's like it's mixed in like dressing now.
Oh.
Where's my orange?
And I said, Hunter, I'm confused to what actually hit the ground that needed a broom to be cleaned up.
Mm.
And he said, well, it may have been mine because I just ate a leaf.
Oh.
Sometimes they put leaves in the.
Yeah,
Sometimes
they
that's
do.
part of it.
They do.
That's funny, but I don't think he got one from your driveway.
Well, I told him, I
Could have
said, Hunter, sometims they have, you know,
Leaves?
these flavor. What do
Yes.
they call it? What's the leaf they put in there? It's a little green one.
Yeah,
Sure.
say it.
Flavor or something.
Yeah, something.
Sure.
And I said, look,
Tea leaf.
I said, if you're as hungry as I am,
Who cares?
I don't even
It's
care.
just a leaf.
I believe I would go out there and eat it off the driveway.
I'd
right
pick
now.
up a big maple.
I mean,
and
because
have
it
at
ain't been out there long enough that it could go bad.
I've
You
been
know what I
hungry-
mean?
I've been
If
hungry
we're just
enough, I
talking
ain't-
about dirt, that ain't gonna hurt
No.
you. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, we're not getting enough dirt in our diet.
Oh,
right?
some people eat dirt.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
That's good
Y'all
for
maybe
you.
tried that one time.
And so we kept eating, and then Hunter discovered another leaf.
Okay.
And I'm kind of laughing at this point because I know there's leaves in there, and I don't think the guy raked it up off the driveway and put it back. I don't think that.
Especially if it was green.
But I couldn't convince Hunter of that at the time, so we kind of shut down what we had to eat at that point and go, you know, we got a little bit of it. Let's just call it quits now while we're ahead.
Yeah.
And so we put it all in a bag and put it in the trash can.
Did you go out? Did you ever go out
Yeah,
there
I
and
was
see
gonna
what's out
say.
there?
No, I didn't because honestly, I didn't want to know. And I
Smart. I agree.
watched a little TV and went to bed. And I
And that-
tried not to look at it this
Well, I was
morning.
about to say, there's been so much water, it maybe all washed away.
Yeah, so it was a lot of fun. But you know, wet paper bags will do that to you every time. So.
Yeah.
But
Those poor
it,
delivery people, when it
don't
gets to be bad weather, that's got.
And you know, as I was eating my sushi bowl, I mean, I could almost taste grit in it. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, now your mind's
come
working
on.
with you.
Yeah.
Now your
And
mind-
I know he didn't do that.
No.
And he was very nice to call.
What a-
I mean,
what
he
a
could
good
have just
kid.
he could have just said, you know, nothing, or
Yeah.
he could have turned around and left,
Yep.
or you know. But he called. He took. I mean, I appreciate him doing that.
Right.
He did it.
Yeah.
So I don't think he would have raked that back into those
No.
bowls and we ate it.
Of
I don't
course not.
think.
Of course not.
And the driveway was pretty clean. I mean, it's rained a lot. It was icy for 2 or 3 days, so it ought to be sterilized. So I
There you go, right there. Yeah. Please think of what he was going through his mind, though. I've made it this far, and I dropped the bag.
Yeah. Nothing. I mean, hey, you can't have nothing. We'll be back. Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines available. We'll talk with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, in these update modes, we continue to talk about things going on, involving covert operations and hey, are people dirty at the FBI? And of course, that always brings up the New England Patriots. So have they been caught taping people again?
This is so bizarre.
What?
The New England Patriots, Rick, are 10-3.
Mm-hmm.
They have one of the best records in the NFL right now.
But they're not playing very well.
But
at the moment.
even with that said, they were booed off the field Sunday after a rare home loss, and Tom Brady, their legendary quarterback, the GOAT, has been struggling compared to his own high standards.
Well, he's 51 years old.
He's even said he's not happy. He's not enjoying it right now. And really, a lot of this can be pointed back to the fact that they're missing their big tight end they could send over the middle.
Edelman is their best guy right now, and there were two crucial missed calls in that game that cost them the ball game essentially Sunday. Now, that being said, they'll have a chance to play, but it was major issues with officiating in that game.
And was that who they were booing? The officials, maybe? Because I would hate to know after all the Patriots have done,
and
they've
Bubba's
won
defense,
over 20 games in a row at home. They dropped one and the crowd booed.
They did boo the officials, but to Bubba's point, they did boo the offense as well.
Don't you think that's a little much?
It is.
Greg, but that's fandom.
It is. I mean, that's on every level and every place.
Greg, what have you done for me in the last 30 minutes?
Exactly.
They're missing Gronk over the middle. They don't have that middle receiver right now that they can go to and pick up that 8 or 9 yard pass. Now, even with all that going on, the team still trying to distance itself for the 2007 Spygate scandal has yet found themselves in the middle of another
I can't believe this
problem. Apparently, a report has come out that a video crew working for the team filmed the Cincinnati Bengals sideline during Sunday's game. The latest allegations came to light when the Bengals coach, Zach Taylor, whose team played New England on Sunday, confirmed that the league was investigating the crew's activities. Now, we're talking about Sunday a week ago. The Patriots said in a social media post that the 3-person crew for the web series titled Do Your Job inappropriately filmed the field from the press box as part of a feature on the scouting department. The filming took place without specific knowledge of league rules. So basically what they were saying, there was a film crew that made an illegal video of the other team's sidelines, and we hired them, but they were contract people. They were not in-house people. They made the mistake. It's our responsibility, but we didn't mean for it to happen.
You know what they're saying?
Does that make sense?
Yeah, looking at this, here's how it would be something that we all can wrap our minds around. It would be like the Rick and Bubba show was a team, okay? And we're a big organization, and we got rules we got to follow. Well, we're also got Adler doing daily documentaries.
Right.
Okay, and while Adler was doing his daily documentary, yes, we've hired him. We've contracted him out to do this because we want all of our fans to have sharp stuff to watch. It's kind of behind the scenes. And while he was doing the daily documentary, he filmed the other team's sideline. It didn't really give us an advantage. Yes, we're tied to it, but we weren't trying to cheat. They didn't know the rules. Isn't that basically what they're saying?
I think what makes this even makes it look bad is this was not during one of their games. This was actually this crew was at the Cincinnati-Cleveland game.
Yeah, kind of hard to, why we won't
You've
go
sent a crew into another ball game.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't look
That doesn't matter.
And these guys just keep having
and I
these
get
things
they're
happen to
hired.
them all the time.
That's the key, too.
Guys, it's kind of like racing. Everybody is going to push the limit. They all do it. It's part of the game. It is. I mean, you push the limits. You go right up to the edge, and everybody, and the ones that are pointing, they all do it. They steal signals. They do everything. That's part of the game.
It's part of the game. And I remember playing for coaches, and they had this phrase they would always use. They would go, now, in this situation, a little bird told me here's what they'd like to do. And it was
Which means we had somebody hiding out watching them practice.
We had somebody hiding watching them practice. So here we go. All 10 lines are available. Calvin Speedy Wilburn on the phones. We'll go 30 seconds a pop. Let's get a lot of folks on here. Bring a phone throw action. The buzzer is our friend with the big sample. 10 lines. Boom, they're open. Not as hard to get in. And then, of course, the buzzer. You're sitting there going, well, what if I'm sitting there on line number 8? Well, we're going to start getting everybody out of the way quick. We're going to move that quicker for you. Comments, questions, no shameless plugs, no meaningless shout-outs. This is just us bringing information to the table. Some reminders, yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive is available now on our YouTube and podcast channel. We're doing another Rick and Bubba University today about all the NIL college football stuff, the state of college sports. That'll be coming out this weekend, and then I'm looking forward to representing the show this weekend up in Hendersonville near Nashville, Tennessee at Long Hollow. The men's conference talked with them yesterday, and they're saying, look, they've got, it's a big operation there. It's a big old campus. If you want to come, that you can still come. Okay, so they got plenty of room, and what a lot of cool stuff they got planned, guys. It's more important to be there, obviously, to hear the teaching, no doubt, and we're going to worship. But do they have a lot of fun stuff for y'all too? I mean, a lot of it. I mean, incredible facility, and they really put together a great weekend for us. So looking forward to seeing all of you there this weekend that are coming. And if you're not coming, why don't you consider coming? Reggie, standing by. Reggie, you got 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy. Hey.
I know y'all are all in. I know y'all are all into documentaries. I know Speedy and his dad. Hello.
I love them.
Yes, sir. And this is a great one. I stumbled upon it. I saw my uncle on TV, Alabama Public TV, but it's called One Night in March. It was in 1963, the year I was born. Mississippi State had won 2 or 3 straight SEC championships, but they wouldn't let them go to the NCAA.
One Night in March, and that's the name of the. Let's look for it. I love a good documentary. Just love them. Let's go to Thomas, Tuscaloosa. Thomas, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, long-time listener, first time I've gotten through, so excited about that.
Thank you.
Hey, I wanted to see if y'all had heard anything about Katie Britt possibly being a vice president candidate for Trump.
Well, a reporter asked Senator Tuberville about that yesterday, and he said he thought she would be an excellent pick. So she's young, full of energy. She's first-year senator, on the old experience wagon. That may be a little bit ahead of the curve, but I wouldn't bet against her on anything.
Yeah, I had not heard that, so, Bubba, you did. Yep. So thank you for clearing that up.
Well, I think Trump is he's asking, talking about a lot, to a lot of people about possible VPs. I mean, we've had several stories where he's talked to media people about what do you think about this person or that person. Right. So, I mean, he's leading the pack. That's something he needs to be working on.
Keep an eye on Scott Dawson.
Rick,
Burgess.
I think Rick, you
it's not being a very good friend right there.
Rick, you're just not nice. And
he didn't ask for that.
What?
Not on a Thursday.
He's going through enough, isn't he?
I think Katie Britt would do a great job, and I think she might help Trump in some areas of voters that didn't go for him in 2020.
Well, look at you weighing in.
That's just my opinion.
And I'm going to be honest with you, I needed that. I needed that from you.
Let me ask you that, Adler. Let me delve into your thoughts on that a little bit. Geographically, she's not going to help because this part of the country's solid Trump. How do you think, or where do you think that she would help him? I mean, these are real questions. I'm not anti Katie Britt on this. Where would that, as opposed to the Nikki Haley's of the world, or there's several Republican governors that are real strong, and you've got several female candidates who've run. I mean, who says it has to be a female? But it appears a lot of the speculations around that.
I'm just referring to that stat that we heard that suburban white women didn't vote for Trump.
Right.
In his last presidential run.
He lost that.
That's all. That's all I was pointing to.
I'm going to walk on this gingerly, and I know you were too, and I appreciate that. I'm with you. Not anti-Katie Britt, okay?
Right.
But this assumption that a Katie Britt would be well received by other women.
Oh, yeah.
It don't always work that way.
I forgot women don't like women. I forgot about that.
See, I'm in the camp.
Especially if you're a little bit perky.
I'm in the camp if Nikki Haley today said, I'm done with this, not even going to go through South Carolina, I'm putting my full support behind Donald J. Trump, and Trump says, I want her to be my VP, I think the election is over, that Trump wins hands down. Convince me why I'm wrong on that is what I want to know.
Yeah, of course I was thinking the DeSantis ticket, but DeSantis, that didn't work for him.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
and I just think there's so many people out there looking for what I think you get the best of both worlds with Nikki Haley. You get experience. You get some people on the left that will come over
and you solve the soccer mom problem.
And you get a brown girl.
Yeah, a little brown girl.
I wasn't even thinking
that's
about
her
that.
definition now. What about Vivek Ramaswamy?
Not crazy about a Hindu.
I don't think you can say
He was
that.
saying that about he was the voice of the people just then. Is what Rick was doing.
Yeah, I'm just saying, watch out for people who worship idols.
I like him, but I don't know that he helps you win the election.
Right. For
I think
like
I think you've got two Donald Trumps in there. Then
He has a lot of positives, but I'm just anybody that won't step on a bug, I'm worried about it.
Thank you. I think press secretary is where he needs to be. We've talked about this.
Oh yeah, zingers. He needs to be the zinger guy.
John in Birmingham, ZZK. John, go ahead.
Hey, two things. I'm really proud of y'all's #1 ex-liberal, Adler. Because didn't he used to vote for Democrat?
Hadn't he come on? Yeah. Oh,
That was
really
Obama's
come on.
first term. Obama's first term.
He's our political analyst now.
Did you pay for your son for the drum set?
Did I do what now? Say that again.
Pay your son for the drum set.
I did not.
Did that get brought up?
I did not. There was an attempt at it, and to his credit, he refused. He said, Dad, you do not owe me money for a drum set that was a gift to me. He said, when you sold the drum set, you keep that money for yourself.
That is funny.
Yeah. I was pressured to give it to him, and I said, son, do you want the money that I got for the drum set? And he said, I do not think that would be the way to go. That should be your money. So, and I recorded it and sent it to his siblings. We continue. Let's go with Nick. Is it Nicholas? Nicholas in Starkville, 96.1. Go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to tell y'all more about the one night in March. It's about the SEC winning basketball team that defied the governor of the state of Mississippi to go up and play DePaul in a basketball game. And they played DePaul, of course, because they had black people on the team. The governor told them they couldn't play people that were of color in a basketball game. And the team.
What year was this?
63.
Wow.
I want y'all to go, well, I guess, I go back to this again. I hope when y'all hear things like this, and maybe it's good for everybody to go watch that documentary, and the next time somebody tells you we haven't made any progress on race relations, and somebody actually tells you that, do you realize how much progress we've made? Now, does that mean we're there? It doesn't, but we got to stop acting like we haven't made progress. We've made tremendous progress.
And even if we haven't made enough, we need to celebrate what we have made.
Yeah, sure. And here's another thing, too. Why don't we not go back?
Yeah.
And not do things that takes us backward? Thanks for the calls. Good stuff. Bottom of the hour. Check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell like the word and.com. If you shop the Rick and Bubba store, some really cool 30th anniversaries there. Hey, cool stuff. And we got some more stuff coming this year. I think we get to look at some of it today, as a matter of fact. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A little bird told me this is what's going to happen right here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You remember that term?
Well, even it usually was dead on. The little bird was pretty reliable.
Yeah, he was. That little bird was very reliable.
In baseball, you try to pick up the signals the other teams do. And, I mean, even in Little League, you stand on second base and you see him call a curveball. You hold up number 2 to the batter. I never thought of that really as cheating. It was just part of the game. You got to hide your signals better than that.
But if granted, a film crew on the sideline may be taking a little far, but what I'm saying is,
but if you break a rule,
these type things are it happens.
But the NFL could come to the Patriots and say, well, we don't really care what you're saying. The rule is the rule, and you still will be fined for it.
Yeah.
Maybe you didn't get an advantage. We don't know, but we have a rule. You can't do this.
Yeah. And for the Patriots,
just like with the other things, yes, everybody does it. But if you're playing in, whatever level, and someone catches your coach hiding up on the hill, filming practice and watching it, and that's against the rules, even though everybody does it, everybody doesn't get caught, you'll get in trouble for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it still is against the rules.
Sure.
The first off, why would you be recording the Bengals? Okay.
That is weird.
Yeah.
But
is this a new film series? How not to do it?
Right. So, and Rick, I think you remember. We won't go into details, but there was a coach that
somebody said
that had the lights cut off at practice one time unannounced, so they could see all the red lights hiding in nearby woods trying to video them. So
see, that's smart too. And you'll find them; they'll be there.
That's something. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
But with all the people on the sideline now flashing in signals, and you got cards, and you got people blocking, and you got coaches holding things over their mouth so you can't lip read. It's funny.
Well,
with all of it going on, you know.
I've told you this story several times, but it's one of those kind. It doesn't really matter how many times we told it; it's worth it. And Greg, you remember this? I think you and I were playing in this same game. Yeah, I think it was the only year that you and I got to play football together, and it was a fun year. And so, you know, we were usually very well prepared by the coaching staff that we played for versus the opponent that we were playing.
Sure.
And this poor kid, they kept trying to run this hot route with him that we knew when they lined up what they were going to do. So the outside linebacker would just come up and completely murder him.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, the kid jumps up after getting drilled for what he considered to be the last time and screamed, "Hey, coach, they know what we're doing."
Call something else.
Call something else. You are getting me killed.
It's one thing to know what somebody's doing, then it's another thing to stop them from doing it.
Right, you have to execute it too. And in this case, it was being executed
But when
perfectly.
it comes in the big thing here is the Patriots have been unbelievable. Their winning record over the past 15
maybe they're well
years
prepared.
or so is but you have that, and you have probably the greatest quarterback that's ever played the game. You got the GOAT, but you have these things that keep happening to them, like this. Like the other filming situation, like the Deflate Gate with Tom Brady. Remember that always gives their opponents just enough ammunition to say they're cheaters.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that happens anytime a team is successful at any level.
In today's society,
there's always the allegation of they cheat.
Yeah.
But what the point Greg is making and everybody's making, it all comes back to they're just a better team than you. Because the things they're doing, you're doing too, and they're just beating you.
Yeah, they're just doing it better.
Yeah, or everybody's got the same information. To your point a minute ago, Bubba, I've played on teams before that, you know, the coach that we played for did the exact same things every year for 30 years, ran the same offense, ran the same defense. You didn't even need to scout them,
right.
but you had to stop them.
Right.
And so you still have to get out on the field and make plays, no matter how much information you know. You know, for the last, you know, it's
and the Saban Belichick documentary, isn't it coming out this week?
I think it may be already out. On HBO, maybe?
Yeah, I want to see that. I bet that's good.
Yeah, I bet it is too. We'll be back.
I know Saban, I read a story and it talks about some of his former assistants who have gone on to be head coaches and how that relationship is or is not.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for being with us. More to come on the Rick and Bubba Show today. Now, we do have, I know a lot of you are out there and you're thinking to yourself, how have we gone this long and there's been no Taylor Swift update? And we apologize. Well, we do have a couple of updates on Taylor Swift today. Bubba the Stalker, he just doesn't seem to be getting the message. You know, stalkers rarely do. You know, you and I have dealt with stalkers. The stalker mentality, stalkers, Bubba and I actually at one point would just give in to the stalking and just put them to work on staff.
No, I think that was a great plan.
Yeah. I thought that was really good.
You know, earlier in years of the show, we kind of pokingly had fun by doing everything opposite.
Yeah.
And, you know, when we had a stalker or two, we said just put them to work. And eventually they tire out and go away.
They do.
Because they're like, wow, I didn't know you were actually – it's like the challenge or the chase to them appears to be bigger than the actual catching. You know.
Well, I tell you
Or
what,
they love the pursuit.
The pursuit of
and
it.
when you put them to work and give them the access, they get tired of it.
Yeah, and then
Go
you start
away.
almost stalking them. They don't know what to do. I tell you what, it's a version of, much more serious. It's a version of when you remember the daddies or the granddaddies would catch their kids or grandkids smoking and then make them smoke a whole pack.
Right.
You know, so they never do it again.
Or tobacco.
Any of that. Drink the whole beer.
Yeah, that's it.
And so. Looking back, we wish we hadn't done that with Greg. But when you but so what you do is you just stalk them back. You don't make them coming into your world something they can't have. Yeah, come on in. Matter of fact, if you don't mind, we need this done. Get in and start screening phone calls. You know, would you mind cleaning out the office? Would you mind? We're going on a trip and we're leaving at 3:30 in the morning. We need you at the airport.
Yeah.
You know, documenting what we're doing. And so maybe what they need to do with this stalker is just put him to work for Taylor Swift's empire. Give him a job.
Give him a job.
I think that is the answer, really.
Right. Because to tell you why we're saying this is they have released him and he's gone right back to our house.
Mm-hmm. Didn't learn the lesson, I don't think.
So
something isn't right there.
You don't think?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
he seems chill.
Yeah, but you realize you can't reason with him. So we're now back to what Bubba said. We got to do something to make this an unpleasant experience for him.
I think he was back at her apartment within an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
He was back at her apartment,
And they called the police.
I say apartment, her
and
whatever.
He got away. He left before they got there, apparently.
Yeah.
But he did turn himself in later to the NYPD 1st Precinct Station House.
He was trying to get into her dumpster. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, that's standard.
Oh, okay.
Thinking you may find something in there. The sick, twisted.
You think he's just got too much Swifty in it?
Yeah. Way too much Swifty.
Way too much Swifty.
But you know what I've thought about, and I've never, because I know today we've got something about capital punishment and all that today too. But have you ever, now we came up in an era, and I know that some of y'all newfangled training types just calm down. Okay, I'm talking old school.
Yeah.
I know there's a new thing that you shouldn't make conditioning a negative and make it a punishment because conditioning actually is something good, but not what they used to do to us. That was beyond conditioning. They were trying to kill us.
They were, I think.
But so have we ever thought about like somebody like him? If we catch you again, we're gonna make you run. And you go, what do you mean? We're gonna make you run. You're gonna run stadiums. You're gonna run laps.
Yeah,
there might be something to that.
Can you make people run like all the coaches and people that we used to deal with? Give me 100 laps.
Yeah.
So heard the coach say that one time. He was so mad, and I thought to myself, I don't think that's possible. And he just it's like that's the first number you can think of.
Yeah.
Give me 100 laps.
Yeah.
And we were like 100.
Yeah.
And
or the worst is the roll the 100.
Yeah,
I get so dizzy.
Make them roll.
Something.
Make them do that walk. What is it? The bear crawl.
Yeah.
Can we do those kind of things?
I don't think you can.
Just something to break his spirit on this. I don't know what we do, and that doesn't sound like that could be called cruel and unusual punishment, right? Just give him some unpleasantness.
Like
what if you take him out to an island?
Oh my goodness!
In the Pacific somewhere, and you drop him off and say, "Now, if you can get back to Taylor's house now,
right?
We won't bother you," and just see how
that's
resourceful
funny.
he is.
That's good.
I he's like a cat.
I think he'd go to chopping trees right quick.
That's almost like something I'd like to watch a documentary on. See if we can get him back.
Day 6,
right?
He's on tree number 8.
I don't know. I just think there's something we should make him do. Does he ever listen to the music? Maybe we make him listen to it all the time. Back to trying to make him be overdone.
I bet you he's got it on loop.
That adds to the longing, I think.
You think?
Yeah, you listen.
You don't think you make him sick?
No,
I ate too much fudge one time, and I struggle with it now a little bit.
I think this would,
I would send him
add
over.
to. Add to it. He's like, I long for her.
All right, then the other one that's really going to disappoint people today. Speedy came in with some terrible news about Taylor Swift and the story that we're all following, and just can't wait to hear more about. And that's Jason Kelce and her. I can't wait for there to be more of that coming up in the AFC Championship. So you said, and Bubba, I was with you when you told me what happened. We thought, and so did many others, that when he scored a touchdown in the Bills game, that he did the heart to his girlfriend in the press box, who happens to be Taylor Swift.
Well, it sure looked like it on TV,
right?
And the fact she blew a kiss back to him,
right?
That kind of.
So I didn't see that. I didn't know that happened. Did they shoot? Did he
blow? They always do.
I just saw Jason with his shirt off. But
it was hard to see anything else. Yeah.
Travis Kelce appeared on the podcast with his brother and broke down.
This is the key.
Broke down the heart and what he meant by it. It's coming from my audio channel, Rick. It's just audio only. But he and his brother were on New Heights podcast explaining who he was directing the heart sign to.
The celebration went wild by you with the little heart. Had to spread the love, baby. There was a lot of hate pulling up to that stadium, man. It's a football game. It's a football game. The Bills coming into their house, they want to make it rowdy. Did it get a little disrespectful? 1,000%. I get it. You know what I mean? Coming into a hostile environment. I respect it. I just wanted to make sure it knew it wasn't mutual. I don't hate you guys like you hate us. It's all love, baby.
So he said he actually wanted to show love to the Bills fans, so he made a heart, I guess, sign with his hands up to the.
I don't know, buddy.
Let me tell you what that is.
Can I tell you, Travis Kelce is just funny to me. The way he talks, the way he kind of looks at everything. Not saying you should replicate it, but it is funny. Rick, I think he did this to Taylor, and then when he realized, oh my gosh, people are making a big deal out of this, and she could get even backlash on this. And of course, there's already too many shots of Taylor backlash going around. He just turned the corner on it and said, no, I did it to the Bills fans.
Well, I'll get real specific. If I did a podcast with Greg,
right,
and I was Travis Kelce and he was Jason Kelce, okay, and I did that, and it was time for our next podcast, there's no way under the sun I'm going to tell my brother I was hearting my girlfriend.
Yeah.
No way, no how.
Now, is Greg shirtless up there?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, and so no way I do that.
It's all the same.
So this is him. All the guys in his life he knows are going to make fun of him. And he's downplaying it like he didn't do it. And then there's that part you put in, which you throw that in, that there's a lot of football fans that don't like it.
Yeah.
And I think he's just saying, brother, guys, fans, no way am I going on record that I was hearting Taylor Swift. I don't want to. I don't want to hear it.
And then when he's with her, he says, "You know, I did it for you, but I didn't want you to get any backlash."
You leave out the guy stuff completely.
Yeah, I turned it. I was being, a knight in shining armor by doing it, and then not blaming you for it. See,
correct. But you never mentioned the brother thing, because then she says, "Well, why do you care what your brother thinks about our relationship? You can't do that."
Right.
So you immediately say, "I'm protecting you from crazy people."
Yeah,
that's what you do.
But
your biggest problem is, oh no, my brother's going to ask me about this.
How many articles, how many posts have you seen about people saying, okay, too many shots of Taylor at NFL games?
Oh, so many.
But what do you keep seeing?
Yeah.
Shots of Taylor at the Chiefs game.
Right.
Which tells me, the NFL is not a bunch of idiots, okay? They have a lot of marketing people, and they do a lot of things and a lot of research, and apparently they know who's going to be in the Super Bowl, so they fix their colors to match. But
that aqua color, though,
they are seeing some of these Swiftie people who were not NFL fans tuning in, and they're saying, "Okay, look, maybe we need to dial it back, but keep doing it."
I want to know what
Swiftie we're all about football, but y'all know what to do.
Yeah.
What does Swiftie fans like in Baltimore think about her loving the Chiefs so much? Because they play this.
Are you
weekend.
saying if you're in both camps?
Yeah. Do you love her more than? Do you love her more than the Ravens?
Let me
That's
tell
a good
you.
question.
Let me tell you where she absolutely has a problem. And I heard, do y'all really know how bad Philadelphia fans are? Honestly, do you really know?
Uh-huh.
Well, they
I have an
take
idea.
pride
I've
in
seen it.
Yeah.
Like, it affects the mood of the entire city, and it's either dangerous or not dangerous. I did not know this. We must have missed this story. Did you know there was actually a story, and I don't remember if it was this season or whatever season, where there was some beloved robot that had come through Canada, and it was going to travel, and it was going to show how far this robot, and everybody loved this little robot. Hey, look at the cute little robot, and it would come through your city. Well, it came to Philadelphia on the day that the Eagles lost, and they killed it.
They killed the robot.
It came into Philadelphia, and it had been celebrated
How
by
do you
Canada,
kill a robot?
and by what they went and bashed its head in on the streets of Philadelphia because the Eagles lost. They killed the robot. Now, I know we always say they threw snowballs at Santa Claus, but I didn't know they also killed some beloved robot that everybody thought was cute that was trying to tour from Canada through America. And it was killed in Philadelphia because it rolled into the streets after an Eagles loss. And it might have been a Phillies loss. It was some Philadelphia team's loss. I don't know.
Robot
killed.
Over the 3-hour broadcast of the Chiefs versus Bills game, Taylor Swift was shown 5 times for a total of 24 seconds. shirtless Jason Kelce was shown 21 seconds. So they're both up there. They're showing us everything.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we were going to the break. We were promoting this for you. You know, wedding proposals, I know people like to be creative, but this one, a lot of people are saying it was over the line, especially because it involved a pretend robbery or holdup.
That is what I understand, Rick. I have not seen the video myself.
All right, here it is. Here's a little package about this proposal that now has become viral. So here it is.
A young woman and her boyfriend are shopping at a convenience store, but something's happening at the cash register. A surveillance camera captures this guy pulling a gun on the store clerk.
Oh, my goodness.
As the couple go to pay, the clerk announces, Suddenly, the robber bursts back in and herds them all to the back of the store.
You, back right there.
The couple hunker down. You can hear the terror in the woman's voice as the bad guy focuses his attention on her.
You have kids? How many kids? They real? It's my girlfriend. 7-0-8. Yeah, we're not married.
The robber reaches ominously into his bag.
You know what? What are you waiting for?
He hands something to the boyfriend.
Oh my God.
Then this happens.
Was you married me?
Are you serious?
And it starts to dawn on the petrified young woman what's really going on. The robbery is actually a crazy proposal of marriage.
Yes.
Everybody was in on it except for her. I spoke to the boyfriend who set it all up.
What if a customer had walked in or an off-duty police officer and thought that this was real? This could have gone horribly wrong.
We closed down the store. There was people outside. We waited for every customer to get out. We notified the police that this was going on. We had a prop gun. It wasn't a real gun. So, I mean, we tried to do it as safe as possible.
What did she do? Did she scream at you?
She called me a bonehead. She said she's gonna, kill me, obviously joking.
Ray Giuliano says he tried to make amends with a second, much more conventional proposal on a romantic bridge in Manhattan's Central Park.
How many times have you apologized?
7,293, I believe it is.
Inside Edition. Thank you for that. Boy, I know we want to be creative. I know we want to have a good story.
That's Rick. I would have to say that one would be dead on arrival on the old idea board.
Look, I mean,
certainly better ways than others to do it, but that
I'm not sure that's the romance. I think being terrified to the point that you likely need new underwear is not really what everybody's looking for.
Yeah,
in
keep
America.
in mind she was on the floor on her knees crying, begging for her life, pretty much.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, Bubba, exactly what was happening.
Yeah, that's
well,
it had a gun.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing: when you hear this guy talking about it, we contacted the police to let them know. Did the police just say, "Okay, that's cool"?
Yeah, really. You would think they would go, "Not a good idea."
Yeah, don't you think the police would say, "No, you're not doing that. Shut that down. That's not happening." Right?
You would think.
Can somebody in law enforcement help us?
I know the people who own the convenience store had to give their okay.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They did.
Yeah, that part you can get.
Not just the manager that said, "I'll lock the door." You know what I mean? They had to go to a higher level.
The owner. To the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Adam out of Georgia. Adam, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? Thanks for your patience.
Good. Hey, Biggins. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, it's our pleasure.
We got a Santa Claus down at our local mall here in southeast Georgia that he's known as the Singing Jesus Santa Claus. He's wanted to be a Santa Claus, his Facebook page said, since the 7th grade, where he had worked all summer that year to save up money to buy his classmates Christmas presents. Anyhow, he got fired from the mall for putting on a MAGA hat and taking a picture with a child.
So
this weekend.
So this singing Santa, and for some reason you said he's the singing Jesus Santa, but
I'm picturing it.
Yeah, but so does this mean he looks like a combination of Santa and Jesus?
No, he spreads Jesus' story about Christmas to everybody that he can.
So how did the MAGA hat come into this? Did a family ask him to wear that and make a picture with their kid, or was this part of his normal uniform?
From my understanding, they was asked him to put it on to make a picture.
Okay, well,
and somebody else saw it.
Well, see, that's different. At first, I thought, Bubba, maybe where you were going. Look, if they've got rules, if you're going to be a Santa at our mall or wherever, we don't want any political statements of any kind. Just be Santa. But if this was part of a group that said, can you put on this hat with it?
Pass the gravy.
9 minutes now to the top of the hour. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Loving it. Let me tell you, MyPillow.com/Bubba. Right now, I know. Some of Greg's not here, so we can talk about Valentine's Day already. Valentine's Day is coming, and there's some great gift ideas at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Look at these men's and women's pajama sets. An array of styles. Love the fabrics. $39.99. Okay. Also, so that's a great idea for a gift. Did you know they now have MyPillow hoodies? $29.99. That's just something you want to add to your clothing. The best bed sheets start at $24.98. My slippers, Bubba and I love ours. I wear mine practically every day. $59.98. Down comforters are 60% off. Speedy, you asked about that. And then the MyPillow 2.0s are 50% off. So go right now to MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow.com/Bubba. All those details are there. Or go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you actually went back and found this robot story.
Yeah, it's called Hitchbot. It attempted to cross the United States from Boston to San Francisco starting on July 17th, 2015. 2 weeks after it started, on August the 1st, 2015, a photo was tweeted showing that the robot had been stripped beyond repair and decapitated in Philadelphia.
There you go.
The robot was located by some Good Samaritans who had been following its progress on its website, although the head was never found. The co-creator of the robot said, "We can see on all of our data that the tablet and the battery and everything shut off at the same time, so it must have been when they vandalized the robot."
It picked the wrong time to come to Philly.
Oh, yeah. Wow, they got it good.
It picked the wrong time to come to Philly.
Look, his arms are ripped off.
And from what I gather, it was a very friendly, kind robot.
Oh yeah, Rick, I mean, this was a major scientific experiment. It was going to go across the country.
You realize
that's a
you
big deal.
you realize it didn't make it because Philadelphia fans killed it. You realize that. That is.
Rick, the story of Hitchbot was highlighted in issues of autonomous technology, and it brought up an important topic: the ethics of robot treatment. The remains of Hitchbot is now a permanent exhibit at the Canada Science and Technology Museum.
Doggone it! If only the Eagles or Phillies or whatever team it was had won, maybe it would still be alive today.
I tell you, civility has left the building.
Oh my gosh! Talking about Philadelphia.
It is the jungle.
So another thing, and this is on me, and if y'all tried to bring it up or tried to comment on it, and I just wasn't paying attention because it was bowl season, college, whatever. This is nothing I've been meaning to talk to y'all since for about a week now. And I know, Bubba, this is right up your alley. Adler, pardon me for not giving you a heads up, but I think you'll find things easily. I had friends telling me after we, started having lunches again and stuff after we all got back from the break, how much that they enjoyed the Pop-Tart Bowl because they said, "Rick, please tell me you didn't miss the Pop-Tart Bowl." I said, "I'm not watching the Pop-Tart Bowl."
No, Rick, the mascot.
The mascot.
I saw all of it.
They said the mascot was the most entertaining thing of the entire bowl season outside of the playoffs.
Come out of a toaster.
And the prop.
Yeah. And
it was excellent.
They said that Pop-Tart, and I thought to myself, how have my friends not told me, didn't text me, and saying, "Rick, there is a Pop-Tart mascot," and they said that he stole the show. People loved him more than any game in the bowl season. And I asked, of course, I immediately asked what flavor he was, and they thought blueberry, and they said he is frosted.
Watch till he passes out little Pop-Tarts.
Okay, so he is frosted. Y'all, this Pop-Tart, they said he would do all kinds of things.
Yeah. He was all over the field. He was one of the more aggressive mascots I've ever seen. It got so good, Rick. Hunter and I were watching some of the games, and we said, if it got down to a choice of bowls I was going to, this bowl or this bowl, and the Pop-Tart bowl was one of them, that would get the win.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know that that's blueberry, but he is frosted. I did not know. People say, like what you're saying, Bubba, and you and your son, that he took mascotting, like they were talking that he was up there with the San Diego chicken.
Well, that's what I'm gonna say.
That he was out of control.
Well, the Philly Fanatic, I'm gonna say this in order: the San Diego Chicken, the Philly Fanatic. You know, there's a couple of them that are considered.
Oh yeah.
The Oklahoma. What's that one I like that always does the stork for the Oklahoma City basketball?
I don't know what that thing's called.
But he's the Rocky. Is he the Rockies mascot? Maybe he's a Rocky.
I don't know.
To me, they're the top of the heap. The Pop-Tart is moving up the chart.
Where does he get up there with them?
He's a top 5. I'll tell you that.
I heard that people were all over social media saying, I don't even know who's playing. I love watching this Pop-Tart.
Coming out of the toaster was number 1.
Oh yeah.
See if you can find any of the footage of him messing with the referee in the end zone, or when he was passing out the Pop-Tarts to the players, because that was precious.
Bubba, did I not respond? Did you text me saying, Rick, please tell me you're watching this Pop-Tart? I mean,
it may have been. It was that level where I would go, "Hey, are y'all seeing this Pop-Tart?"
Oh, look, I said,
and I love Pop-Tarts, so it really, I felt. Look at him! Look at him spanking the referee.
He is spanking the referee. You Pop-Tart. Does anybody know who played this game? I don't even.
And
know.
I don't think that's one of those guys they put out there like a referee. That looked like the real referee.
Oh yeah, they said he would do anything. They said he was the most. I'm up for anything mascot we've seen since those you mentioned.
Which is the concerning point for all of us is it's a bowl game. It's an advertisement. So we're not going to get him but once a year unless we do something else.
All right, Rick, it was Kansas State and NC State played.
Whatever.
Kansas State won.
Yeah,
you asked who was playing.
No, you're right. But what I mean is he overwhelmed them so much.
They can't talk.
Let me tell you this. I was told by the friends of mine that watched it, instead of asking for more cowbell, America should begin to ask for more Pop-Tart.
Yes.
They said this Pop-Tart mascot, we are, like you said, Helmsy, we're not getting enough
What if
of
he came out of this hole right
Well,
here?
see, he doesn't represent a team. So, I mean, where are we going to see
We got to have it. Can't he just go anywhere?
The winners got to eat him.
Oh, my gosh, they're eating the Pop-Tart.
They're eating it.
This is unbelievable.
They're eating it.
That's awesome.
What this?
That's strawberry, it looks like.
Let me tell you, this Pop-Tart guy.
Oh, my goodness.
Look,
they're eating it.
He comes out of a toaster. I just can't get.
I haven't seen anything this creative since Marshmallow became a DJ.
So anyway, I missed that. I don't watch the meaningless bowl games, but if I could have got a heads up, you're missing the Pop-Tart, I think I would have tried. I'm gonna go watch Pop-Tart highlights.
Surely you can book him, right?
Yeah, but I know we've lost Bubba.
Can we just get him in the parking lot?
Right. Yeah.
I want him on the rug right there.
Yeah.
Just to getting it.
I know we've lost Bubba now. He's going to watch Pop-Tart highlights. But
there's not that many. That was the only time I've seen.
There should be more.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't. Like I say, and you're telling us the story, and we don't know all the details, but no, we have not heard about that. We certainly haven't.
Did he say that this Santa had been wanting to do this since he was a little boy? Like that was his goals and dreams in life?
That was kind of the backstory. Yes, we just heard. Yes,
interesting.
We continue. William out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. William, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to call about the engagement in Alabama. If you fear for your life or someone else's life is in jeopardy, you can kill that individual or shoot, kill, whichever one. So probably not a good idea in the state of Alabama. You would probably have to look at other laws.
Yeah, well, they said they talked to law enforcement, locked the door, got everybody out, and everybody inside was in on it. But yeah, I was just wondering, would law enforcement give you the okay to something like that? I don't know.
If it's planned and if it's in a locked event, I mean, I guess you can do what you want to do. But
sure.
Yeah, you're in the city of Huntsville. You're not going to get that.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. No. We continue. Herman out of Clay, Alabama. Herman, go ahead.
Hey guys, long time listener, first time caller.
Hey, thank you for that.
Hey man, I just maybe it's me, But it seems like to me, if the brother sprayed the blind, I'm calling about the deer blind. The brother sprayed the blind with a liquid fence. Wouldn't it keep the deer from coming on his property anyway?
I know. It's like you're setting up, if it worked, a liquid fence to your own private hunting camp.
I think what he was trying to do is put it on there so they would avoid that area, but just go around.
Yeah. But I see your point.
You're risking running everything out of that area if it worked.
Yeah, I don't want anything on the border of where I'm hunting that repels deer.
Yeah.
Do you?
Well, we've tried deer repellent on pansies before, and it appears it was like ketchup because they loved it. I mean, they just ate the pansies anyway.
I did too, and it made the people really mad.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about flowers.
Right.
We continue.
You know, pansies are.
John in Somerville. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning. I just want to go ahead and cover the Tommy Tuberville story yet.
You have to give us more details. I'm not familiar.
They had a drag queen float in the parade over in Opelika, and he said, right in my backyard, what next? Now he's all in trouble about it.
Oh, sure.
Uh-oh.
Well,
I don't really think that somebody been upset with Tommy's going to cripple him from past history.
Right.
He probably said exactly what he was thinking.
Well, I'll tell all of you, if any of you ever follow Steve Gaines on Twitter, it makes what Tommy said look like nothing. I mean, it is. They had another one of those stories where these drag queens are reading to kids at libraries.
What is this with drag queens and reading to children? I just don't see the combo.
I just can't. There's certain things you go
because they think it'll agitate.
That makes Clifford the Big Red Dog look like nothing.
That's not even to me a difficult decision.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who thought, hey, I got an idea?
That's not even an anti-drag queen thing to say. Yeah, we probably just don't want y'all reading to kids at the library.
And when did drag queens?
If y'all want to go to Bourbon Street and crank it up and pretend you're a Bette Midler, fine. But I mean, but you're not going to come here to the library and sit around and have a bunch of kids. And who brings their kids to this? What kind of child abuse?
Thank you, Rick.
Why reading and drag queens? When you like you said, the list of things they do.
Right.
They do shows, impersonating, all these parades. I never said, well, you know what would be good to read to the children? Probably the drag queens.
But did you think any of us, back to Tommy Tuberville's comment, we'll look for it, did any of you think that our country would get to the point that Opelika, Alabama, would have a drag queen float? If that's true, if that really happened. Did you ever think that would happen in Alabama anywhere? Maybe Mobile. Huh?
College towns. Always people trying to be sharp.
Please look at that. That'll scare you to death if you're a kid.
Yeah, really.
Good night.
Yeah, aside from all the obvious, why do you want that look to read to kids?
Why do you want that look, period?
Look, again, if you have the freedom to do what you want to do, I just don't know why this ever got off the ground.
Yeah.
We'll take more of your phone calls when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
we're back. Thanks for being with us today. Much to cover as we go forward on another Rick and Bubba show. Greg out today, hopefully back on Monday. Everybody say, clap it. Clap. Not cowards. So, Bubba, a couple of stories we'll hit, and then we'll get into phones maybe next segment to start the hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Give you a heads up on that in case you want to get in a position to be able to call us. This is the new thing now. If you've lost weight, everybody says, oh, you're taking Ozempic. Ozempic! And no! And you're like, no, I'm not taking Ozempic. I'm not saying that's good or bad, but
got Ozempic next.
Apparently Fitty, because Fitty had turned into a full dollar bill.
Yes, he did.
Fitty had put a little on, and not say anything because we know. But Fitty used to be like, I'm in shape, and then Fitty kind of drifted.
He did.
So Fitty is actually has lost 40 pounds. And you know why he lost it? Didn't know this? Said he was being fat shamed.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh. We didn't help by calling him Dollar.
Well, you remember his
I didn't know that was fat shaming.
Oh, wow. He has lost a
Go,
lot of weight.
Fitty. Good for you.
But he doesn't have that and I didn't know there was such a thing. You can Google it, Ozempic neck or Ozempic face.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, it's a thing.
I've never heard
Oh,
of it.
yeah, my sister says she can
You
spot
can
it in
identify,
people.
yeah.
And
I've never heard of it.
He doesn't look like he has that.
No, he doesn't.
Ozempic!
You can see it in their face. You see it in their neck, usually.
What do you see?
Yeah, what is it? What is it?
I can't spot it. Amanda can spot it a mile away.
There's something in their face that's going on here, and
it's like sunk in almost.
Yeah,
I don't know.
and then it's almost like a little skinny neck or something weird like that.
Well, I think what you're describing is general weight loss will make you look that
No,
way.
it's
a
thing.
different thing. It's actually a thing.
Yeah. Just Google it.
And the neck thing is like a kind of a weird recognizable.
Yeah, like
turkey.
I've never.
We're not making this up. This is out there for the world to see. This is common. Yeah, this is common stuff.
Ozempic turkey neck. So I had not heard that, but so Fitty is saying that he lost his 40, spending time in the gym and not taking Ozempic, and he doesn't like people mocking him on social media. He didn't like him mocking about his weight gain. He didn't like him calling him an Ozempic person. He said, got back in the gym and I took it back down. And he said,
sounds like you're going to be mocked anything.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and he also really,
especially in this room,
he really doubles down on how hard he was working too. Really makes you know he was working hard. Okay. It's Fitty. So anyway, just so everybody know, Fitty. Don't want you saying nothing about it. All right, so another one, Bubba, and this is something you keep saying you're going to do, and I mean,
well, it's something I would like to do, Rick. There's a lot of things I would like to do, probably never will do.
Sure, but you got to. This
bungee jump. We've got a big story here. Now, you know what? I have no desire to do that because every time, you see you see these documentaries on somebody that it snapped and they went into an alligator-infested river with their legs tied together. Yeah, you know what I mean? I just saw one the other day that happened in South America.
Yeah, I did that.
Snapped on the way down.
Oh, my gosh.
Really?
Yeah, I did that when it first came out.
Did you really?
Oh, yes. Of course, now understand, in the time of my life I did that, it was the least dangerous thing I was doing.
That says a
it
lot.
wasn't even in the top 10.
You can stop right there.
Right, yeah. So anyway.
So, Rick, diamond digging at Arkansas Diamond Dig Park up there, the state park.
Yep.
There was a Frenchman who was visiting Arkansas, and he unearthed a 7.46 carat diamond.
Wow.
While on his road trip across the USA, he was visiting from Paris. He found the massive rock in the crater on January the 11th. He was on his way to New Orleans after seeing a rocket launch in Florida. He'd heard about the park, wanted to go by. He immediately was intrigued. The crater of Diamond State Park there in Arkansas has had many big finds over the years. Mm-hmm. You know, that's a pretty good sized diamond, 7.46.
That's a big boy. Mm-hmm.
He named the diamond after his fiancée, and is planning to have it cut in half. I don't know if that's a good sign.
No, no, that's.
He said he got to the park around 9 o'clock, started to dig. It was back-breaking work, so by afternoon he was mainly looking on top of the ground for anything that stood out. Despite the ground being wet and muddy, he continued to search for hours in hopes of finding some bling. Unfortunately, he took a huge rock he found. Ultimately, I'm saying he took a huge rock that he found to the Diamond Discovery Center, where he discovered that he had unearthed a 7.46 carat marble-shaped, deep chocolate brown colored diamond.
Good night.
Good gracious.
Good gracious.
How about that?
Did you see what it said on page 3? I know you on 2. He said he is not on Ozempic.
Right. Some people thought they said they thought Ozempic helped him find it, and he said no.
Yeah.
So Bubba, I want to tell you this because I know us, because there's no rhyme or reason to it. If you're planning on going, you know that no way either one of us finds a diamond. No way.
No.
So you're going just to experience
If I
it.
did find one, I'd be jumped outside the gate and somebody take it. So.
And look, no offense to y'all, because I think
I'd lose it in my pocket.
It would apply to everybody in this room. I know we wouldn't find one, because did you hear what he said about how hard he worked? He dug.
Oh, no way.
It was hard work.
I do not.
He crawled all over the place trying to find. We wouldn't do that.
No way I'd do that. No way, no how.
But what a great trip he's having. He went and saw a rocket launch, then found a diamond.
Now that is
now he's
pretty
headed
good.
to New Orleans, where I know he's going to eat good food.
There you go. Yeah, it was like, seriously, I know me, just to your point. I know me. I would walk out there and they go, there's a chance you could find a, 7-something carat diamond. Okay, so what have I got to do? And by the time they're done, I'm like, nah, I'm good. So you could find a diamond. Nah, it's not worth it. He goes, you know how much you can get that diamond? Still not worth it.
Here's a shovel.
Yeah, I can't. Now, I like kind of hanging out here, and I'll look and see if somebody gets one. I'll go and have a look at it.
Why
but
not?
I don't think I'm the dig for it guy.
Did it say how much it's worth?
I don't know.
The article?
I don't know.
I do not see a dollar
I don't
amount
know
in
much
that.
about diamonds.
And I'm not really, these colored diamonds used to be considered less perfect than the clear ones.
Mm-hmm.
But but people are
They'll
liking
push
them
for 'em
now,
now?
and their prices have gone way up.
Well,
Even more so than some of the others in some cases.
Well, you had me at chocolate.
I'm reading right here. It can range wildly depending on the quality of it, between 50,000 and 500,000. So I guess he's got to get
It's
it
a big
looked at.
range.
Yeah,
That's a big range.
He's got to get it looked at and cut and all that.
I got to know that range. I really got to get somebody a little tighter than that.
But how cool in this one place, and it looks like probably an asteroid hit there once upon a time, and the heat and the pressure of that turned all the coal in the ground into diamonons around it. That's why it's why it's a crater. But I mean, what a neat thing. That's
gonna
too,
get
that's
you a
too
Shatner.
fun. Huh?
Bubba,
Tell it, William.
you are intelligent.
That's Shatner worthy.
Tell it, William.
William.
Phone calls are next.
The Kerry Diamond. That's what he's named it.
Oh, really?
But he's going to cut it into 2 pieces.
What would y'all
I don't
name
know if
your
that's
diamond?
a good sign.
Why, don't cut something you name after your fiance in 2 pieces. We'll be back. Phone calls are next. All 10 are ready. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so, by the way, I'm sorry, Bubba. This is just for you. I just saw that Comey was talking about the IG report. He said all this shows is just good people trying to protect America. Sorry, buddy.
Okay.
Like J. Edgar Hoover.
Right, sounds very familiar.
Yeah, it seems like we have a complex there at some of the top spots. That they're playing God with everything.
Yeah, I'd also, I know that we're aging at an incredibly large rate here. We're 55, you and me.
Hey, speak for yourself, pal.
Greg, what are you, 53?
Yep.
And I went ahead and dyed my hair white to get it over with, so I won't look like a mage.
There you go.
I pulled mine out on top.
And then Speedy's 51, right?
Right. I think.
And then Helmsy, you're next at what?
I'm 41.
41.
Adler's 34.
34. So he's but anyway, so
He's the baby.
the thing now is, and I don't know that this is an age thing or not, but if you hear the term gout, does that sound? I guess
gout to me sounds painful.
Anybody can get gout.
I'm
right?
familiar with it from several of my older friends who.
There you go, using the word older again.
No, I think
it's a problem digesting meat, I believe.
Well, it's horrible joint pain and pain in the body.
It's inflammation and arthritis.
I don't
is what
know.
it is.
I don't know where you came up with digesting.
No, it's something to do with.
I think that doesn't help.
They
if
called
you're-
it like
it's all
one
involved.
of the
But that's just what you immediately go to.
Yeah, I know that.
Well, no, the person who told me I had invited them to go eat somewhere, and they said I can't go there and eat meat because of my gout.
So gout involves that too, I guess.
So gout,
too
gout
much
immediately.
uric acid crystallizes and deposits in the joints. That's what gout is.
Dr. Burgess.
Yeah. So what does that have to do with meat?
It's something to
Got a
do
lot
with
of
the
that in it.
acid in the meat. You can't digest it.
Wasn't it like
gets
the rich
stuck in.
man's disease they referred to back in the old times?
Yeah, because
usually
they eat
people
the
who
meat.
Oh, you're saying the gout would, the meat would contribute to making the gout situation
Yes.
worse. I got you. Okay. So anyway,
something like that, Rick.
I just want to tell the audience I don't have gout. I mean,
You could. I think I got a little gout in one of my toes.
One of the things, Rick, when you
Everybody
discuss,
think-
we just call it
it's the
arthritis.
go-to, Rick. When if anybody ever brings up they have a foot issue,
Right.
that's one of the things people are going to throw at you.
Well, but what
and because you have gotten, we've all aged, you've gotten a little older.
Well, that's my point.
And
Eat cherries with stems.
Look, I'm unbelievable. But I thought yesterday. I know people half listen and the whatever. I was trying to make clear. Any of us could have gout. Okay, but I thought I'd made clear that this particular situation. I have a foot that is mangled and has all sorts of issues.
Sure, yeah.
It didn't just appear on the good foot.
Right.
It's the already bad.
You got
foot.
the Jerry Ford foot.
Yeah.
Gerald Ford.
Yeah,
I mean.
so, I mean,
Or Jerry, his brother had it
well,
too.
he did.
A lot of people don't know.
A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, he played football.
But so this is it's still mysterious. This and I think all it is, in my opinion, of course, if you need to see me, I'm an orthopedic surgeon now apparently.
Right.
But it seems to me, because I've had these foot issues since '82, is
The year was 1982.
Every now and then, I think one of the various bone spurs in there gets moved on a nerve or something. Because literally, it'll be like, I can't walk today. I need to go to the hospital, and the next day it'll be fine.
Just go get it cleaned out. That'll help.
That's just too much of a hassle.
Huh?
It's just
it'll help.
Look,
Rick.
when they get to get in there, you know what it's like. It's like back
Let them
surgery.
put a screw in there and loop that thing around once or twice, tighten it up,
But
clean her out.
What I'm talking about is when you
Give it the old spit shine.
You've heard it before. Sometimes people go to back surgery because they just don't have any choice.
Right.
But once you open up them areas with all these nerves and all this stuff,
know, but
you realize how many
joints-
little bones and stuff are in your feet.
You
Your
know,
feet are bad.
I know.
Ankles and feet.
But when you clean
think
out,
I don't have gout.
when you clean out the joint with all those bone spurs and things, it helps. I wish I'd have done mine sooner. It probably wouldn't have done as much damage as it did.
I understand what you're saying, but I again, if everybody was wondering if I'm going to be back next season, you know what I mean?
Right.
I'm a radio host,
right?
And it is
with a gout foot.
You're right.
Rick, they have medications you can take
Here
for
we go.
gout.
All right,
Yeah,
so
I told you cherries, the kind with the stems,
great.
though. Don't get the ones in the jar.
Right. Just putting
You have to eat the stem too.
Hey,
Yeah. No, I don't think you have to eat the stem, but it has to be those.
You actually have to tie them in a knot with your tongue, then eat the cherry.
Exactly.
Greg can do that.
Do you know what I heard? Now I don't know
I've
if it's
seen
true or
people
not.
do that. That's amazing.
I
to
can't.
me.
It may not be true. I could be totally off. But
Not
somebody
important
said
for
that
you.
they had a gout foot and it bothered them, and they form tackled the little brother into a trash can. and they said all of a sudden it just started feeling better.
I'm reading these symptoms. I may have a little gout myself because it's the joint, the toe, big toe, right there where it connects to your foot. That joint. I have a little trouble with that.
Do you? Well,
It says it'll wake you up in the middle of the night.
Apparently, 25% of our audience has gout.
I know a lot.
Here we go. The Rick and Bubba Show. Roll into the phones now. You can join us. 866 We Be Big. Lines are available. Coach Helms taking the phone calls right now. Let's start with Daniel out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Daniel, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing good, fellas. How are y'all?
We're great. Good.
Hey, it's funny. Y'all did a story earlier in the week about how rice is killing the planet, and then that puts Bubba in the mood for a sushi plate. And I just thought that was really funny.
Fantastic. Isn't that good?
I didn't.
What a
I didn't
great
put a
catch.
lot of weight in that story.
What a great catch, Daniel. You're all over that. It's that you see how much we care about that. Probably made you think about rice, didn't it?
It did.
It did me.
It made me hungry.
We are rolling. Is this Ty or T.I. In Alabama? Go ahead. TJ?
Hello.
T.I.?
Check 1 2.
College
Hello?
football? Yeah, what's your name?
Tim?
Wow. Helmsy must have got lazy, dropped the name off. All right, so Timmy, go ahead, buddy.
Just talking about the college football, the transfer portal, it's just ruined college football for me, and it's because when you're watching the game, they have to tell you every player where he transferred from, and sometimes it's 2 or 3 years ago. It's just annoying.
Yeah, I don't really like the transfer portal until it makes my team a lot better than they were the year before.
Yeah, then I love it.
Then I'm all about it.
Yeah.
By the way, another thing, Greg's missing so much with us being sick. Look at TV4, what they're remaking.
I know. And who they got doing it.
I know it.
Boy, he's come a long way from Brokeback Mountain, hasn't he? Well, it's quite a change.
We
He's talking about a versatile actor.
He's very versatile.
Huh?
He's very versatile.
He's remaking Roadhouse.
Yeah.
Which is a classic movie. Which one are we remaking a classic?
We can't say his last name. Jake, is it Gyllenhaal?
Gyllenhaal.
I think it's Gyllenhaal.
Gyllenhaal.
I think it's Gyllenhaal.
If Greg was here, he would be furious that anybody's tampering with Roadhouse.
Oh,
furious.
It's one of those pieces of art that doesn't need to be. Look, if you make a sequel, that's bad enough. But when you remake the original,
right,
with a great Patrick Swayze in it,
come on,
huh?
And there's like a UFC tie to
Show
it too.
some respect.
Right, he becomes a UFC fighter. or something.
He's in The Covenant too. He did real. That's a really good movie. He did a good job in that. He's done a lot.
That
of stuff.
sounds a
little nugget there.
That
from
sounds
Speedy.
a little spooky. The Covenant. What is that about?
No, it's about.
Sounds a little dark.
Well, no, what? No, it's basically about a guy that served and he had an interpreter.
Yeah. I saw the previews of that.
Yeah, and he went back to try to get the interpreter.
I saw the previews of that. I sure did.
And I never saw what was that cowboy movie he was in? He was like a cowboy on the range.
We said that already.
We already
buddy.
done that. They don't need to get in there.
Yeah.
It's a cowboy on the range of some kind.
Yes, you can rent it.
Okay.
Brandon in Florida. Brandon, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Monkey Grass and Green Acres. How y'all doing?
I'm good, man.
Good phone.
Yeah. Hey, I had a quick question. I used to listen to you guys pretty heavy back in the early days of the show, and I used to do the 7 a.m. song. Whatever happened to that?
It was done away with.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, you know,
Appreciate it, fellas. Have a good one.
Yeah, well, the reason why, Brandon, like, what part of Florida do you live in right now? Are you Eastern time zone or are you Central time zone?
Central time zone.
So, you know, Florida, good example, some of it's Eastern time zone. So once we started expanding out into other markets, you know, there's Eastern, there's Central, then we have some markets that are, do we have any that are anything other than Eastern and Central?
We used to have some on Pacific time in Alaska. So
there you go.
But the thing is, we started crossing time zones, and with delayed listening and viewing now with streaming options, it wasn't always 7 o'clock.
There's actually, if you go to Knoxville, the show actually is in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So it just got to where
it would just sound strange.
Yeah, singing that it was 7 in the morning when for a lot of people it wasn't. So we just kind of did away with it. So everything has expiration date.
And we enjoyed singing it. It was fun for us too.
Oh yeah.
But, we just started getting the complaints and good night. So
well, it just felt weird to have to explain it for people that it wasn't applying to.
Yep.
Yep. We continue. Let's go to Curtis, Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Go ahead.
Oh yes, I just wanted to comment on the stalker. I think it would be good if she had a bodyguard there and he had to do all this stuff from cleaning toilets to just some unreal things, and it be videotaped, and then he couldn't keep any of the money or anything off of it. It had to be sold to charities. It'd be almost like, did you see the Andy Griffith show when Mr. Darling, he took a liking to Aunt B, and she had him doing all the stuff around the house?
Yes, that's a great episode, by the way.
It really is.
By the way, Bones texted me. We were talking about stalkers.
Yeah.
And he said that 20 years ago, we interviewed him about driving the mobile assault broadcast vehicle, and he said the question I was asked if I was a stalker.
Right. Yeah, so I think he kind of started in that area, but he worked out.
See there? See how that worked?
Yeah.
We go to Sam, Birmingham, listen to ZZK. Sam, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, have y'all seen the video? It's called, the guy says, stay in Mexico, and it disrupts the school board meeting.
I haven't seen that.
It is video gold. The guy's giving a heartfelt message about his son getting bullied at school, and all of a sudden this guy in the back says, well, why didn't you stay in Mexico? And the whole school board just goes crazy. And he just got his hands up like, what did I say that was wrong? He's illegal. He don't belong here.
Oh, that's good.
I think we
That's
saw
good.
that clip. It's an older one.
Is
yeah.
it? Okay,
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. Well, maybe I did. If we saw it in here, I just don't remember it.
And I'm sure it's being repeated. I don't,
That does sound familiar now. Let's go
Does
to.
this look familiar? This is the meeting right here. I'm not going to play the audio because I haven't screened it, but I don't know if we played this. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there, he's doing that Greg what thing.
That's funny. That is funny.
Well, the guy's making a valid point. If it's so horrible here, what'd you come here for? Probably a little insensitive.
Illegally.
Right.
That's the key.
That's the key. Let's go to Will.
Not against immigration. We're against illegal immigration.
Watauga County. Will, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing today?
We're great. I hope you're okay.
Doing great. Just trying to dodge these raindrops. Out here.
Understood. Hey, good luck with that.
Yeah. Wanted to see if y'all heard the tape with Carrie Lake where the guy was trying to get her to back out of the Senate race.
Yeah.
I heard about it. I haven't heard
that
it.
is some.
Yeah, we had that.
That is some nasty stuff. That kind of tells you what goes on behind the curtains of what's going on with our with all politicians nowadays. Just kind of nasty stuff going on. But I didn't know if y'all had heard about it. I didn't hear you talk about it. And
it was on yesterday. And can I tell you one of the reasons that I didn't really look at it and say, let's talk about that? And are y'all surprised by this?
Yeah.
Do y'all think that people aren't pressured to get out of races for the good of the party, get behind this candidate? Hey, why don't you not run? Why don't you step down? Did the tape reveal that to you? You don't think that happens? Of course that happens. I've got news for you. It's been happening long before we were able to tape it. Of course they come to people that say, look, we don't need to divide up the vote. Look, this is the candidate. Need to get behind this candidate. This is the best thing for the party. The Democrats just do it openly. So I mean, I didn't even really think that was a big news story. Of course, they pressure people to get out of the race. Did y'all not know that goes on?
Yeah, I imagine that's been going on since the first ballot was cast.
Right. Yeah. I bet that you have strategy like that and get pressured on stuff like that all the time.
And offered money too. Offered a job.
Yeah, of course.
Sit on the sidelines. Just take a pause.
Are y'all
for a couple
telling me
years.
that politicians cut deals and take care of each other and pay people to do things? Say, I'll take care. Hey, get behind me. I'll be sure and come back. And hey, we'll make good on that one. Does everybody think this is breaking news? I think this has been going on, like Bubba said, as long as we've been having elections. Yeah. But I understand why people are saying, well, here's proof of it. But it just didn't really surprise me. Yeah. It would be like, somebody telling me, hey, did you know sometimes that some of these football players that y'all love, that they have a lot of kids out of wedlock and smoke dope? I'd be like, yeah, I figured, I know that goes on. I mean, that's not breaking news for me. No. So we'll be back.
It's just like in these elections. I'm sure that overtures are sent to other candidates. Go ahead and drop out. Get behind me. It's done all the time.
Does anybody think Vivek was said, look, we need you as a cheerleader now?
Yeah.
We're going to take care of you. You don't worry about that. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And you're just in the first stages of gout. There's different stages, Rick. And
don't you just call it arthritis? So usually, doesn't it all?
No, it's
fall
different.
The same thing?
It's different.
It's different. Do you want me to read what it is again?
Well, it looks like it has the same.
It's a form of inflammation and arthritis.
Yeah, arthritis gets
Arthur?
you like this, and you
but
can't,
you're right.
Arthur gets you.
I don't think gout gets y'all like.
Well, you don't have. That's
get
Greg,
y'all like what?
That's not. If you have arthritis in your knee, it doesn't do like that.
Yeah, it does. It's all knotted up. Look, hey, gout happens. It's there. It's pretty common.
Greg, is there anybody?
You know what? I'm out with gout.
Is there anybody anywhere that's somewhere and they're by the water cooler and they said, hey, what's the difference between gout and arthritis? Somebody said, I don't know. Ask Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, it's acidic. Ask Rick and call in. See what they say.
And I tell you who knows most about it is Greg.
Yeah.
My dad had it so bad he had to have his knuckles replaced with plastic knuckles. Yeah.
Gout is actually a form of arthritis.
I just said that, Dr.
It
Burgess.
Yeah, right.
Oh, his
y'all
hands
knew
were
that.
just, I mean, they were horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
My mom's got some of that.
Rick, you'll be all right.
But guys,
Ricky got a little gout foot. It ain't gonna hurt you.
but of all the things wrong with that foot, don't you think gout may be on the list?
Probably in there.
But you're eating
part of it.
You're eating less
Like
meat.
number 6.
There's a lot of people at that party, but gout's there too.
You're eating less meat than you've ever eaten, right? I mean, you don't consume near as much as what you used to.
Where you at on shellfish?
Just in sheer volume.
That's
Probably
part of
not.
it too.
Probably not. Yeah.
That shellfish bad on it?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I don't eat a lot of shellfish. Either.
Oh, I do. I tear shrimp up.
Bill Bubba Bussing.
Rick, glad to be here and glad to be helping Santa out this time of year.
Yes. Matter of fact, yesterday Santa stopped by, and I think he had to feel pretty good about himself.
Yeah.
He was moving through, and I thought we looked pretty good on the list this year. Even Greg.
I know, which was a little strange.
So let's talk about.
Now, Rick, I just want to recap. If you have any information on gout, go ahead and send it to Rick now.
Yes, Adler. He wants. Adler screens my emails. Adler@rickandbubba.com.
He screens them,
and I appreciate him doing that. That's very kind of him. So this Lane Kiffin thing.
Yeah. Howdy toddy.
The Ole Miss. I'm a little perplexed by. Now, Florida Atlantic, we would say yes. Okay, so where's the other instance that Lane Kiffin, when he lands at the tarmac, it's Nick Saban like?
What do you mean?
Like in his coaching career,
USC.
Where did he win big as a head coach?
He
not the Raiders, not Tennessee.
His overall college record is 61-34.
Mm-hmm.
He was 25-13 at FAU with 2 conference championships.
Yeah.
I do understand, and we've said this in the past. He left Tennessee. He might have been successful.
Well, that's
there.
true.
He left because he wanted to go to USC. That's why they didn't run him off. He left on his own.
So, but
they didn't like it.
But the reaction at Ole Miss as if they've hired a Saban.
Oh, I know.
It was a rock star reaction.
I agree. That's way over the top.
It reminded me when Saban landed in Alabama.
Yeah.
Now Saban has delivered. All right, so here it is.
We got it.
So this is him arriving in Oxford. On the tarmac, and I'm talking about to a rock star welcome. Here we go. So he's coming out.
Look at the people.
Goodness. No pressure there, Lane.
He reminds me of somebody. I can't put my finger on it.
That smirky look.
Yeah, right. It's some actor. I can't think of the actor. Look, now
All
right. So
fired up.
Well, there you go, Lane.
But help me out on this.
I hate to quote Linus in this situation, but a savior is born.
Lane was
there. He is.
Rick, the most bizarre thing. This has been around him his whole career. He was given a head coaching job in the NFL when he was what? 30
something, yeah.
And
I think he's 44
didn't even
now.
have hardly any experience. I mean, I'm with you though. He's had high-profile jobs, but where is the huge
Rick?
success?
Here he is
now he's
handling
holding
the
somebody's
babies.
job.
Look, they're handing him babies,
and that's a new kind of new baby.
Yeah. Well, when I first saw it, I thought
maybe his.
Well, that's a good point.
That's the first thing I thought of when I saw it.
Who takes it? That's a new baby. Why would I hand my new baby to any coach who got off an airplane? Here, hold her.
Is it the Shawshank Redemption guy? Tim, what's his name?
Wow.
Could be.
Tim
Robbins?
Tim Robbins, you're right.
Yeah. Does he remind me of
He
Tim
does.
Robbins, the actor?
He's got a little of that look.
He can play Lane in the movie, no doubt.
Andy Dufresne.
Andy Dufresne.
Was the,
All right.
That's how I know him.
Can somebody help me on why everybody thinks Lane Kiffin, if he arrives, you're about to start winning?
I know.
Based on what?
Well, Rick, here's the thing. You
Does
want to.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Here we go. We're back. Thank you for being with us on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. SimplySafeBubba.com. Yes, sir. Now more than ever, unfortunately, you don't have to be Taylor Swift to need a good security system. We all got unfortunate situations and unexpected things, and just the world we live in has become, unfortunately, a lot more dangerous, and people, seem to not be as willing to maybe adhere to don't break in people's property and steal things as maybe they once were. SimplySafeBubba.com, though, will take care of it. You talking about burglar busting protection for your home or your small business or any property you may have. SimplySafeBubba.com. They are, once again, just leading the industry, reshaping the industry. Comprehensive protection, advanced sensors not only detect break-ins, but fires, floods, other threats to your place, getting you the help you need. 24/7 live guard protection. Monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and confront intruders. Available only from Simply Safe. They actually stop crime in real time. And it's less than $1 a day to get 24/7 monitoring. So go to simplysafebubba.com for 60 days risk-free. Now, if you don't love it, you can return your system for a full refund. Keep your place, your family safer than ever this year. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com today. We do have it in the link there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe. Bubba, I guess we'll look around again to the Biden administration. Here we are in an election year. More Biden, more Kamala. Kamala's really on the move right now. But we'll start with Biden. Here we go.
Everybody know.
Hey, a Basement Joe. I say the Basement Joe. Political analyst Eddie Van Adler standing by. So Biden has a clip from his speech. And we yesterday, people trying to talk about what he mumbled. Some of your emails were hilarious, but here we go again. This is from the same. This is we're talking to women, and of course our topic always must be, as a Democrat, no, everybody wants to take your right away to have abortion on demand whenever you choose, and we'll stop them. So here
seems to be really the only thing they've got, and going into this election.
Right. So here he is from his speech talking about Trump.
And I'm so glad Greg's not here because he's gonna say, "Guess what?"
Oh, is he?
And you know how Greg hates when people say, "Hey, guess."
Yeah, guess.
Yeah, I don't want to guess.
Take
Just
a
tell
guess.
me. Just tell me. I hear you.
Donald Trump is betting you won't vote on this issue. But guess what? He's betting we won't hold him responsible either for taking away the rights. He's betting you're going to stop caring.
We have daughters.
By the way, that you'll get distracted and discouraged and stay home. Well, guess what?
Oh, watch him.
I'm betting he's wrong.
That's it.
Oh my!
How cringy and weird was that? And yet they put that out. Like, this is the best we got from that whole speech.
Well,
Here it is.
If you're a band and you don't have that many hits, you just have to release any hit you can find. No matter. I mean, it's so here we go now.
What was the scream? We have daughters.
I don't know.
Talk about we want our daughters to be able to have abortions. That's
you know
what she
what?
was saying.
There's nothing like passing on to the next generation, to your daughter, the right to take the life of a kid that if she'd have taken yours, you wouldn't be here right now.
Right.
But anyway, these are one of those things. The fact that
not all the daughters were there.
Right. Well, when you go to this and this very, very serious topic, the way I think the thing we should all be concerned about, no matter where you are on the spectrum, okay, no matter where you are on this issue, I think all of us should agree we are talking about something in a very, very cavalier way that is extremely serious. It's almost like we have become completely numb about what we're actually talking about. I mean, we're treating this like taxation or something. So anyway, all right. So now Biden denies the results of the Virginia governor's race, but we're going to find out that this is him joking around.
Supposedly.
Well, let's walk down this path.
Yeah. Tell me what's
is
going
he
on.
joking? Is he not joking?
Okay.
Either way, it's not good.
Okay.
Hello, Virginia. And the real governor, Terry McAuliffe.
First off, he mispronounces his name.
He can't say
He didn't say McAuliffe right.
No, he can't say that.
And he is not the real governor. It is Glenn Youngkin, and he is making a joke that the election was stolen. Okay, and I'll give him that. He's making a joke about it, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Right.
I think that's great stump speech. Okay.
So he thinks elections can be stolen, I guess.
But let's go ahead
That's the bigger
now
point.
and get to now the press secretary trying to explain this when asked about it.
Is election denying a joke now?
What do you mean? You have to say more than just make a random statement.
Why did the president say, hello, Virginia, and the real governor, Terry McAuliffe?
He was making a joke about Terry. He was making a joke. He was, I mean, if you play it back, it's clearly that the president was making a joke.
What's the joke?
He was making a joke about McAuliffe's previous term as governor.
How are you guys going to convince people, though, that this idea of denying election results is very bad if President Biden is going out and making jokes like this?
Okay, he did not deny. He did not deny it. He congratulated Governor Youngkin. Matter of fact, when he won his election, he did it out of the gate. Out of the gate, really, truly. He congratulated the governor, and not only that, we've had opportunities to work closely with the governor over the past couple of years. And, this is a president that works across the aisle. We've seen that many times.
What does that even mean?
Many times.
Now, when did he go across the aisle?
I don't recall
than
it.
Constantly telling half the country we're morons for supporting Trump.
Right.
And Rick, you remember we talked about this, reaching out across the aisle. There was a point the last time they tried to and did prosecute Trump in the House and impeach him after the election was already done.
Mm-hmm.
And Joe Biden could have been a leader then and stood up and said, "Stop this. We've won the election. We're going in. You're making a farce of this, and it's only going to make people mad." If I want to reach across the aisle, there's a time to call the dogs off.
Sure, right,
okay?
right.
And give your opponent who you have beaten a way out and his supporters a way out. But instead, you put them in the wall and just kept attacking them. So you know what they do? They get more vicious and come back at you. So he had a chance to do that. He's never reached across the aisle. That's a joke. But here's the thing. She should have said, yeah, it was a joke. It is a joke, and a joke is a joke no matter what the subject is, and y'all ought to get over it. And they ought to have said, well, why don't you get over it when Trump's joking?
Right.
Yeah. That should have been how that went.
Right.
And because Trump does joke, and he talks, he does tongue-in-mouth humor all the time. And people, and the reporters will act like he has just said the gosh awfulest thing when he's clearly joking about it.
Right. It's
but it's
two different
always handled two different ways. And of course, then they get offended when you bring it up.
Yep.
And that's what Peter was doing. He's trying to make a point that you guys, it's okay if you're joking. We're joking. It's like we take it for what it was worth. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
we know that was a joke. Right. It was a good joke. I admit that. That's a good joke. It's a stump speech joke, just like chanting "lock her up."
Yep.
Yeah, but two different standards, as we have said so many times, and she could have handled that in a way, like you said, Bubba, to diffuse that accusation. So next, the Vice President, Kamala Harris, is also going to speak to the ladies. But first, she wants to get her Wikipedia page right because she says that they have her height incorrect on Wikipedia. And she's telling her staff they need to get it right. So, Vice President Kamala Harris, a couple of comments, including one that always leaves us a little dumbfounded. And we'll hit that. Vice President stands 5'1". Here she is, first of all, taking on her height being wrong on Wikipedia. So here we go.
And I think she's talking to Katie Couric here. Is that who that is?
Not sure, but here we go.
Meanwhile, why did I think you were much taller? I recently learned you're only 5'2". Is that true?
That is absolutely incorrect.
Okay.
I am 5'4" and a quarter.
Okay, and I'm
Sometimes
5'3".
5'4" and a half, and with heels, which I always wear, I'm 5'7" and a half. Thank you very much.
Okay, Wikipedia, you're wrong, and we need
Totally
to correct
wrong.
that.
I've said this to my team, like, what? I don't know where it came from. I was 5'2" when I was 12.
They say I'm 5'1" on my Wikipedia page.
How tall are you?
5'3 3/4".
Right?
And shrinking.
It's like literally, they just want to just make us smaller in every way.
I know, but I was excited because I'm.
Okay.
And she's worried about her Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
Hadn't seen the border.
No.
Hadn't seen it. Hadn't seen it.
We'll come back. This next one is the one that always leaves us scratching our head. But this is the typical emotional worldview where you get to have everything and believe anything and still retain everything. It's I can believe anything. I can make it all work. I will not hear standards. I will not hear anything other than I can make it all work. We'll talk about this when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
USC got
it's
rid
a
of
popular
when
name.
When you're trying to hire a football coach, you want somebody who's going to win, obviously, but you got to have somebody that brings hype to the program, that excites the fan base.
A splash.
And, Ole Miss tasted a little bit of that before. They had beat Alabama twice. They went to New Year's Day Bowl and won, and they thought they were coming to the big table, from the kids' table.
They were
so
getting a lot of recruits. Of course, that cost them a little later.
Yeah, and they were getting so many good recruits, it looked a little strange.
Well, after tonsils,
it drew
text came up on the big screen. Yeah, that was terrible during the draft.
Yeah, it drew.
Hugh Freeze was there to support his player, and all of a sudden you look, he's like.
But they, then the program went back into, obscurity, and now they think they got some hype. Well, Lane, now you compare this to the other coaching hires at Arkansas and at Mississippi.
Bobby Pittman?
Yeah.
and
at Missouri.
Sam Pittman.
And at Missouri.
And Eli Drinkwitz.
Drinkwitz.
That's his name, Greg.
And you go, who?
Play for a man
you go, who?
Drinkwitz.
So Ole Miss did get the pop they were looking for. Now, they get the wins they're looking for? But they got the pop. Look at the fan base. So that means more donations.
Recruits maybe look that way.
It's a risky move on their part.
Now you got to live up to it.
But it's a gamble that right now they're getting what they wanted, and that was hype.
All right. So if that guy doesn't fake a urinating dog. This doesn't even happen.
You're right.
Probably not.
You're right. Because it's hard to let that guy go knowing you just beat your rival.
And 2 weeks earlier, the AD had said he's our guy.
All right.
Yes. Well, that's the kiss of death.
And
we all know
when
that.
you was having Luke was supposed to be a Band-Aid, a transitional guy, and then there started being some discussion. Maybe we should just keep him. So, do you now, as an Ole Miss fan, go from being mad at the player that was a urinating dog to now being proud of him and celebrating him? Is he a hero now?
Yeah.
Did he raise that leg and out came Lane Kiffin?
This is a great question, Rick.
It was a urination heard all the way across Mississippi.
Right. What if ESPN has been doing these documentaries, and one of them was What If? One of them is What If, and what if we look 5 or 6 years from now and we tie it back to that? That's excellent.
I know.
And what if we look Johnny Pittman's better than any of them?
His name's not
It's
Johnny
Sam
Pittman.
Sam
Okay, who is the Missouri coach?
Eli Drinkwitz.
Oh my God!
Now, where did he come from?
Appalachian State.
Okay.
Now, is he the one
he's got? Look, if he's
App's lost 2 coaches 2 years in a row for being too good.
Yeah, they've got a good
the
program.
Louisville guy
12-1.
Wait a minute.
But still, he doesn't have the national name that Lane Kiffin
No,
has.
Drinkwitz.
And I don't know that.
Hey, nobody goes to the
I'm saying
airport
that.
and
I
hands
think
their
that's
baby
him.
to Coach Drinkwitz. They don't.
But why are we handing it to Lane Kiffin?
I don't know,
I
Rick.
understand everything you said, Bubba. I just don't know why is there hype
Rick,
around
'cause here's
Lane
the
Kiffin?
thing, Rick, Lane
because
Kiffin
he won pretty well at Florida Atlantic.
He's very recognizable,
Right.
but if you look back, some of the things he's recognizable for are not popular.
That's my point. That's my point. I mean,
look, Rick,
P.T. Barnum could draw a crowd, but it was just a circus.
Did you see Tim and Lane? I think he could play him in the movie.
Look, I'm telling you.
Yeah, a little hair work.
Wow. That's a good call.
No doubt.
Andy Dufresne.
All right, so but back to this again.
Kiffin's offenses have been good everywhere he was.
That's my next question. Is this really excitement because of what he did at Alabama?
Yeah.
Because it can't be anything else, right? I mean, Florida Atlantic. I mean, there was some success there, but that doesn't.
What adds to his resume?
What was he before he went to Tennessee? Was he still in the NFL?
He was
as
at
a
Oakland.
coordinator?
He was at Oakland.
Well, he wasn't the head. I think he done lost his
offensive
head
coordinator.
job. He was somewhere.
What I'm saying is, though, as I'm looking at everything about Lane Kiffin, I'm talking about recent, not in the past. I see the owl recruiting video.
That was
and because somebody says, "Hey, he's going to be," and then you see that, you go, "Now we're not going to have this, are we?"
Well,
I mean,
Rick,
look at it like
it
this.
just seems a bit of a risk for Ole Miss given what happened to them last time. But again, they're getting the hype they wanted.
Well,
and don't miss why it fell apart last time. What the topic was.
That's what I'm talking about.
I know you are. I just wanted
guys,
to say.
what did we say?
That's true.
What did we say when Lane took the FAU job? He's got to go prove himself.
Right.
Well, I think he's done that. He's done all he can do at FAU.
Yeah.
He has.
Yeah, he has.
And it's been 3 years, right? So it is still taking a chance. It's risky.
Kiffin is 44.
But I think he's done what he's supposed to do in order to get this opportunity.
And it will be his 5th head coaching job.
And he's only 44.
That's amazing within itself that he's had an NFL head coaching job and these college jobs. He's only 44.
That's a pretty big program.
Yeah, he did go. He was head coach of Raiders 2007, 2008, and then he went to Tennessee in 2008.
So 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. We'll continue the Kamala Harris update, and it'll also go into another clip today. You know, we said this going to the break because this is all Biden and Kamala trying to rebel-rouse the female vote, saying that the Republicans will take away your right to abortion on demand anytime you want to. Of course, all they've done is turn it over to the states, which constitutionally it should have been. And if you don't like the state you're in, you can certainly go to another one if this is something that you want to have available and feel that this is what you should do. That is certainly between you, your own belief system, whatever, unless we all come to the conclusion and have the discussion on whether anyone has the right to take the life of an innocent person. But then that gets into where life begins. But anyway, so.
But, Rick, think about this.
Right.
Let's say that I am pro-choice, pro-abortion, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the convictions. I just want that available no matter what. You have a better chance of having it available if 50 states have to decide to outlaw it than one federal government.
No, you're right. You're right.
And the federal government, I think, corrected a wrong in sending it to the states.
Right.
You still have it.
Right.
But, I mean, I know it's a good soundbite and you like to argue about it, but Donald Trump really didn't do this. The Supreme Court did. Now, did he appoint judges to that? Yes. I mean, you can look at it that way. That's fine. But, again, I think you have a much better odds of preserving this, if that's what you feel like you need, if there's 50 states that have to outlaw it as opposed to one federal government.
I agree. It just makes all the sense in the world. So Kamala Harris is going to do something that's always interesting here, because Bubba talked about people that is not your belief system. But Kamala wants to know, even if your faith and deeply held beliefs, you want them to remain intact, you certainly can. Now I don't know where she gets the authority to declare that, but here she is making that comment.
And let us all agree. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body.
Well, so you always word it a different way. You're ignoring what the people are actually having to decide. You're again, like I said a minute ago, we've lost this conversation no matter where you are on it. I hope we could all find common ground that something so serious and so difficult and so horrible to have to even contemplate should always be met and discussed with dignity. And I would say that on both sides, okay? But we're just treating it like it's some government program that nobody has the right to deny to you. That's not true, because the people who have faith, and Kamala knows this if she's researched people's faith at all, that people who have a biblical worldview, say you are of a Christian worldview, okay, then you would have scripture that you believe is the divine word of God that says to us clearly, Romans chapter 1, just one example, we can't just not participate in things that God forbids. We can't condone others also doing it.
Right.
We're told not to do that. Doesn't mean that you're mean to them, doesn't mean you hate them, doesn't mean you wish them ill will, doesn't mean you think they can't be redeemed, none of that. But we're not supposed, first of all, we're not supposed to do it, but we're also not to condone it, celebrate it. So if we get a vote or get a say to God, we're not for this, then we cannot compromise that and retain our faith. That's just not true. So what she's saying isn't right. Now, if you don't, if that's not your thing, that's fine. But I don't think any of us want to see. And I know we talk a lot about sending our kids off to these colleges now. So back to what Bubba just said. Right now, the states have the right to whether they're going to offer abortion on demand or not. And here's a student at a medical college in Wisconsin that has some chilling things to say.
I think abortion should be unrestricted. And
I think when somebody finds out in pregnancy, or how far along that they are when someone finds out, they should be able to get an abortion if they want to. And for some people, that is full term. If I can't get abortion training here, if I can't perform abortions in my career, I will not stay in Wisconsin. And a lot of my colleagues who are on the same track agree.
See, it's never enough. It's never enough.
Wow.
You remember when we started, people would almost cringe to even remotely discuss beyond the first trimester. We'd almost cringe at the thought of it. Even people who were for it, okay? Nobody liked the idea of the second term. Then the second term didn't upset us, but the third term did. Now the third term doesn't upset us. Partial birth doesn't upset us. You realize when we get this far down the road, the argument of where life begins isn't even gray anymore, okay? And we're still for it? See, that's us digressing as human, civil people. It's just a total slide of depravity. And you just heard a young woman say it as clear and unapologetically as you're going to hear it.
Rick, you remember, I thought,
wow,
while our position has not changed on this, I thought the abortion issue in the country had calmed down a little bit.
Felt like it, yeah. But see, there's election year.
But no, I mean back several years ago.
Right.
And you remember the governor that got on and he gave the speech about if the baby is born, it's alive, we're going to make it comfortable till we decide what to do with it. Well, you're talking about murdering somebody now.
Right.
And people got so outraged, that's what sparked and unified a lot of the right to push forward to try to overturn Roe v. Wade, which they did at the Supreme Court, and send it back to the states.
No, you're right. You're right.
But you remember it was set, and again, pushed it too far,
Overplayed
till
your
people
hand.
finally went, I can't take this anymore. I'm
Because-
going to have to be moved to action.
Well, people thought at that point, they'd gotten kind of, like you said, they'd gotten kind of lackadaisical, as we do, Rick Burgess included, sadly. But you know what that did? Somebody said, we got to bring some levity to this. Do we understand the gravity of this? And now that got people, as you said, Bubba, engaged that really had kind of moved
sitting on the sideline.
Yeah.
And it overturned Roe v. Wade, which honestly I thought we'd never see in our lifetime.
Well, if you live in Wisconsin, I hope that you'll tell this young lady that you mean her no harm, but you'd be happy to see her leave your state.
Yeah.
That'd be perfectly good with you.
Mm-hmm.
Because you really wouldn't want people that see human life with so little regard to be in your state practicing medicine.
Well, it's just sad the state of someone who's a doctor, that's sworn to help and take people and not help them out and not hurt them.
Wisconsin would be a better place if you would just leave and don't let the badger hit you in the butt on the way out.
Right.
Don't
let the badger bite you.
Right. Take a piece of cheese with you and go, please. Our society just got better when you left.
Yeah, gosh.
You see what I'm talking. Now we're not even handling it with any dignity now.
Yeah.
We're not even even a little bit, nauseated by the fact we're having to discuss it. It's just so.
And if you go back to the roots of all this and Margaret Sanger and what she stood for and the reason she was, I can't believe that some of these groups support this like this.
I know.
I mean, it would be like a Jewish group supporting Adolf Hitler. It really would. It doesn't make any sense.
True. Top of the hour. If you leave us, don't forget Rick and Bubba archives available every day to catch any part you might have missed.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I think Florida State's got the best coaching hire at this point out of Mike Norvell at Memphis. I think they stand it.
Your phone calls are next. We'll talk to you about it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I think Scott's going to take your comment, but we'll let Scott have it. Scott, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
I was just going to see if you guys called at the part where right after they give Kiffin the baby, there's a fan there that tells Kiffin to get a burner phone.
Oh, my goodness. So somebody says that from the crowd?
Yeah, you can hear it if you listen closely. It's right around the time of the baby and all that, and somebody tells them to get a burner phone.
Well, everybody's been saying that.
Yes, I didn't know it was in the crowd. Oh, my. Asheville, Alabama. Chris standing by. Chris, welcome. How are you?
Hey, guys. You doing all right today?
Good.
Hey, you had mentioned that he looked like an actor. I don't know if it's who you're talking about, but he looks like Daniel Tosh. And if you haven't seen some of the videos that Daniel Tosh has done, you'll want to edit them, of course. But, yeah, he is very funny.
How do you spell his last name?
Tosh?
Tosh. It shows Tosh.0 on Comedy Central. Like I said, don't play it on air, but so funny.
So it's a
He
yuck
got
fest.
Lane Kiffin and his wife doing some interviews and stuff while he was at Alabama. Really funny.
I've seen that.
I actually got a text from our buddy.
He
looks.
he really looks like Lane Kiffin. Yeah.
Wow, he does. Okay, so he
made fun
boy, he does. Yeah, he looks a lot like that guy.
He may bump Andy for the role.
Yeah, I'm afraid Tim Robbins just got moved. This guy may be him. Man, that guy looks a lot like him. So he would do videos as if he was him. Yeah, because I guess people
forgot all about that.
That was at the beginning of that. Back it up and look at it again. That was him acting.
Yeah, I saw that.
You can't play the audio.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. But
we continue. Let's go to Zach listening to WLAY. Zach, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Thanks, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
Good.
If you go back, I don't know if it's just who his daddy was or what, but everywhere he's gone, he's always brought excitement. And when you go back and you look when he came to Tennessee, he brought this excitement, this mentality of, yeah, we may not have as much talent as you, but we're going to go down and we're going to play you to the wire no matter what. And, I mean, you look at that year that they took Alabama down to the wire, it had not been for blocked field goal, maybe win that game. And so he brings that mentality and that hype of, we don't care, we're going to trash talk you, don't care if you're 10 times better than we are, we're not going to roll over and just not show up to the game kind of deal.
Yeah, I guess
he's a good football.
Look, I'm sure it would be hard for me though. I mean, I'm just this guy, and this speaks, negatively. How you say that? Negatively toward me. But I would have to be the guy sitting in the room said, now we do remember that USC left him at the tarmac, right?
Yeah,
and
that did happen.
He had to hitch a ride to get back to his hotel. We all remember that, right? So he didn't have that fan base.
In his defense,
was he the Tennessee coach when Mount Cody blocked?
Yeah, that's what he just said. Yeah.
When he was at USC, you remember we had what's the commentator Rod when we had the sports show?
Gilmore.
He was on, and you remember what got Kiffin is they overhyped USC that year. They had just come off some sanctions, and they had them ranked in the top 5, and they just completely fell apart. But we had him on the show, like he said that right there. He said that is completely. I mean, he started listing reasons why.
Okay.
He said they are not a top 5 team, and he was right.
Yeah. Before the disaster.
They just somehow
happened.
they got the huge hype on it that they were supposed to be back, and they had just come off sanctions where they had scholarship limitations.
Right. Yeah.
A few years before, and they didn't have the players.
We continue 866 We Be Big to Cindy in Montgomery, I-92. Cindy, go ahead.
Hey, guys, please tell me y'all have heard the news conference where Lane was asked what Coach Saban was saying to him on the sidelines after one of the games where, Saban was chewing him up and down.
I haven't heard it, no.
It is the funniest. Lane tells the reporters, he said, he was just saying, Lane, I love you.
Rick, we didn't see the footage. We saw the airplane, but we didn't see the pep rally footage. Wasn't we going to look at it, too?
Pep rally?
Yeah, for Kiffin.
We were going to look at the tarmac. He was asked about the tarmac experience, the last tarmac experience.
Okay, well, there is a pep rally inside somewhere.
I didn't see that. I didn't.
You need to see that footage, too. It's pretty impressive. Yeah.
Well, they are fired up.
Yeah. you need to see.
Okay, let me have that. Yeah, here's the tarmac comment because he did have a tough time last
Talk
tarmac.
about the reception you received from the fan base. Did you ever think you'd be kissing and hugging babies at the tarmac when you got off the plane?
A lot better than another tarmac experience that I had.
See, that's why Lane.
I watched you that whole.
There's something. He always looks like that. This man.
He looks like he's on a bender.
Yes, every time I see him, he looks like somebody went over and he was on the couch.
Yeah,
and
woke him up,
and he's sleeping one off, and they nudge him and said, "Hey, you got a press conference."
He does.
Adler, see if you can find the footage of him coming on to stage at a pep rally right after he got off the plane.
Hype video though
it may have been
falls right into that category. You just
when he did the owl recruiting,
he had a
video,
shirt on that didn't even fit him.
Yeah, it's like it was hanging over there like we have in our office in our closet shirts we need if we get in a bind. And somebody said, "Put the shirt on." Remember, we got to shoot that video.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
wait
my.
just a minute. Hang on, just a second. Let me get my visor on. Remember, his hair's all over his head. Yeah. It's like he seems just like he's surprised by the situation he finds himself in.
I can't find the pep rally, but I have the owl recruitment video if you guys want to watch it.
I do. I want that.
Can I see it again?
Girl,
Can I
gotta
see
see
it?
it.
This is who the pep rally's for. Don't miss this out. We're back from the Big Boy Studio. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. We got everybody here today except Gregory. He's out still. He'll be back Monday probably. Helmsy, Adler, Speedy, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day, and thank you for being there.
Yes, Bubba.
There he is.
There he is. There he is. All right, so Bubba, we have. We're going to do a full-blown animal update, just multiple animals.
We got animals everywhere.
There he is. So,
Rick, we may have mentioned this in the crazy world of animals, but we got some footage, and I guess it's a package on it in Adler about these alligators when the water freezes, that they have to stick their nose up above, and they freeze their nose out, their snout outside the pond,
and they
so they
know
can breathe.
to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just instinctive to do that.
Yeah, I'm sure probably part of evolution.
But look at the picture, how weird it is when you see these alligators and crocodiles, and you see their nose above the ice.
Mm-hmm. And this is from Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina, from the Swamp Park. And this is, I guess, one of the alligator keepers at the Swamp
And that's
Park.
their official title, alligator keeper.
Something.
You always know him because he's got 9 fingers.
Not nearly as thick as it was a few years ago, but still pretty thick.
Talking about the ice.
Thick enough for these guys to do what they do, which is to stick their nose up out of the ice so that they can breathe and suspend themselves in the water. They are in full brumation right now. Alligators do not hibernate, they brumate. Oh. And you can see they even have their eyelids closed as a means of protection.
Wow.
It's just a frozen gator.
Yeah, if I was a gator, like my ear would itch or something, I'd go down. And
so they're cold-blooded, right? So they can stay warmer, frozen in ice than they can just laying up on the bank in some mud.
Look at all of them.
And I think they would suffocate with the ice covering the water. They would suffocate, so they have to.
Well, what
stick
can't
their
they
nose
go
up
lay
in.
up on the bank?
I guess they can stay warmer out of the bank, out of
That's
the water.
what I'm asking.
Is the water warmer?
I think you're.
than the air?
That's a good question.
I'm in ice. I'm in ice water.
That's why you're an expert, Rick. You have these good
Okay,
questions.
well, listen.
I think
How
you
about
could-
this?
I
How
think-
about this?
I think you're onto something.
Yeah.
Like with an Eskimo. It's warmer inside the igloo because it doesn't get below 32, right?
Yes.
Making an Eskimo comparison.
Yeah, right.
No, it is a comparison because you have the cold air, you have an ice shield, and then you're on the other side of the ice.
You're not in the element.
So the water would, if it hasn't frozen, it's above 32, right?
Right.
Or it froze all the way down.
Right.
It's 17 outside, so it's warmer than what they would be outside on the bank.
Okay.
Like a wetsuit.
Hit William.
Hit
William.
Come on, Bill, tell it.
That's gonna get a Shatner right there.
Come on, Bill.
We can't let that go.
Bill, tell them what you know.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Yeah, right. That's,
y'all know that.
yeah.
Everybody's watched
Sure,
Animal
everybody.
Planet knows that.
Yeah. But, it was just funny.
Or a good Eskimo documentary.
Right. Well, that was just funny. We were talking about alligators. You say, well, it's kind of like an Eskimo.
Right.
But
Well, it's the same,
Right.
you know,
yeah.
the ice shield.
Without the jacket.
The ice is actually keeping the water warm.
Right. Without the jacket.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
The
I bet that nose is cold.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
Some frost on that nose.
Yeah. Ooh, look at that.
Look at that right there.
Looks to me like it'd be a good time to clean house.
I knew you were going to say that, and I agree with it. Let's take the numbers down.
Yep, way too many of them. Ask any little small dog walker in
I
Florida.
just feel weird as a human being. You know, you never see squirrels out there going, I wish our hawk numbers were through the roof.
Yeah, I know.
And I mean, would you ever get a squirrel on any kind of campaign for more hawks?
No.
Eagles.
Speaking of that, your chicken bone story yesterday.
Yes.
Several people told me hawks and birds of prey. we'll do that. If there's a wire or something, they sit on up above it or a tree, and they're because the hawk numbers have gone way up, which we tried to get them to go up.
Wait just a minute.
And they said they'll leave all kind of bones of all the little birds and things they've been eating.
Yeah, well, yeah. Here's another one though.
So an owl.
I'm sending this to you, Adler. When you get it, let me know.
Yeah, we're opening a shooting house owl kind of
Yeah.
made home.
Oh yeah, owl pellets.
I know. But anyway, I also had someone.
I heard they're slick.
That will remain nameless.
Slicker than
what you're saying in the animal world is correct. But I also had someone who also brought evidence yesterday of the human impact with this as well. He's literally in the area where the man who was talking to me about it runs. And he literally saw a human being walking down the sidewalk, eating chicken wings and throwing them in the bushes. Yeah, I mean,
or it could be that.
Well, a combination, probably a combination of the two.
Yeah.
Because Bubba, we're talking about a tremendous amount of bones.
Yeah.
So I think you almost may have these two things working in concert.
Is it a bone problem? There's so many.
Well, I mean,
are they breaking down? Are they fertilizing?
Yeah. So and the guy's walking down the sidewalk, and he's just eating wings. He's just tossing them, and he walked right by this guy's place.
Chew gum too.
I'm waiting for that video to come through, Rick. But in the meantime, I forgot that owl pellets. The owls throw up the pellet.
They do.
Oh, it's awful.
Thanks,
don't.
Look,
Why
at
are you
that.
showing that?
It looks hilarious.
Why would you do that?
I did not want
We
to
get
see
a
that.
day.
Sorry.
We get a day where
Mouth open?
where Greg's here, not here, and he would, and you still give us something Greg would have called for.
I'm sorry. I'm waiting for that video to come through.
Okay.
Here,
Well,
Did you email?
I texted.
Oh.
Yeah, I texted, but maybe I should have videoed it. I mean, I should have emailed it.
Well, what happens is you send it to my phone, and then I send it to my email every single time.
So
email's
why don't
best.
you just tell me to cut out the middleman and just email it to you?
I think he has.
He has.
I think he has. I think he said that
He
a
has.
lot.
He has a tremendous amount of time.
Here we go, Rick.
All right,
Yeah.
so
Here we
do
go.
we
Now
need
he knows
volume
how
on
Sherry
it?
feels. I don't think I'll put volume up. I don't know.
All right. You're not sure about it?
Yeah. Well, see this guy. Look right there. He's out there eating wings
Oh, I
on,
know
on
where
the
that
very sidewalk. And then he said he went past him and tossed it in the bushes.
That's where my daughter works.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Right there?
Yeah, she works in that store.
No way.
He runs right down that sidewalk.
Okay, how about that?
I wonder if she videoed it. I wonder if it came from her.
I know the bones are biodegradable, but the length of time does that filter into it? I mean, if you throw a banana peel under a bush, it's gone in a day.
Right,
you know,
but boy, these bones, they hang on.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I could tell them wings were good. He was tearing it up.
He was tearing them
and
wings
then he'd
up.
kind of eat a bite and look at it a little
I
bit.
didn't know people ate wings mobile as much as they do.
I
Driving
could see driving more than I could walking.
Yeah.
And I know where that guy got those wings, and they're really good.
Are they good wings?
Yes, they're really good.
Are they good wings?
Yes.
That's just down from the tennis courts, right?
Right.
Kinda.
is. Yeah.
It's right across the street from that Publix.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Used to be.
A
Okay.
lot of wings, bones, and stuff in there. A lot of bones. And I think really
if it starts to look like Halloween, it's probably too much.
Yeah.
I need to go back
Well,
to trash
if you
can.
take all the things that people have told us, if you take birds of prey, you take that guy, you take people driving doing it, you take a raccoon here or there, like we said yesterday, you've got a formula for a lot of bird bones and chicken bones everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to see somebody walking, eating a wing, and tossing it. I
Right
was
where
not
right
expecting
where the run takes place.
that. Yeah.
Man.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Well, there you go.
So,
I don't need enough wings.
you know,
I don't.
It's almost like
Wings aren't a big part of my life.
Oh, I do them every Super Bowl. Like 100 of them.
Well, that's
once a year.
What are you
Okay,
talking
well,
about?
all right. That's
by
a
the way,
great
that's
point.
not a lot.
We're once
Yeah,
2
yeah.
weeks.
Yeah, I
every
think
2
I do
weeks.
that.
I was about to say, I think we all eat wings that much. You know, I mean, it's every Super Bowl. I'm all in. I eat wings once a year. Every February, I eat them. I think we're all there. I think
what? Clockwork.
I might even average twice a year.
I eat as much as I do Thanksgiving turkey.
So pretty big deal.
I wish what we could have seen in that video behind that guy was that giant Pop-Tart walking down there.
Golly. What a day it would have been.
great.
What a day it would
Can
have
we
been.
get the giant Pop-Tart Greg at a game?
Come on.
I love that guy.
I wish you could have seen a hawk come in and then grabbed it and took off.
Oh,
That'd have
man.
been awesome.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. All kinds of mysteries resolved today.
He thought he had something. Well, I mean, I eat them every Super Bowl.
But if I eat 100, that's like one every 3 days.
I don't know why.
Averaged out.
I mean, I'm in pretty good shape. I work out a lot, once a year.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Commit to the Owls.
Hey, Owl Nation. This is Coach Kiffin.
His shirt.
What an exciting time. Next week is National Signing Day. As we sign some of the best players in America, we need some of the best fans in America. So please join us next week for this exciting season. Come watch the Owls have a great year in the championship run, starting with you. Go Owls.
Boy, I tell you, that was some enthusiasm there.
PJ Fleck doesn't know what he's up against.
Listen. When you look at him, you can tell somebody has worked on him with the owl thing, and they had to edit it because he goes, "Go Owls." Yeah. He's like, you can tell he's looking to the guy, right? This is it. Yeah.
That's funny.
But we'll see. But that's it. And that may just be his style, but he always looks a little unkempt. It's like, I'm a little surprised by this. I thought I was by myself. Where did all y'all come from?
Yeah.
I mean,
he'll upset one of them that he's not supposed to, and it'll fire everybody up. Now, Baylor's going to be a tough task right out the gate.
Yeah. So we'll see. That's the bottom line on any of this. We'll see.
As far as making a splash, I think Ole Miss has done all they could do right now.
There's no doubt they made a
they
splash.
have energized the fan base.
No doubt about that.
Rightly or wrongly, they have energized the fan base.
Yeah. Oh, let me ask you this.
Now, that same fan base, we'll turn on you in 2 seconds.
At least the people in Arkansas, they're going, who?
Yeah.
Opening weekend, are y'all fired up about Ole Miss and Baylor if this hire's not made?
No.
I'm not.
No, of course not.
Well, now
I can't wait for it.
Yeah. You want to see what Lane's going to pull out of his magic bag of tricks.
Yeah. So we'll see. Matt in Coleman. Matt, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, doing great, guys.
Thanks.
I was going to talk to you about the Daniel Tosh deal. He apparently has 2 writers that work for him, and they are like Dickie Nadmeyer type people, and they drive him absolutely nuts with Alabama and this, that, and the other. And he forces them to write content about Alabama. So that's kind of where that goes and comes from.
Yeah, well, it also seems like, though, that surely when Kiffin was rocking the visor next to Saban on the sideline and he's got his white on like he likes it, during that time, surely somebody walked up to this comedian and says, "You realize you don't like the offense coordinator at Alabama?" And then they said, and then that when he saw it, that spawned some bits that went along with it. Like I said, I'm not that familiar with the guy, but I know he can get a little he's a little racy. Let's go to also. You talk about timing going the other way. Did you see this Dallas Cowboys story? So here's the Cowboys, and they're not where they want to be. No. And and Jerry's he's a threat to make some changes. Still shocked,
except for on the head coach.
Still shocked by that. Still shocked by that.
Has Jason Garrett got pictures of him?
Evidently, he does.
So the Dallas Cowboys,
is he his son, and we don't know it?
Right?
Has anybody tested it? Do we know?
So Brett Mayer, the kicker for the Cowboys, the Cowboys decided they would cut him, but their timing was really, really bad. It's like when they cut him, he was actually visiting sick children, like at Children's Hospital. I mean,
he's missed some field goals, Rick.
I understand.
He went out doing something nice.
Right. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
True. Said he was 20 for 30 on field goal attempts, got all the extra points. He missed 10 field goal tries and led the league and were more than any kicker in a single season over the last 4 years. He did kick one at 63 yards, though, and that kind of got everybody fired up. But
some 40 yards he got missing. They're killing him.
Yeah, undoubtedly he was visiting sick children along with his teammates as they let him go. But, I mean, he should go. He was, no matter what team he ends up playing for, if he gets another team. I mean,
yeah.
But it's rough. What's NFL stand for?
Not for long.
Right.
It's tough. It's a tough thing all the way around for everybody.
Right. And look, in all fairness, I know the kids, are sitting there. So those are some tough situations. Of all the Cowboys that are visiting you that day, you're the least fired up about the kicker. I mean, hey, the kicker's here to see you.
Yeah.
I mean,
have you noticed?
Let's just call it. That's not the same thing.
No, it's not.
I hate to bring this up too. Have you noticed how many teams now are making the Cowboys play in their blue jerseys, and the numbers when they play in the blue jerseys are nowhere close to when they wear the white, because they've socked their own self out about it, like LSU.
They're like LSU about that.
I tell you what, if I play LSU in the playoffs because they're outside that protection of the SEC and I'm the home team, I wear my white. I make them wear that purple.
Oh. It's 20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. We got another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. We'll record that today. Greg Seitz will be our guest, or as I call him, Seitz. And we'll discuss the state of college sports.
The first question is, how do we say your last name correctly?
Seitz. Seitz. Do I put the Z there, or I make it sound like an S? Seitz. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah.
G-H-T, Seitz.
Okay.
Eyesight.
So I had it. Okay, so I'm saying it right. Okay. Are you open to Seitz? No.
Sykes.
That's not it.
Sykes.
You just added the K.
To me, it all sounds kind of the same.
Of course,
I'm sorry.
Of course it does. PETA update. Here comes PETA.
You ought to see what I get when my name's mispronounced.
Oh, boy. I was a butcher, cutting a mutual. My hands are bloody. Bubba, the people for the ethical treatment for animals, what a zany bunch they are. They now are, they've really been focused, like you said in the break.
Obsessed.
Oh, they want Punxsutawney Phil. They want this to stop. Now, I'm with them on the fact that I don't like it, but we don't like it for different reasons. Couldn't care less about the groundhog. I don't think he's being treated poorly. I think he's got a great life. I disagree. This is bad for the actual groundhog. And that's where PETA's coming from.
Well, PETA acts
I just don't like the event because I find it annoying.
Well, PETA acts like they put him on a stick and roast him alive there on national TV and eat him. I mean, he's only sticking his head up out of the hole, and I guarantee you that groundhog is taking better care than any groundhog in nature.
Right.
Because they got to have a show to go on.
And honestly,
and we know it doesn't really predict the weather.
No.
This is an excuse for people who are cold in Pennsylvania to get up and drink.
That's right. And in a town, what else does this town have other than this? And Bubba, like you said, they don't know Jack.
Groundhogs don't know Jack.
So here
they're only slightly more accurate than the local weather people.
Right. Just when you thought PETA couldn't be any more annoying, they're offering a solution, which is just they want Punxsutawney Phil to be replaced with a gold coin, and they want the event renamed as Weather There'll Be More Winter, and spell weather like the weather, WEATHER.
Well, my question to PETA: do they realize the carbon footprint of mining gold?
Thank you.
And how many trucks and tractors have to strip mine to get that? And then the processes of melting it down, it's bad on the environment, Rick. The heat signature, good night. And I just don't see it being feasible for the planet.
I want y'all to think about this, too. This is how out of touch and how silly and how meaningless PETA is. They've lost their way. The Punxsutawney Phil thing with the groundhog has been going since the 1800s. And they think if this thing is so horrible, here we are in 2024, ready to do it again, and they think they're going to stop this and say, "Give us a gold coin." What do they mean by
coin?
What
they're going to flip a coin,
flip a gold coin.
Yeah,
and but this is just that kind of stuff where PETA sits around and saying, "Y'all got anything for some fundraising this year?"
Yeah.
Somebody says, "You want to do something to do with the groundhog?"
We're
Nah,
bored.
we've done that. Let's offer something in place of the groundhog this year. What do you think?
We've cleaned up the puppy farms.
Yeah, I say flip a coin. I'll go as far as to say, Bubba, they become such a monolith of funding and fancy offices. I don't think they give a rip about a puppy farm anymore. I think they focus on high-profile stuff like this for money, and there's puppies that could use their help, and they don't get it.
Rick.
Boy, I got on my high horse there.
I
just
know.
a little bit.
I mean, and you kind of brought getting sips.
Good night. I stood up on the stump there for a minute and held the groundhog.
Yeah.
Rick, sadly, because humans are involved, anything that gets this big a building, has this big a budget, has this much money flowing through it, it's easy to lose your vision of what you actually started. Look, no one wants animals abused.
Right.
And we all can agree on that. Now, they have become a bunch of left-wing crazies.
Right.
And as you said, they're worried. This groundhog is treated better than any groundhog in the world.
You know what they're saying? Go take this groundhog that lives an incredible life of royalty
and throw him out in the woods.
Let's throw him in a kudzu patch.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't want to be out there with those idiots. That's my family.
Right. I came up here to get away from them.
Right.
Family.
Right. Send me out there. I have to deal with George again.
How would a groundhog talk, Rick?
It's probably a little more like kind of like Bucky, I would think. A
Little
little
bit.
bit. Don't they kind of have that
a
teeth?
cross
Don't
between
they
a
have
squirrel and
Yeah.
that, you know,
Yeah.
a little high pitch.
Yeah.
I think
I think it'd be right in there somewhere.
Okay.
Don't you?
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah. Maybe
Like
not
just a slight stutter.
It's not.
I like for him to have
not
a
as
stutter.
much as some. Not as much teeth in it as Bucky.
Yeah,
But
and you know, most beavers, a lot of times they have a whistle. We know when they talk.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
You remember that cartoon?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Golly, was he a
But
gopher?
Yeah, it was
Same
something
thing.
the same.
Yeah, same teeth.
Don't tell me ouch.
Same bunch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you remember him?
Yeah.
Y'all remember that? Yeah.
Don't tell me ouch.
Was he a gopher? He was a gopher, wasn't he?
He had big
Certainly,
teeth
sir.
in the front.
Yeah.
Certainly, sir.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But I don't think Poxitani, see, I'm looking at his teeth. He doesn't have those kind of teeth. So I think he just kind of be right in here somewhere. You know, I don't want the woman to cut you. And so
You think? You think he's kind of scared? Is he a little?
I'm a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
A little nervous. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I need.
Yeah, something around there. But I don't really care about this at all.
Yeah, this is probably your
but
least
now,
favorite.
Back to what we said a minute ago. Now PETA's making me care. If they would just leave it alone, I wouldn't be all in. But I'm all in now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all about let's keep this thing going. Now we have the black leopard. But Bubba, you said this is the one you saw in Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, we
it's,
call them, we call them panthers and cougars and all that
Right.
stuff.
Yeah.
I think they're actually technically black jaguars. If you want to get down,
If
to
you
the,
want to get down to it,
yeah, the
and,
species and all
and
that.
it's a pigmentation thing. There's actually this one you can actually see the spots on better.
I
Than
know
you can
that's
some
kind of
other.
cool when you see it coming through the black.
Yeah, to me,
on that red road, that's
yeah.
a great picture. By the way, Adler, do you have it? That picture?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Adler, we have a picture of a black leopard in India, and everybody's going crazy over it. But you're saying that you saw was yours blacker than this?
Yes, to me it was.
Okay, like midnight black.
Yeah, and
Like-
it was broad daylight too.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Right.
It was extremely dark.
Are you certain you saw it?
I am. And look,
Right.
Lance has backed that up. So
Yeah.
you know we don't have him to witness
He
that
went-
anymore.
yeah, he's
but
going on in.
He did when he was here.
Right. So and people have seen them. You know, I told you you're in great company. Gary believes you. He says he's seen them himself too. Of course, Gary adds that they had cubs when he saw them, of course.
So there's this rare black. Is that the one in India? Is that the one you're talking
Yeah,
about?
it was crossing the little dirt road.
It's
wow.
That's
It's a pretty animal.
It's a mean dog. Right
Hey,
there.
let me tell you the ones I
I
saw.
know it's a cat. I know it's a cat, but you know what I mean.
Right. But what
You
we
don't think he wouldn't tear
I
you
would
up?
think what I think people where we live are likely seeing is a pigmentation of what we would call a cougar.
I saw
like
tan
a mountain
one. What I
lion.
saw was
Yeah,
tan.
that
day. Yeah.
same cat,
Yeah.
but pigmentation of black,
Mm-hmm.
which is exactly. I mean, that's still the same thing. I'm
Speedy's
just
still mad
Several
at me
people
for that.
have seen it in the area. I saw it, and you know, we at one time saw marks that one hunter thought was rubs on a tree. It was a little high, and we had the great Bill Spradlin said, no, that's a cat marking its territory. He said a deer would mark it low.
Hey,
The
I'm telling
biggest
you,
buck puts his head down to do scrapes.
I'm telling you, I saw a mommy, a daddy, and some little cubs, all together like a little black cat family.
Okay.
Well, first thing I looked up, I thought I'm in the Janet Jackson video.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we're at
Black Panther. Saw it with my own eyes. Well, I ain't lying. I saw it. Same area. And they breeding. I don't
They
care
what?
They breeding. I don't care what Moultrie says. They breeding.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Absolutely. No
and
doubt.
you've seen that. We've messed with LSU fans before at a convenience store. When they accidentally overheard me and Rick talking about they were going to wear their purple jerseys, they like to come unglued.
They did.
I'd never seen anything like it.
And it's sad because it's got a pretty good looking uniform.
It is a good looking uniform. I think if you just wear it some and not let it be such a sight to you, get over that.
Brian in Birmingham.
Because Rick, we know jerseys don't play games. Right?
There's something weird about jerseys.
I know.
Hey, Brian, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was just going to comment on the Tosh Point Low thing. His resentment towards Alabama, I think I stated it to the call screener as hatred. That was probably a little tough, but his resentment stems from he is a Miami fan, and when Saban left Miami the way he did to go to Alabama, he has a lot of resentment towards. So then when Lane Kiffin come there, then that started that, and I think that's probably where they realized how much he looked like him when they started the skits for that.
Yeah, well, if you're a Miami Dolphin fan, I mean, it's been so long since there's been anything good happen.
Rick, you have a record that no one else in the NFL can claim.
Right.
And you've also had some unbelievable misery over the years, second only maybe to the Minnesota Vikings.
Helmsy shared with that 150 years of college football story with me, shocking story, that if Bear Bryant had taken the job with Miami, Don Shula would have never been the coach.
Correct.
And you'd never seen the undefeated season. Bear Bryant was offered
He was
that
the
job.
front runner and offered and nearly took it.
And Alabama might not have seen the 6 national championships they saw under Bear Bryant.
Correct. And the other thing about this caller, if Miami allows Nick Saban to draft Drew Brees, he may still be there today. Think about that, because that's why he ended up ultimately leaving.
They
said
with Dante
no.
Culpepper.
Yeah, they said no, we're not allowing you because there was some injury stuff. And he said we can get through the injury. We need this guy, and he's turned out to be one of the greatest of all
best,
time.
Yeah.
Where's Dante Culpepper right now?
Thank you.
Versus Drew Brees.
So if you want to be mad at anybody, be mad at the organization for not letting Saban draft Drew Brees.
Take that, Tosh.
And Saban kind of outlined he would be in charge at his next job. He wasn't going to answer to anybody else.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Helmsy brought up something in the break. Makes a lot of sense. We do a broadcast most every year from a celebrity pro-am that features a lot of coaches and players and athletes from around the country. And normally, matter of fact, when Hugh Freeze was there, we interviewed Hugh Freeze a couple of times when he was the head coach at Ole Miss. So, old Rick and Bubba and the gang, we may get the interview, Kiffin.
Hey, not only that,
I'm texting Gene right now.
He could be playing golf with him in less than 6 months. Think about it like that.
No, this is easy.
I'm going to just go ahead and text Gene right now.
Bubba could be playing golf with Lane Kiffin in less than 6 months. That is a possibility.
What I'm saying is Bubba needs to put that request in and say, I need an out clause, though. Because in 6 months, by the time we get there, you may not want to play with him. You know what I mean?
That's a good point.
I'm just saying to have an out clause.
I was about to compare it to something, and I'd stop.
He won't even have played a game.
Doesn't matter.
No,
I'm not talking about games.
No, he's not talking about that.
This has nothing to do with wins and losses.
Well, maybe. In his mind, it may still be wins and losses.
This has that. I know there's been a move to a change in his life in the things that matter. It's a process, just like it is for all of us.
Yep.
And I'm just saying, I'd have an out clause in there if it was.
All right, I've texted Gene. We'll see if he texts back.
All right, so terrible story.
I said, Gene, can I have Lane Kiffin at Regions this year? Early commit.
Right. Put Rick it says I should have an out clause. I can't believe Bubba's playing with this guy.
Gene Hallman will laugh when he gets there.
Yes,
he loves stuff.
Yes, he does. All right, so let's not a good story here out of New Zealand. This volcano thing, good gracious. Questions will be asked. Why were people being taken up to this particular volcano as tourists? Because, Bubba, you were saying they were getting warned about it.
Yeah, a lot of people. I saw some experts on TV going, "Why were we carrying tourists to this island where we have an active volcano?" And the experts that monitor this thing had said there had been rumblings and some pressure buildup, and they were expecting it to explode sometime in the future. Of course, they don't know when.
Sure.
But they thought that it was rather foolish that they were out there to begin with.
All right, so here's a package on the whole deal. Then we'll hit this one story involving an American couple that was on their honeymoon. Right.
Sudden and deadly volcano erupting on an island in New Zealand. Americans feared to be among the missing tonight. The volcano sending ash soaring 12,000 feet into the air with no warning, as tourists from all over the world were standing along its rim and climbing up its sides.
We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Fun until Daddy takes the T-bird away. All right, so as we roll, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. So yeah, I told you the Deep South that we've come out of an Arctic blast, and a lot of you had to deal with that too. And so I guess it was last weekend as we had to come back and hit us again. And so Sherry was like, I'm done with that, not getting out in that. And how about this? I've got a lot going on, and we're HelloFreshing for the weekend. And so the HelloFresh came to the porch, and I'm going to tell you something, guys. You talk about some delicious meals. Also, we're doing the free breakfast item for the length of subscription.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, they have these egg bites.
Oh, love egg bites.
Hey, so picture, Bubba, if you will, a muffin, but the muffin is all egg.
Yeah.
It's not bread. It's a muffin. It's muffin-shaped egg, and then they have two of them. One of them has the sausage, or you can do turkey sausage. You want cheese, and then the other one has bacon and cheese. But you eat them like you would be eating a muffin, but it's all egg, and they are phenomenal. And those you just heat up. They're ready to go.
Yeah.
But then we also, and I actually brought the recipe cards to show y'all how simple this is.
That looks good there.
Yeah, and so we had the spicy maple chicken, which I got in trouble for saying, "Oh, you talking about shake and bake?" and Sherry's like, "It's not shake and bake, it's panko chicken." And you do, and I said, "Well, that's shake and bake." And she was like, "No, it's really not. It's much." And then we had some sweet potatoes mashed up with it. Some green beans with that. But let me tell you, Bubba, and I know this is going to hurt based on what happened to you with the DoorDash situation, which HelloFresh, much, much more affordable, is that we had the sweet chili pork and cabbage stir fry, kind of an Asian dish. But see, what's so cool, and it was so good, and we were sitting there, she'd just bring those bowls down hot, and we watched TV eating it. So it's so easy to get quality meals. But you know what we liked? Yes, it's convenient. Yes, it's easy to do. But one thing you need to think about, even if you're someone like our family, we like to cook. And we cook our own stuff most of the time. But you also get in a rut where you're like, you can't think of anything else? Let's try something different. Well, with HelloFresh.com, see, these two dishes, we had never done before, and we'd have never thought of them without their chef saying, I want to try this. And it comes with the right portion ingredients. So I'm not worried about I don't get the measurements right. They're all fresh. But you cook it and you prepare it, and it tells you the calories right there.
Oh.
And that would include 2 servings. You can do the 2 servings.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah. So anyway, it's all there, and they can customize it any way you want. And if you go now during our special to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, however long you subscribe, you'll get a free breakfast item. The entire subscription. You're going to love their breakfast items, too. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com and click on the sponsors button. All right, so a couple of things to talk about. Yesterday's Bible study archive is available. We were in 2 Corinthians. Yesterday, one of the things that we were talking about, and y'all may be familiar. Are y'all familiar with D.L. Moody? When I talk about the legend?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Are you familiar with the story that was D.L. Moody's, all the way to his deathbed, his life's greatest regret? And I had heard the story, and then I'd forgotten it, and then I was getting commentary ready for what we were talking about, and this is from 2 Corinthians chapter 6. And I think this is important for us to remember. Well, Paul's been in this letter. There's so many interesting things around the letter. I don't have time for it today, but if you can go back and get the archives if you want to. But Paul is jumping in, and now he's talking to the converts who have all decided to follow Christ. They're hearing about this Savior. It's a pagan society. There's also some, Jewish people that had said, okay, we acknowledge him as Messiah. And Paul had critics inside the church and all this, and he's trying to get to the converts and say, now let me tell you what you're getting yourself into. But he starts out and he quotes the prophet Isaiah. I think it was from Isaiah 49, maybe 8, and where Isaiah says, a time is coming where salvation, it'll be the day of salvation. And he's talking about forward to Christ in the new covenant. And what Paul is saying is the day of salvation is now. Jesus is what Isaiah was talking about. But he said, but it's today. It's not tomorrow. It's not later. It's right now. What are you going to do with Jesus? Okay. Well, one of I think it was John Phillips' commentary I was reading, he was saying, D.L. Moody, back it was 18 something or whatever, and so he was at there was a hall there where people were congregating to hear him teach, and was it Farwell Hall, something like that hall, and so people were just coming in, D.L. Moody preaching. It was going great, and he had a congregation he was building there every week on Sundays. So he gave a message that was dealing with when Pilate walks out and says, what am I going to do with Jesus who is called the Christ? What do y'all want me to do with Jesus? And so his message was, that's before us. What are you going to do with Jesus? Mm-hmm. Well, he decided in a strategic move that he would not have a response that day, which has become very popular, by the way. He said, I want you to resonate on this. I want you to go home. I want you to think about this question, and in 7 days, then we'll have a response. Well, guess what happened that week? The Chicago fires. Mm. And Chicago burned to the ground.
Oh, wow.
Including where they were having church, and he never saw that congregation again.
Wow.
And he said it haunted him the rest of his life. Now,
Mrs. O'Leary's cow.
Yeah. So all of them, some of them died in the fires.
Yeah.
The hall went away, so they couldn't meet again. He could never quite get that congregation back. Even the ones that lived, he could never get them back together again. And he had no idea whatever happened to those people. Mm-hmm. And he said, I regret that I delayed the response because the day of salvation was actually that day. And I didn't do it. Now, that doesn't mean that people didn't respond. And it doesn't mean that D.L. Moody ended up before the Lord getting his well done, which he did get, that he wasn't shown all these people. Said, by the way, they did go home and contemplate that. I'm not saying that. But I am saying, though, he didn't know. Yeah. Because he didn't offer that time of response there. We're not responsible for the response, but we are absolutely going to be held accountable for not offering it. Yeah. And because the day of salvation is now. Mm-hmm. People can be redeemed right now, not later. And, and I've talked about this so many times and probably will again this weekend at the conference in Nashville, is because I know I've been there. One of the biggest things, the biggest mistakes, biggest ploys from the adversary, our sin nature, his demonic forces, whatever's in play here, is we'll hear the message of salvation, and we will be convicted by it, and we'll even say, I do need to repent, and I do need to be redeemed, just not today. Mm-hmm. And that's what the adversary is hoping you'll say. A lot of times it's too late for him to convince you the gospel is not true and Jesus really isn't who he said he is. And he certainly can't do anything about the Holy Spirit drawing you to God and you coming under conviction. He can't really stop that. But he can get us to delay it. And where you got to be careful of, and it almost happened in my life, praise God for his mercy, is I can't tell you how many times I said just not today because I knew what it was going to cost me. But the problem is, like Chicago fires and things you don't know are coming, sometimes we can just not today ourselves right into hell.
Yeah.
Today's the day of salvation. And so that was kind of where we landed yesterday. Mm-hmm. And then it talks about what that's going to mean, because I will tell you, if you're a health, wealth, and prosperity person, you're not going to like the Apostle Paul's teaching very much in this one, because then he starts talking and how we're going to respond about. He actually says so, and once you are redeemed and you start to be part of us, one of our converts, here's what you can expect: hardships, calamities, and afflictions. Yep. And then he walks you through how you're supposed to respond to those, and that you should see these things as not being handed over to death, but to see them as discipline from God to continue to grow you. Yeah. And so it was we had a big time in here yesterday. It was already got some good response of people who said, hey, I'm not going to delay it another day. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So just that was just such a, if you haven't caught that archive, and it's been this series, again, I know you've already heard me say this, has so exceeded my goofy expectations, and it's just been incredible. Yeah. So we'll come back. Phone calls to wrap up the hour. Anything we might have left on the table. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We'd love to hear from you. And you kind of run that next segment. If there's any part of the show today, not just Bible studies, not just podcasts, we archive the whole show. And you can get those on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And this video tonight from a boat that had left just minutes before the blast.
Wow.
At least 5 people killed and many still missing. Here's ABC's James Longman tonight.
Look, Bubba.
Tonight, a terrifying escape for tourists fleeing this massive volcanic eruption that came close to killing them. Watch the cloud burst across the water towards their speeding boat. Tour guides begging them to get to safety.
Go inside.
The sudden eruption hit just after 2 p.m. on New Zealand's White Island. Volcanic ash spewing 12,000 feet into the air. 47 people were on the island when the volcano erupted, some coming from a Royal Caribbean cruise ship. Look at this group of people inside the crater. This image taken minutes before the explosion. New Zealand officials saying at least 5 are confirmed dead. More than 30 were rescued, some severely burned. Several Americans among the missing.
It is now clear that there were 2 groups on the island, those who were able to be evacuated and those who were close to the eruption.
Tourist Michael Shade shooting this video. He just left the island with his family 20 minutes earlier, capturing these images of a group huddled on a pier, desperate for safety. A wrecked helicopter visible in the ash behind them.
Wow.
The whereabouts of its passengers unknown.
We do not believe anybody else has survived that explosion.
Did you see that helicopter?
Oh, no.
in
How
there?
about when you're on the helicopter you rode in on has been destroyed by the ash and all, and you're like, uh-oh, that's bad.
That's horrible. And here's some of the Americans, a Virginia couple. They actually were able to get a voicemail out to loved ones. Sadly, I mean, good and bad news. Good news is they're alive. Bad news saying they are burned, and they're, I guess, at the hospital. And they're trying to recover?
Well, they left a voicemail for loved ones saying that they survived but were badly burned. So I don't know how.
Said the husband's around 80% of his body, while the wife is about 25% of hers.
Said his hands were so badly burned it was hard for him to make a phone call. She added.
So that's a tough situation.
Golly,
Imagine sitting there enjoying the day and boom.
Rick, how did he get burned, do you think? How does that?
Just being so close to the explosion.
Just the what? Steam. The steam coming out?
Oh, yeah, the steam, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt the steam. So, and it looked like that helicopter just got caught in all the ash and everything and just it went down.
The people speak. We're trolling. Plenty of room for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Buzzer ends the call at 30 unless Bubba or Speedy give you a timeout. No meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, none of that. We're just getting right to the meat. Here's what I'd like to talk about, and we roll. Dave is in Athens, Alabama. A question for Bubba. Oh. Dave, welcome to the show. Go ahead, sir.
Well, good morning, good gentlemen. Bubba, I'm wanting to know, what have you heard from Travis Taylor lately, and what's the latest on Skinwalker Ranch?
You know, that's a good question.
It is.
I have not talked to Travis lately. I'm trying to preserve my health. And we, they went on a speaking thing. They did like a live show, auditorium tour thing.
Oh, sure.
And I guess the new season will start in the spring, right? Isn't it about?
Yeah, I think you're right.
It usually started, sometime about February or something, and it runs till the early summer. Did last year, so I have not spoke with him. It's about time to check in and see what's going on.
I've really thought about, and we'll discuss it, Bubba, if you want. My job is to keep Bubba from buying a standalone AM station.
Mm-hmm.
Starting a restaurant again.
Yep, that's out.
Okay. And I'm considering putting on the list things to stop visiting with Travis.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about it. I don't know about Skinwalker.
Well, I'm thinking about squeegee technician for tennis courts. My new thing.
That might be nice.
Let's go to Ricky, Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Ricky, go ahead. I was fired in there, Ricky.
Bubba.
Yeah.
I got a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Remember when you said right at the beginning of the show when Kamala Harris was like 5'2"?
I said what?
That made me laugh.
I'm glad you found humor in it. I still don't understand what I said.
She was talking about that they had her on Wikipedia.
It's at 5'2". Yeah.
Yeah, that.
You know what?
Anyone.
Anyone. Greg,
throw on the heater, Ricky.
Listen, I'm glad that he liked it, whatever it was. And I'm not even sure it was me. But I'm glad he enjoyed it.
Yeah.
We're here to entertain,
Yes.
and sometimes, as I say at home, whatever it takes.
Yes.
That clip with Kamala talking about how she was 5'7" in heels, I found pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's
pretty tall.
That's some tall heels.
Yeah,
she's pretty tall.
I hated you had to hear that. Let's go to Jack in Coleman. Lines are available if you want to join us. Jack, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to shed some information on this birds of prey. I'm an arborist by trade, and I'm a climbing arborist.
No need to brag.
It's different from a bucket truck. So typically when we go in to do a job, we'll set lines in the top of the tree to start getting to work on the lower limbs.
Mm-hmm.
I have a friend that did a job and went out to set lines and got to the top of the tree to tie in properly. And when he got to the top of the tree, the entire top of the tree was full of dog collars and bones and various collars of pets.
Oh, man.
He went ahead and took the tree down and brought the collars down and went back and tracked all these missing posters and things like that, and got to the bottom of a lot of these missing animals in the area.
We're talking small dogs, all right. We're talking small dogs.
Sir, wait just a minute. There's so many questions. I wanted you to tell your story uninterrupted. You are an arborist by trade, is what you said.
Climbing arborist.
Well, what is – why do you climb if a bucket truck is available? I guess that's what I'm wanting to know.
He's a purist.
If you're down, say, on your river property, we do a lot of work on Smith Lake in that area.
Right.
If you're down by the water, you're not going to drive a 2,000-pound truck off down the side of the hill around the back of the truck or around the back of the house next to the water.
Everybody knows that.
It's not an ethical thing. It's just a can we get to it with a truck thing. Would you use a truck if it was not down by the river? Like a van?
Me personally, I don't, because it's a different skill set. If you learn to climb and rig out of the tree,
you have to have a different skill set to actually work the bucket, because if you're working out of a bucket, you have to protect your bucket.
Easy.
So do you
bucket and your equipment
when you climb? I mean, how do you climb without tearing the tree up? The smaller
well,
ones.
we do
or do you
what
use
we
spikes?
call we do use spikes, but we do also use SRT, which is a single rope technique, and we will hang a rope and put apparatuses on our feet and our other foot, and then we'll go straight up the rope and not make any marks on the tree, just depending on what the job requires.
Yeah, well, that's the kind I would like, I think.
But Speedy, in the future, I know you like to act things out.
Yeah, but I was just in my mind.
If you're facing us with a console covering your body from here down,
all right, don't do that.
you show.
Sorry about that.
You doing a visual of what he was doing. People might have looked in, maybe they were distracted and not known what you meant.
Maybe
by
I
that.
wasn't on camera.
Right. You know what they would have thought?
Don't make us get the video footage of Texas Tech out.
You know what
Remind you, okay?
What you don't want is, I bet somebody did say, you know what, Speedy loves the show.
Yeah, he does.
He's engaged. Jack, I got to know one more thing. We'll let you go.
Yeah. Can we get to the collars?
Climbing arbors. Were there more cats or dogs that had been killed?
It was unfortunately more felines.
Unfortunately,
they're
I'd have to respectfully disagree.
Let me ask you this too, Jack. Do you find any chips? I mean, do they spit the chips out, or do they swallow them too if the cat or dog's been chipped?
No mess in there.
Well, there were pieces there were some remains in the top of the tree, but I guess majority of it had fell to the bottom and was dispersed by more of the land animals.
Mm-hmm.
But me and my climbing, I've been 80 foot up in a tree, and I have found a raw green tomato in the top of a pine tree wedged in a branch.
Jack,
I found apples in a pine tree from squirrels and other animals carrying them up in trees.
Yeah.
Again,
hey,
That's
Jack,
good, Speedy.
Yeah,
when you said unfortunately more felines, see that you're not seeing it from the bird's point of view. The birds look at that as like that's a win. See, it's all in the eye of the beholder. The felines are
more lightweight.
Yeah, well, right, and they also are enemies of birds. Let's not ignore that. And
Jack, is our hawk numbers way up? Is that what you're attributing this to?
Probably so. We lost them. So sorry.
Speedy, you need to book Jack for a podcast. That'd be something else.
I think we just did it.
I think we just did the podcast. That was 6 minutes, and we're done.
That was
I was worried when I used the timeout until he said collars in the top of the tree, and then
you
it was,
had me at collars.
Good. Yeah.
You had me at collars.
39 minutes
hate
left.
to say that. Let's go to Gina in Fairhope, Alabama. Gina, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. I really hate to be the follow-up for Jack. His story was quite entertaining. I just wanted to holler at you guys and tell you that I am a crossing guard for one of the police departments down here, a school crossing guard, and I have lots of choices on what station I listen to and who entertains me in the morning, and I always choose you guys, and it's mainly because I appreciate the fact that you all share your faith. That is so.
That's awesome. Thank you, Gina. That's very, very nice. And appreciate you supporting us and with all your choices.
Yep. And there are many out there.
There are many of them.
And
Marshall.
about 3 million podcasts.
Marshall in Tennessee. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Happy Thursday to everybody.
You too, Marshall.
I just wanted to tell you, talking about that podcast, Bible study. I don't know how I'm going to follow that other caller.
Right.
Anyway.
Everybody's struggling after Jack.
Yeah, I am. So the Bible study was really good, and I covet you guys' prayers. I'm going to try to pitch the man's Bible study to my church.
Oh, good, Marshall. If we can help you in any way, look, the team, I watched them yesterday, so responsive. If you need some help, we can get you, what you need, answer your questions. Just reach out, and we'll be praying that your church takes that and starts applying it there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.